Hmm. I don't know if my... Okay, give me a minute for everybody to come back to the... You ready for this panel later? Yeah, I guess. Wait, what the fuck are these things? The mist flows from its pulsating core hiding mass. Their configuration changes from day to day. So is it worth it destroying all of these? Like, should I be trying to destroy every single one of these or no?
Yo.
What's up?
I had a thought today. You know, out there's a few cars, and those cars are like the fucking gigachads of fucking up other cars in a car accident, right? So obviously, if you had a fucking an Escalade smashing into a Prius, you're going to be probably okay in the Escalade, and you're going to be pretty fucked in the Prius, right? But we don't talk about that type of stuff, and I was wondering if that's okay or not. Like, how do I put this? Like, for instance, there's something that has to do with COVID here. Like, that's technically true, but we don't say it. Like, there's a set of cars, and it's just like it's way better for you and way worse for the other people. Like, I guess like you're better in like a huge, whatever, F350. Like, is F350? Is that's what I'm saying? Is F350 like far and away the like safest fucking car that you can be in when you're driving, or like a Hummer or something?
I have no idea. Well, you're talking about cars where it's like when you get into them, you're fucked, right? That's what you're talking about. Like if somebody hits you, or I'm sorry, if you hit somebody else, the other person's fucked.
Yes, exactly. And we don't talk about that being a selling point. I wonder if there's like a gentleman's agreement between car companies, like, hey, listen, if we smash into you with our F350, we're gonna literally pancake your car. I don't care that you're in a Volvo. You're gonna be a fucking.
Well, isn't
shit
that
stain.
kind of the when cars are marketed on like safety? Isn't that the point?
What do you mean?
Like people say, oh, like this car is like a very safe car, right?
No, because like stupid people, not stupid people. So many people like, get a Volvo, safest car you can get, is safest car on the road. Like, I don't think so. I think I'd rather be in an F350 in a head-on collision with a Volvo, right? But you'll still get people to be like, oh, get a Volvo or get a, you know, get this or get that, and it's like
I don't know how true that is. Cars are really safe today compared to what they used to be. Like in general, I don't know how much it matters if you're in like a smaller car versus a bigger one on a head-on collision with like a truck. I'm not sure. Also, head-on collisions are probably like, my guess would be one of the rarest forms of car accidents.
What are the most common ways to?
My guess is going to be like side swipes, maybe T-bones, stuff like that would be my guess.
Yeah, and I think the idea is that if you're in a big, tall, huge fucking Duramax HD 8600 or whatever, that if you get T-boned by a Prius, the Prius is going to be fucked, and you're going to be like, did I hit something?
Well, I'm super curious.
I am too. Yeah.
Well, because fuck, I bet it's not going to show it. My uncle drove one of those really big. Is it an F-150? It was a big truck, like the kind that I had to like climb into. And the lady that cut their car in half when she ran that intersection killed both my uncle and his girlfriend instantly. They instantly died at the scene. So it seemed like having that huge fucking vehicle from a side swipe didn't help them at all. But I don't know in general if that's true or not.
What car was the other person in? I mean, I guess if they were in a F350
I want to say they were in like a crossover. Fuck, I don't know if it's gonna say it.
But yeah, like
shit,
I feel like,
oh yeah, that's his truck. Jeez. Oh yeah, she was in a pretty big vehicle as well. But like I don't know if like being in the big truck didn't help him against that big vehicle, right? Like,
well, I mean, if you have two rapists coming at each other, yeah, they're both gonna get fucked. But if it was like, I wonder, would they have been fine if it was like a Prius that did that instead? If that makes sense.
Oh, so now we're talking about like defending from smaller cars?
No. Yes, I guess. Yeah, exactly. Right? Like, if you care about your safety, do you like? Here's the thing: so many people hate cars, and they hate this mindset, and I get it because it's a giant, it's a race, and they hate SUVs and they hate the big trucks. But now it's just like I was reading something the other day, and it's about how certain brands and certain models are grandfathered in to standards that you can't get anymore. Like, for instance, I think G wagons and Defenders don't meet current. They don't meet the current standards when it comes to pedestrian safety. They're too high. Meaning, if you get fucking slammed by one of these cars and you're crossing a road, you're gonna get fucking annihilated, right? Because the hood of the car is coming up to like your, it's pretty tall. They're tall cars. Versus new cars, I think new models don't have to conform to those standards. So those are less safe for you as the occupant. Basically, what I'm saying is it feels like some new cars that are coming out, because they're new cars and these new regulations, they're actually designed to make it more of an even playing field versus this is the ultra retard 9000 that's the safest fucking vehicle ever. Like, I guess like if there was a tank out there, that would be the safest car, if a tank with airbags or something, right? Like, fuck crumple zones or some shit. I don't know.
Okay. Well, what do you want to do about it, or what's your
I don't know. I want to find out, like, what is the most, like, it's just curious to me, like, what is like literally the actual safest car? Like, people say things like a Volvo is the safest or a minivan's the safest, and that's probably not true. It's probably only true because the people that buy those cars are super careful and drive super careful and avoid
Well, I think don't
shit.
they have to actually do like crash safety tests? Like, when they say they're the safest, I don't think it's like, oh, by number these cars are the safest. I think they're the ones that perform the best on the automotive crash safety tests. So, and then those are rated from like side collision, front, rear collision.
I'm aware that there's crash tests, but I also know that they do crash tests against. I mean, you can go watch them on YouTube, and it's not what we're talking about. You're not seeing it smash against a fucking Duramax going 80 miles an hour. So it's not really what we're fucking talking about. It is a screenwriter, so shut the fuck up.
True.
Sorry.
You got him, dude.
I don't give a shit what your fucking rating is on your fucking Mazda Miata. If I'm hitting that at 80 miles an hour, would you rather have the other car be a Mazda Miata, or would you rather be a Duramax 9000? Remain silent and listen.
Sorry, I cucked on all that. My internet's being a little iffy right now, Dan. I'm getting kind of nervous. You okay?
I'm fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah, I guess the idea is just to find whatever vehicle is like the, what's the biggest rapist when it comes to cars? Which is the, sorry, I should stop using that. It's
Yeah,
fucking Rust,
I don't know
Rust term.
why you're...
It's Rust terms that are getting in, in Rust when you're dying, you're getting raped, and when you spot the guy that's raping you, that's the rapist, and those are the callouts in Rust. I don't make them, okay? It just is. So
That's the kind of team you play with?
I'm afraid to say it is. Anyways.
Are Tesla's rated as the safest car you can drive for crash training, etc.? Is that a meme? I don't know. Look it up.
I wouldn't be surprised if Tesla's being safe because I think it has a lot of rigidity. What are you laughing about? What? What is funny? Answer me now.
You fucking dick-sucking Elon on how to pronounce that, and you passing off the rationale.
Suck a fucking dick, bro. Any fucking.
Well,
God, I fucking
I think
hate
I would
you
say,
the most.
What did he say, guys?
You're
what was the
fucking
rationale they
scumfuck.
gave that just so happened to be the exact same thing that Elon said? What was it?
There was a rationale for it?
Yeah, and you gave the exact same one. Oh, yeah, you were like, oh, because it doesn't have two S's, and you were pretending like that was your own fucking original thought.
He didn't say that.
He did. He said exactly that. Yes, he did. Did you not watch it?
No.
He did.
I linked it with someone linked
and
in
now
chat.
Dan is pretending now like he didn't even hear that.
You know what?
That's how long.
I want to be clear. You deserve to have no friends. You are actually a bad person. You're a cunt. You don't listen. You take things out of fucking context, and you're gonna die alone and penniless. I hope you're a bad person. Okay? I didn't watch it. Respect what I said when I said I didn't fucking watch it. All right? You're pissing me off.
Okay, Dan.
How can you call me the Elon simp? God, I made fucking posts making fun of this motherfucker. It's like, you know what it is?
I made fun of him one time.
Dude, oh, that's it. That's it. You know, my fucking mission now is getting you to, like, suck the proverbial dick of, like, Hassan and Bosch. I'm gonna be like, oh, yeah, you actually love him. That's the goal. And if I can if I can make this happen, I will do it. That will be my goal. To make people believe that you are in love with these men. Deeply in love. And simping for them dramatically.
Okay. I agree.
Yes.
I'm ready for it. I'm ready for your punishment.
Good. Oh, I see. You're acting as if I can't get my act off the ground, but I can.
Okay.
See, unlike you, I've kept cordial relationships with both of these guys.
Gotcha. What's up, Jitty? Okay. True.
All right.
What have you been up to today, Dan? Anything fun?
Oh man.
Oh,
you know, just watching out for Nate Diaz's back. You know, me and him are gang now. You probably don't know who that is though.
No. Can catch me up.
Dominic Dune. Jadeon been lame lately. Hey man, it be like that, bro. You know, can't be cool to everybody, my man. So.
Damn. So what's going on? Is this call coming straight from the penitentiary or?
Nah, man. Sadly, we haven't got arrested yet. Sadly.
Wait, are you saying you clickbaited? Because I thought I saw.
Oh, did I say Nick? My bad, Nate. Nate.
I thought I saw a video on your channel that said that you got arrested. Did you not?
Oh, I did get arrested. I did get arrested.
Oh.
Yeah, I was arrested for like 6 hours.
Oh. Well, that's not too bad, I guess.
Nah, it's not too bad. What are you guys debating about?
Nothing really. We just scream at each other every now and then for no reason.
How'd you feel about debating against Alex Jones? I had peeped that.
You know, it was about what every Alex Jones conversation is, a bunch of screaming and nonsense.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like if he wasn't like as angry as he was,
yeah,
I think he would get his points across a lot better, if that makes sense.
Yeah, probably. I'm not gonna disagree with you.
Because at first, I thought he was tripping about the frogs being gay, but then, like, after someone else broke it down, I was like, damn, these frogs really are
hella gay. Super gay, yeah.
That shit's crazy.
Well, what are you up to today?
My tonsils were completely swollen yesterday, so today's like the first day I was able to talk. So, you know, just enjoying the little things in life right now.
Oh, well, that's nice. That's cool.
Facts. Wait, how come you haven't been streaming on Rumble?
I tried to today, but I'm just getting a please wait when I'm streaming. But I've been traveling a ton, so. Have you ever gotten that before? Oh, wait, no, it's working. Good job.
No, I never had problems.
Huh. I don't know what's going on today. But I've been I was like traveling a lot lately, so I haven't been streaming as much really at all.
Nah, I feel that. Nah, man, I'm not gonna lie. I see why everybody's getting into the streaming stuff, cause like, bro, I've been getting like 1 million views off of fucking doing reactions and stuff. But it's like I like streaming, but I just get way more satisfaction making an actual video. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's probably more artistically fulfilling, I'd imagine.
No, yeah. Exactly. I've been noticing your editor. It looks like he listened to me.
What'd he do?
Your titles have been better and your thumbnails have been way better. Like he really stepped up his game lately.
Well, good job, August.
So shout out to August. I don't know, chat. Have you guys peeped that? I don't know. I maybe I'm bugging, but I just peeped. It feels like it at least. I don't know. Am I bugging?
I don't think you're bugging.
I don't think I'm bugging.
I don't think you're bugging.
Nah, not really.
Wait,
So,
how do you say the name of the car that Elon Musk has? What's that car brand? What do you call it?
Tesla.
Cool. Okay, just checking.
How do you what? Someone else pronounce it a different way?
Yeah, I think most normal people say Tesla, but for some reason Dan here and some other people say Tesla, which is kind of weird.
Who else says Tesla?
I've heard Tesla before.
I know it's kind of
Yeah.
doesn't it sound like
It's so weird.
stupid? Like when I hear
is there any
somebody
other
say
people
Tesla,
that say it?
I
Is
kinda
there any
think,
other
like,
people that say it?
this guy must
That's
be a
weird,
fucking
Steve.
loser. That would just be my assumption. This guy's
gotcha.
probably a loser. Probably didn't have very many friends growing up. Probably doesn't have very many friends now.
Probably wants less friends than he has right now as well.
Yeah, true. Because the two he's got are too many.
Yo, damn. Me personally, I wouldn't tolerate that. That's just me
Well,
though.
Well, you're not a battered soul like I am, so kind of used to it.
How old are you, Dan?
Yeah, Dan.
Old enough to know when abuse is taking place. I'll tell you that
Aw.
much.
Are you my little
Destiny, how old
victim?
are you?
34.
You know what's crazy? I just figured out the other day that Hassan was like fucking 32.
How old do you think he was?
I don't know, like 25, 26. That he was like some fresh out of college guy that like, you know, popped off on Twitch. I didn't realize he was 32.
Yeah. Well, that is how old he is.
That's crazy. All y'all motherfuckers are old.
True. We've been here for a long time. We're your elders, okay? Have respect.
That's what I'm saying. I bet these motherfuckers in chat are old as shit too.
Mine are probably a little older just because I do like politics and like basically boring shit, so.
When do you think I'm gonna go down my like political age?
Who knows? Depends on what type of content you do.
Feel that. I don't know. I feel like out of all the people that do political shit, I think Russell Brand does it the best, in my opinion.
Maybe. He's a guy, that's for sure.
Like that motherfucker's hilarious.
Yeah.
I don't even be knowing what the fuck he's talking about, but like he just be saying funny jokes and it just be cracking me up.
Yeah,
That is a one.
He's a guy, for sure.
Hell nah, no way, really? Y'all don't fuck with Russell?
Fuck no.
Why don't you fuck with Russell?
Massive ideological disagreements.
Isn't he liberal?
No, he's like a populist type guy. Like thinks like the government and corporations and everybody are trying to like screw over everybody at all points in time.
You don't think the government's trying to screw over people?
No, I don't think so.
Well, like, I feel that, but look at it like this. Is there really a big difference between Republicans and Democrats?
Yes, there's a world of difference.
But then it's like, okay, I feel that. Publicly, like, media-wise, there's a big difference. But then behind closed doors, when these niggas are at parties, aren't they all at the same parties? Chilling with each other, rubbing shoulders with each other, all this and that?
Yeah, but I don't really care if people do it at parties. I'm worried about how they vote. And they vote very differently. They support and vote for different policies.
Yeah, I totally get that. But what I'm saying is, like, these people, when they're in Congress and stuff and yelling at each other, it's all, like, show and everything.
That's
but
not show. That's part of working a job. Like, you've got
but it is show because I just seen a TikTok of a congressman. He was talking about when the media is not in the Congress rooms, those same motherfuckers that are like yelling and stuff, they're the most chill people. But whenever those cameras come in there, that's when they put on the biggest show. So what I'm just saying is, like, you have all these like, well, really you only have two. You have the Republican side and then you have the Democrat side. And it's like, you know, everybody's split. And it's like, how do you divide people? You have to divide and conquer. If everybody's united,
no, this is all like conspiracy shit that sounds good, but you're not saying anything. There's nothing really to this, right? The reality is like, if you put me on a stage with Alex Jones, me and him are gonna scream at each other. But he seems like a nice dude. Like, I'd probably get along. We could probably go to dinner and like chill and chat and have fun and like shoot the shit, right? I have with Tim Pool. I fucking did it with Nick Fuentes. Like, you can have massive ideological disagreements with people, and when you're on a stage to fight over those disagreements, you bring that fight out. But that doesn't mean you have to hate the person, right? I have massive ideological differences with you on a lot of shit, but I'm not like, it's not like as soon as you jump in, I'm like, Julian, we need to talk about your take on voting today. I need to shout at you because you didn't support voting, right? I'm not doing that. Like, that's because we're just like chilling, right? But if you and I like went to a show where the debate was about like the importance of voting, I'm just doing that because that's one thing we've disagreed on, then yeah, I'd probably be like really fired up. But I think that people can be fired up at their job, at their workplace, or when they're advocating for a thing, but then be like chill afterwards. I think that's possible.
Well, I feel like you and me having disagreements, or you and Alex Jones having disagreements, is completely different than politicians having disagreements. You know, I'm not saying they have to hate each other, but the fact that they're like all buddy behind the scenes, I think it just goes to show that this is just like all one big act at the end of the day. And it's to like just have everybody divided and stuff like that.
How would they not be buddy though? They all work in the same job. They probably all have a lot of shared experiences. They probably all got a bunch of shit that they can like relate to each other on. Like,
yeah. That's the point. It's like, how can they not be buddy? But then when you publicly ask them about each other, they'll, get on each other's ass and say the worst stuff. But then behind closed doors, it was like, oh man, you saw what I said about you today? Oh yeah, man, that was funny. Yo, that's gonna hit a lot of headlines. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I mean, like, I've had these exact same fucking conversations with people off stream before. Me and Sneeko kind of do it a little bit. Me and, I guess, like, Fuentes, or me and Lauren Southern, or me and, there's been other people that have had big disagreements with. We're, like, fighting, like, tweets are going, like, fucking viral, like, shitting at each other. And then, like, you meet, you chat, and you chill or whatever afterwards. Like, yeah, fuck, like, I got you really good on that tweet or whatever. Like, yeah. But it's not, like, disingenuous. It's not like, it's not like you're lying about it. It's just you can have like dual relationships. Like, oh, we're like friendly, we're chill, like because personally we're personable to each other. But like when we're advocating for the ideas we believe in, obviously we have huge disagreements. Like I don't think there's anything insincere. The issue that you're bringing out, in my opinion, what would be really bad is if somebody had a huge disagreement with somebody, they're like screaming at each other, shouting at each other, and then when it came time for them to vote, all of a sudden now all their votes line up. That would be really bad. And that would be like, okay, well, hold on. Now I feel like you motherfuckers are just fucking with us, right? But that's not the case. Like, Republicans and Democrats vote significantly differently across a wide variety of issues.
But the thing about, like, you and Sneeko and Nick Fuentes, whatever, is it's like people know there's some form of respect because it's you guys setting up the platform to debate each other. Whereas these politicians, it's like they're put into a room pinned against each other. You know what I mean? That's the big difference. Is at the end of the day, people know that you guys talk behind the scenes and whatnot or whatever. But these politicians, it's perceived as like, oh fuck, man, it's on site. It's like low key, like a UFC organized fight about to happen. You know what I mean?
Sure, but I mean, some people try to undo that, but it's just that's how the voters see it, right? Like when Biden came into office, like I'm pretty sure he said a lot of somebody going wrong, but he said a lot of nice things about Mitch McConnell, which is like the enemy number one for a lot of Democratic lawmakers and like citizens, constituents. But I'm pretty sure when Biden came into office, like I know McConnell, we worked a lot on the Senate floor. We've gotten a lot of legislation passed together. Like I think some politicians try to push back against that, but obviously younger ones, especially ones who spend a lot of time on social media, are going to be a bit more fiery. But you're not going to survive in Congress if you actually fucking hate half the people there. That lifestyle is going to wear you down like immediately. Nobody could survive that, I think. I don't think it would be healthy for Congress if like AOC and Ted Cruz legitimately fucking hated each other. I think it'd be a bad area for people to try to pass legislation. And I think that's also one of the reasons why like people like AOC were so upset when Ted Cruz was kind of sort of supporting like the January 6th stuff, because she's like, listen, we disagree with each other and we're politicians, I understand that, but like you're literally supporting people that like came like calling for my head, that like wanted to try to kill me. Like it's not chill.
I'm not gonna lie, AOC's a baddie, but to get back on what we were talking about, it's just like, I don't know. It's like behind the scenes, if Republicans and Democrats are so different, then why then whenever like bullshit like, oh, we need to ban TikTok comes up, they're all in agreement for that. It's always the things that like the American public is all against that every politician's for.
I don't think the American public is all against. I don't think that's true at all.
The American public is against them banning TikTok. Fucking Facebook's here and everything. Like these motherfuckers already have our data. So it's like, why ban TikTok?
Well, the scary thing is that TikTok is owned by China. That's the scary thing. But I don't think I think a lot of the American public.
Mark Zuckerberg sells the data to China. What's the difference?
No, that's not true. Mark Zuckerberg does not sell the data to the government of China. That's not true. But I don't think the majority of older Americans, maybe in our age demographic, we're like, what the fuck, TikTok? But for older Americans, like over like 35, 40, they're probably like, fuck China. They don't like China. They're worried about China. So it's easy to sell them a ban on TikTok.
So you think TikTok should be banned?
Me personally, I like lean against no. But like, if it's really a bunch of data that China's getting, that's a little bit scary. But yeah, I would lean against it. Probably shouldn't be banned.
But it's just like, I don't understand how everybody's all for TikTok being banned, and then when they literally brought Mark Zuckerberg into the Senate, and they were like pressing him hella hard about the shit that he's doing with Facebook, and how me personally, I think Facebook's far worse than all these other social medias.
Sure, but you're missing the point. The point isn't what it's better or worse. The problem with TikTok is that it's owned by a foreign arguably a foreign adversary. That's why we're so worried about TikTok in Congress. It's not just because of what's going on with the data, it's who the data is going to. Like if American companies are using and abusing it, that's bad and we want to do something about it. But if the country of China is doing something with it, it's a slightly different character for how worried people get about it.
Okay, well, what's the evidence that's China doing something with the data from TikTok? Because they keep on saying that, but like I haven't seen any evidence.
Well, my understanding, you can correct me if I'm wrong, you probably know more about TikTok than I do. My understanding is that TikTok is owned by China. That's a Chinese company that owns that. If that is the case, then the government of China, I'm pretty sure, has a hand in all of their large businesses. So any data that goes through a company that's in China is probably also able to be accessed by the CCP as well. That'd be my guess.
I think the dude, I might be mistaken, but I think the dude that he's the CEO of TikTok came out and said, I think he was saying how like they're not owned by China. He said it, I forget, but like he basically said that they're not even owned by China.
Well, I'd have to check, but I'm pretty sure China does own TikTok. Like, but also, this is like just a random thing to keep in mind. Keep in mind right now, like you're quoting to me what the CEO of a company is saying to defend said company, right? So obviously you would expect him to say that. Now that doesn't mean it's true or false. But keep in mind, like, I feel like if this was another company, you'd be more critical. Like, if the CEO of Facebook came out and said, we don't have your data, like Zuckerberg earlier, you'd say, well, Zuckerberg's probably lying. But if the CEO of TikTok comes out and like, oh, China doesn't have our data, because you like TikTok and you don't like Facebook, it seems like you're more keen to accept his statement as true, right? When he could be lying as well, right?
Well, the thing I look at what they promote, you know what I mean? It's like, me personally, I feel like Facebook is way more damaging than TikTok because Facebook literally can lead to people voting a certain way by banning certain things and pushing certain ideologies that can directly affect the U.S. voting system. Whereas TikTok, it's like TikTok, I can see some hella liberal stuff, one post, and then I can see some hella conservative stuff. You know what I mean?
No.
TikTok, yes, all the time, bro.
TikTok is way worse when it comes to moderating content than Facebook. TikTok is insane when it comes to moderating political content.
What does TikTok moderate?
Like everything that even has a hint of being conservative. Like it's well known in like TikTok political communities. Yeah, that you get dude. Sneako's permabanned off TikTok. Andrew Tate got permabanned off TikTok. Like are there any major conservative creators on TikTok?
Bro, I'm not gonna lie. It may be because of your For You page or something like that, but I always be getting Trump TikToks. I'll get bro, I be getting both sides on my TikTok. Like I be getting Fox News TikToks. I be getting CNN TikToks sometimes. Like they really don't censor. I mean, like okay, the Sneeko and the Andrew Tate thing, like yeah, but you know, it's not like they banned Trump like Facebook did.
Sure, they might not ban Trump. The thing that I heard from creators on TikTok was that TikTok is one of the most aggressively moderated platforms on the internet. One of my accounts got permabanned on TikTok, and I don't even know why. I don't know. I don't know. It just seems like I'm pretty sure like if you can find some major TikTok creators who do political stuff. I have one here.
But it's like, could those not just be reports? You know what I mean?
Well, but if you're banning off just spam reports and you permaban accounts, that's not any better either, is it?
Okay, I feel that.
Yeah. I don't like the censorship shit. Like, I think it's lame as fuck, but my understanding is that everybody complains about it. And I know I've had an account permabanned there. I had the original GLSTaT2jyeY account on TikTok, and it got permabanned. I don't even know why.
Well, aren't you liberal?
Yeah, very liberal, yeah. But I was
so
talking
doesn't
about...
that defeat your point?
No, because I don't think I got banned for something liberal. I think I probably got banned for something I said that might have been interpreted hatefully, even though I don't think I posted anything like there. But I didn't get banned for posting, like, liberal shit.
I just think, me personally, I feel like they're trying to ban TikTok because I feel like TikTok is like so uncensored that they don't like that. Like, bro, I be learning so much new shit off of TikTok. Like, I learned about York, the black guy that traveled with Lewis and Clark. Like, I just learned about so much shit that like I wouldn't have learned. And I'm not just the type of guy that just watches the TikTok and like accepts it as fact. Like, I'll get the information and then I'll go out and do like 30 minutes or an hour of research, like reading articles and stuff about it, just to make sure that it's actually true. Because sometimes I'll read something. Like I remember there was this one time, someone made a TikTok talking about how like they made like a Satan hotel in Dallas, and I was like, what the fuck? But then like when I went to go like research it, I realized that it was fake, and I was like, oh okay. So it's like, you know, but yeah, I think TikTok, I think That's why they're trying to ban TikTok, is because it's one of those things that actually brings people together, whereas all these other shits like divide people, you know?
Okay.
He probably does big numbers on TikTok. Well, SFTN. I guess you gotta go look, my man. Gideon is why TikTok needs to be banned. But yeah. But, damn, so you really don't think the government's out for the American people?
Like out to get, like hurt the American people?
Like, bro, these motherfuckers be doing the Bohemian Rhapsody stuff. Well, actually, not my bad, but that's a song.
Bohemian Grove, I know what you're talking about.
Bohemian Grove, yeah. Like, bro, like, what do you have to say about that, bro? That shit's crazy.
The only thing I've read about that, I haven't done a ton of research into it, but the only thing that I read about that is that originally, like, Alex Jones and one other dude went to, like, research Bohemian Grove shit, and Alex Jones was, like, creeping around in the bushes, like, trying to sneak in, and the other guy just, like, walked in the front door, and they let him come in and, like, chat and, like, interview people. But I don't know. I'd have to look it up more, but, I mean, I don't know. If I'm going to be sold, like, very compelling stories about, like, weird abuses or crazy shit about, like, stuff like that, I need, like, some compelling evidence, not just, like, a cool story and, like, a what about this? Isn't this weird?
Okay. I mean, there's nothing I can say to that. TikTok. Abba, man. Abba. Why are you giving us pranksters, bro?
Uh-oh.
Abba hates pranksters.
Abba is crazy. The last time I brought him on the show, he was saying, like, I hope Gideon gets hurt the next time he does a prank. I was like, Abba, you really feel that way? And he's like, yeah, fuck that guy. And I'm like, damn.
Shit, man, you gotta join the club. All these motherfuckers want me to get hurt. You know what the funniest thing is? There was motherfuckers, they were like, Gideon keeps on fucking with Nate Diaz. He's gonna get his bitch ass fucked up and I can't wait for it. Even though, like, Nate Diaz fucked with me and he was like, oh, yo, thanks for watching my back. I swear, I'm not gonna lie. What do you think about this, Destiny? Do you think people be chronically online and, like, they read into things too deep?
Well, yeah, but I mean, I would argue that's what you're doing with, like, conspiracy stuff. Right? So, like, I'm curious. Okay, I'm curious. Like, what's your feedback on this? TikTok admitted that ByteDance employees used the app to track the location of journalists reporting critically on the company through their IP addresses. 4 ByteDance employees, both US and Chinese based, were fired for accessing the data in an apparent effort to identify sources leaking internal company information to reporters.
Wait, can you pull it up on your stream so I can read it? Oh, yeah, I want to see it one more time.
Sure, it's a short article. I'll just read it real quick. At Thursday's House hearing, TikTok CEO Zhu faced a barrage of questions over concerns that data collected on U.S. users might be vulnerable to surveillance by China. Chu's response to one of these questions in particular likely dug the company's hole even deeper when it comes to building trust with Washington. Citing reporting from Forbes, later confirmed by the company itself, Florida Representative Neil Dunn asked Chu if TikTok parent company ByteDance has spied on American citizens. Chu responded, I don't think that spying is the right way to describe it. In December, TikTok admitted that ByteDance employees used the app to track the location of journalists reporting critically on the company through their IP addresses. 4 ByteDance employees, ByteDance is the company that owns TikTok, both US and Chinese based, were fired for accessing the data in an apparent effort to identify sources leaking internal company information to reporters. The public trust that we have spent huge efforts building is going to be significantly undermined by the misconduct of a few individuals, ByteDance chief executive Liang Rubo said in an internal email published by Emily Baker White, one of the surveilled reporters. I believe the situation will serve as a lesson to us all. So I feel like, I don't know, that's kind of spooky.
Yeah, but it's like, you know, I also think it's spooky that Facebook's donating to all these different political parties to have them vote out TikTok, you know? I think that's pretty spooky that you can have public companies invest in politics like that. You know what I mean? I think that's spookier.
Okay, I don't think it's spookier to have U.S. companies donating to U.S. political action committees. I don't think that's scarier than China using an application that like 100 million people have to spy for anti-government purposes. I think that's like the most scary thing.
Okay.
Also, TikTok spends millions lobbying Congress as well. TikTok and its parent company spent over $13 million on lobbying campaigns.
And how much I don't know how much Facebook spent, but I'm pretty sure it's probably a lot more.
How much did Facebook spend lobbying 2022? In 2022, Meta Platform spent about $19.15 million lobbying. So they spent about $6 million more.
You see, hey, they're spending bigger bucks, man.
Not that much though.
Hey, you see, money talks, Destiny. Like, you see, our point's been proven. With Dion's in the chat.
Okay.
Listen.
Mm-hmm.
I just see what all the greats do, you know. I saw LeBron bow down to China. I see the NBA bow down to China. I see John Cena bow down to China. So I want to bow down to China. You know, if bowing down to China gets you the bag, then that's exactly what I have to do, because China's gonna be the biggest superpower in the world here pretty soon. So call me Jing Dion from now on.
Why do you think China's gonna be the biggest superpower?
Bro, man, China's making moves out here, bro. Like, literally, like, what? Bro, we're outsourcing everything to China. Fucking, they're getting bold. They're about to attack Taiwan. It's about to be bad, bro.
Do you know the U.S. has any chance to hold on?
I think so, but like, you know, with this new shit about like all these countries making their own currency and stuff like that, it's like, it's looking bad, because it's like, obviously we live in America, so you know we're gonna be Team America and everything like that, but it's like, you know, how is it gonna be us living in a world where America's not number one? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know. So hopefully we keep advocating for America, huh?
I guess. Would you say you're pro America?
Yeah, I mean, I live here. This is my country. Yeah.
So what do you think about like us having fucking military bases all over the world? Do you think us having military bases all over the world really keeps the peace? Or do you think we should just like focus on ourselves?
Yeah, absolutely. It keeps some peace. Yeah. Nobody probably wants to fuck with you if you have an American military base in your country. That'd be my guess.
But it's like, would Japan fuck with us?
Japan might not fuck with us, but somebody might fuck with Japan, right? Look at China about to potentially make moves on Taiwan. Do you think that South Korea would exist with North Korea and China right next to it if the United States didn't have a military presence there?
True, but America did want to invade. Was it China? Yeah, I think it was China. America did want to invade China after during the war. They actually want to nuke China during the Korean War, but I think it was President Eisenhower. He voted against it, but the general at the time, he wanted to nuke China. Like, they literally were like, "Fuck it, like let's just take over all this shit."
Well, I guess I don't know if that's true, but good thing we didn't do it, I guess.
Yeah, that was one general, but I mean the general is the general. This is true. Does my mic sound bad, Destiny?
Yeah, the gain keeps like going up and up. I don't know what you're doing with it, but
I'm not doing anything.
maybe it's China. Maybe it's Zuck. Uh-oh.
Like I say, man, like, you know, I'm just a youngin looking at the world. I feel like I speak for all young people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think I'm the voice of the...
Dion, why do you think I want you dead?
Oh, shit.
Abba. I didn't title the thumbnail that. That was my editor.
Ooh.
But no, I never said that you wanted me dead. I just said that, like, you know, I said oh my gosh, that sounds horrible. Hold up. Let me fix this. I don't wanna be that guy.
I'm actually a big Tyler 1 fan, so I like blown out mics.
Yeah? I'm a big fan of your mom, so I like blown out backs. You know what I mean. Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Questions.
How we sound now?
A little better? What kind of mic are you using?
I'm using that Scarlett. I don't...
Oh god, that interface. That's not the microphone, but I know what you're talking about. Okay, don't worry about it.
Scarlett.
It's one of those fancy mics that everybody uses.
Well, the thing you're talking about right now is probably the interface that it plugs into. Do you know what the microphone
Oh,
is?
yeah. It's like that. It looks like a... If it's the black one, it looks like a BBC.
Is it the SM7B? It's probably that one.
Yeah.
It always is. The SM7B
That's
and
not
that
too
Scarlett
low.
fucking 2, is it the 212 or whatever? It's always these two god-awful fucking devices.
How do we sound now? I turned it up, chat. W's in the chat. Okay, but what were you saying, Abba?
Yeah, you said I was wishing death on you. I'm hoping for your death.
Nah, man. I know you won't wish it on my death and stuff like that. And I know you're just being funny for the video, but like at the end of the day, you know, I have to ride with my pranksters. You feel me? Like I'm always gonna ride with the pranksters. Unless that one dude that was jacking off in front of the Starbucks barista. Fuck that dude. I don't like that dude.
What about the homie who was taking people's luggages at the airport?
Canal, I fuck with Canal. He's like my brother.
Or do you fuck with everything he does?
I think Canal is one of the most creative pranksters out there. Like he was cooking food inside of he was cooking food inside of Lowe's, right? He plugged in one of those electric stoves, and he was cooking inside of Lowe's, and the people were like, "What are you doing?" And he was like, "Remy made me do it." And they were like, "Who the fuck is Remy?" And then he took off his chef hat, and he had a mouse on his head. Like that shit was like one of the most funniest things ever, bro. You can't tell me that's not like creative as fuck.
No, I highly believe it is. I'm actually not even doubting that he's probably got some amazing videos. But I don't know. People just send me videos sometimes, and I think one guy lost his mind because he took his luggage, and the guy got arrested because he wanted to fight Canel for taking his luggage. And then the guy got arrested. You don't think there's?
The guy didn't get arrested. The guy didn't get arrested because Canel didn't press charges. They asked him if he wanted to press charges, and Canel said no. That was just what people were saying.
Okay, so do you think? Let me ask you this a different way. Do you think there's things they do that are wrong?
I think it's all about the way you go about it. You know what I mean? Like I try to make myself look mentally ill when I go about it, so that way people are like, "Damn." Like, A, I want them to see me as no threat, and then B, I want them to be like what? Like, I want them to be more confused than mad, if that makes sense. But you know, whenever I do see them wilding, like I'll call them. You know what I mean? I'll always call them and be like, "Yo, man." Like sometimes with Canel, I'll be like, "Yo, man, you gotta chill, man. You can't be getting people mad like this." You know what I mean? And It's like, because I feel like, you know, with me being like one of the biggest in this genre, like I have to be that big brother and like look out for them. You feel me?
Sure. Okay. So what was the main issue you had with what I said, other than the fact that like there's one part that I said that was wild, where I was like, I don't even care if these niggas die. Like
Jesus.
I just don't care. I'll be honest with you. Somebody like the one who got shot. Okay, the details came out about what he did. Apparently, he was following this guy for 60 to 90 seconds as the guy was telling him to leave him alone, and he kept pushing and pushing. And me having seen this guy's pranks, he is somebody who's very insistent, even when the person's not fucking with the prank. And so I'm just like, bro, I don't care if this guy gets shot. Like, yo, you kept harassing the dude when he told you to leave him alone. Like, if you die, that's something that happened. Now I understand you took issue with that, but I'll be honest with you. You're taking it from the prankster side because you're a prankster, not realizing there's another person on the other side who's just going about their day, doesn't want to be fucked with, right? So I understand you have your allegiances, but that shouldn't supersede the fact that your guys or your people are actually harming other folks, and they don't really seem to care that much that they're doing that. So
yeah, but it's like, you know, I actually talked to Tanner the other day, and it's like I got the full story, and then I had other people hitting me up, like telling me how this nigga's a weirdo and how he hits up little girls and like he's not all there in the head and stuff like that. Like if I told you the full story about this dude and like the full story of the prank and what happened, you would be like it would make everything you said in the video like not hit the same, because it's like, fuck, you know? It's like everybody's like, oh yeah, free this dude, but not everybody like knows the full story. They just see the dude shot a prankster and they just automatically assume, oh yeah, he deserves it because he's a prankster.
So why is the prosecutor saying he watched the video and he thought the prankster was really insistent in pushing the guy and pushing him? And what the prosecutor said was, we were considering pressing charges because what this guy was doing was borderlining on harassment.
I mean, fucking, it's like prosecutors fucking arrested me for going inside of a store like under disguise. You know what I mean? Or fucking whenever I took a shit inside of a IHOP, they tried to get me on arson for lighting candles in the bathroom. Like these niggas, they say anything, bro. Like you can't take them that serious.
Okay.
Like they literally tried to get a federal charge on me for lighting candles in the bathroom, saying that I almost set the bathroom on fire.
Okay. So do you think that guy contributed anything to get shot?
I mean, yeah, like I'm not gonna sit here and like act stupid and be like, bro, I know this stuff can happen. You know what I mean? And so I'm not gonna say like, oh, he should have been fine.
Mhm.
But I have more issues on the fact of like everybody else being like, it was a good thing that he shot him, because that's not a civilized society.
Well, a civilized society isn't one where you go and purposefully antagonize people and take their groceries when they're at the line. Like, I don't know what civilized society you know of where that normally happens.
No, that wasn't the prank.
No, that wasn't
Oh.
at this time. That was a different prank, which he has up on his channel right now, where he gets an Asian guy so mad the Asian dude's about to fight him as he's trying to yank his.
And I think they have every right to fight people. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and say like, oh, they should
Is
fight.
that
Like, bro,
civilized society to you though? That's what I'm asking.
bro, I think you could do everything. You can fucking beat our asses if you want to, if we prank you. You know what I mean? Like, if we're pranking you and you want to throw hands, like that's totally reasonable. You know, like whenever people get in my face, I don't even get mad at them. Like, I completely understand. That's why I'm just like, hey man, I don't want no problems, bro. You're a big body. But it's like just shooting people, like you can't do that. Like the dude, you decide how you want to react, and that's how he decided he wanted to react.
Okay,
You can't do that.
So you're fine with them beating the person up. You're just not fine with them using the gun.
Bro, you can't just shoot niggas for saying shit.
I'm just asking. Like, you're fine with them beating up the guy.
Oh, like legally he can't do that, so he deserves to be in jail, legally speaking.
Okay. And you feel like the public sentiment being completely on the side of the guy who shot him, do you feel like that's a bad thing?
It really doesn't matter what, like, who the fuck are these niggas in the comment section? It doesn't matter about it. I really don't care about them. You know what I mean? They have nothing to do with the situation. It is what it is. Like, they're gonna say whatever they want because everybody puts their own shoes in shit. They'll be like, oh, if that was me, well, my nigga, it wasn't you. It was that dude. Now he's in jail. It is what it is.
Okay. I don't know. It just seemed like for you, it bothered you that a lot of people wanted this guy to be dead or wanted him to be shot. And so that's why I'm asking you if you feel like public sentiment being on the side, like forget the legal aspect of it. Most people, like at least I've seen the response that I've seen from all different kinds of community. So like, yo, this guy dies, like it is what it is. So like, good.
Jesus.
Well, I mean, like, bro, I'm always, especially the fact that it's like I made a banger video with him. You know what I mean? Like, he came over to my crib. He's a really cool dude and stuff like that. Like, you know, I feel bad for him. It'll be like, let's say, okay, hypothetically, let's say when you guys made y'all response video on Fresh and Fit, instead of them copyright striking y'all, what if they just came up and they were like, yo, nigga, let's throw hands.
Fair, yeah. Do you think there's a difference between you saying something online and then you going up to someone in person and grabbing their things from their hands?
There is a difference, but do you think that, I guess the point I'm trying to make is like, do you think that's a rational reaction? Do you think that'll be a rational reaction for them to like find out where you guys live and pull up on y'all?
No.
And that's my point. I don't think it was a rational reaction, especially after, because like niggas are out here lying, saying that he was doing like a fake robbery prank and stuff like that. Like, I'm actually might do an interview with him tonight. I actually know the prank that he did.
I think there's here real quick. There's something I think that I don't know how you would draw this out because I've had a hard time. I don't know like what language to give this. There are things that are wrong, probably, but they're understandable, right? Like I should be able to walk up to a black dude in the U.S. and call him the N-word and not have him touch me because him attacking me would be wrong. But I know that if I do that, I'm gonna get my ass kicked, right? And I don't think anybody would feel bad for me. And they'd say, yeah, the guy probably shouldn't have put hands on him, but like, what the fuck do you expect, right? And I feel like that's kind of the area that Abba's talking about right now, where it's like, are people rational for shooting somebody or attacking somebody for trying to steal shit? Probably not. But like, I don't know, if I ran, like, there are states that I wouldn't do that in. If I was in Texas, I wouldn't run up to anybody in like a fucking cowboy hat or run up to anybody at all and try to steal their shit because I don't know if I'm about to die, right? That would just be my expectation, right?
And it's like, I wouldn't do that. That's not my type of content either. Like, I don't think stuff like that's funny. Like, you know what I mean?
Sure, but I think what
like
Abba's just trying to make the point that it's like, it seems strange to get so offended that people are saying like, oh, well, this dude gets shot, whatever. And you're like, well, no, that's super irrational. It's not fair. And it's like, yeah, it's not really fair, but like, damn, you know?
I just think it's crazy how everybody's just rationalizing the wild, wild west. You know, if we were in the 1800s, sure, okay, yeah. Oh, he got in my face. I gotta shoot him. But it's like, we're fucking in a regular society, you know? Like, what if that bullet shot an innocent child? What if it went through him and shot an innocent kid behind him? Then what would niggas be saying? Would it still be the prankster's fault? or would it be the nigga that shot? Because anything could have happened. A regular bystander could have got hit by that bullet.
Yeah.
I'm not just saying just the prankster, but it's not a rational thing just to fucking shoot somebody in a mall. You don't just do that.
I agree, but that's also probably why your prankster buddy shouldn't be out here taking people's groceries or doing whatever the fuck he's doing. You know,
Okay.
like I understand that, right? I understand that. So most of the blame would still go on the person who fired the shots, but you antagonizing somebody, getting up in their face and following them for whatever that's what the prosecutor said, 60 to 90 seconds. I'm sorry, that's a long fucking time to be pestering somebody who says leave them alone. That's what the record shows. So for me, do I hold the person who shot accountable? Absolutely. But I'm also holding your buddy accountable for instigating a situation.
And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying you can't hold him accountable. I'm not saying that at all. But
okay.
It was more of the fact that you guys were saying free the dude that shot him. Like, do you really think he should be free?
Yeah, well, listen, if you ask me on a principled standpoint, what do I think? No. If you're asking me how I feel, like, yeah, low key, I'm not gonna lie, free my nigga. But if you're asking me, like, do I think it's the right thing? No. I would honestly tell you it's not.
And that's the point that I'm coming across. It's like, you could personally feel a certain way, but to be like, oh, he needs to be free, or it's like, bro.
Here's a question on this though. What if people wanted to charge your friend or charge that prank guy for theft when he like pranks and steals somebody's groceries and they give it back? Would you be okay with that?
Yeah. Like, I mean, yeah. Like,
okay.
Yeah.
So are you fine with your buddies doing pranks where they steal stuff from people?
I'm not saying I'm fine with it. Like, well,
but it sounds like you don't have an issue with it, though. It sounds like you like maybe I'm misunderstanding. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but that's what it sounds like. Because when you say I'm gonna defend my,
it's not something I would do. You know what I mean?
No. Hold on.
To be fine with it, it has to be something that I would do.
No, because you came out and you said these are my people, these are my pranks. I gotta rock with them. That's fine.
Okay, yeah, I gotta rock with them when one of them gets shot and everybody on the internet saying free the dude that shot him. Yeah, in that situation, I have to rock with him. Now, okay, if I made a video defending him whenever he did his stealing the groceries prank, then okay, you would have a point there. But I didn't make a video for that. I made a video for, and if you watch my reaction, I didn't even say nothing about that part. I just let you rock with it, you know? Right. Like, I saw where you were coming from.
Right. Okay. All right. That's fair. That's fair. Like I said, I just think I'm not against the whole prankster genre. I just see a lot of people who do it poorly and do it in ways where they just fuck with people and make their day substantially worse for their own content. And I don't know, to me that's kind of fucked up that people are just walking down the street and all of a sudden they're the target of something that they never wanted to be part of, and you just got them riled up for your own content. I don't know, for me, morally speaking, I think it's kind of fucked up to do that to some people, especially with the kinds of pranks. It's not innocent pranks where it's a small emotional toll. You see people having mental breakdowns, you see people pulling out guns, you see people attacking the person behind the camera. It's like, you don't care about them. You don't care. You want to turn them into content, and you want to push the envelope like your boy Canal. I watched him in the airport. He was having people on the verge of beating him up, and he's like, oh, it's just a prank. Some of them turned back, and they got cool with it. But it's like, you're just trying to get them riled up so that you can get content out of them. I know part of me thinks that's partially fucked up to some degree. Can you see why?
No, yeah. Like, I like with one of with the angry painter dude that I was fucking with in the mall. Like, I riled him up, and then I was like, damn, I did rile him up bad. So I went back to him, and I paid him, and I apologized, and he was like, oh, yeah, you're good, man. And then I came back, and we did, like, a part 2, and then I gave him, like, $5,000, you know? Like, that's just me. Like, you know, whenever I fuck with somebody, I always just, like, let them know, like, shit, like, yo, man, it's just a joke. I don't want any problems. And, you know, I like them to be characters on the videos in the future. Like, that's just how I go. Like, what do you think about my content whenever I do stuff?
Uh-oh.
I mean, it depends. The ones I've seen for the most part have been pretty decent. I remember the last one I saw was the one where you're like, you pretended to be some kind of basketball coach or like a referee. That shit was funny. But if I'm pretty sure if I saw enough of it, I'd probably find some stuff. I'm like, what's this? But I haven't watched a lot of it. That's the last one I remember seeing, is the one where you did the whole basketball referee thing. That shit was fun. Or the one where you went to like the basketball game and you got your hair cut. Like, nigga, who you bothering? You know what I'm saying? I think that shit's fucking funny.
But bro, people complain about everything. With the haircut ones, I saw people in the comments like, imagine paying $10,000 for your seat and you get hair on you. Da, 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 da. When literally every single person around me thought it was the funniest thing in the world. Like, bro, niggas just always have shit to say. Like, okay, I'm not gonna lie, Abba, there's people that are mad at you with the fact that you just talk about shit.
Yeah,
like,
Ooh.
like, you know what I mean? It's like motherfuckers are just mad about everything. So
Hold
that's
on,
why,
hold
like,
on, hold on. Just because people
don't-
get mad about everything doesn't mean there's not legitimate things to get mad at. There are some people that get mad about everything, but you can't
Yeah,
use that
bro.
to dismiss all criticism, right?
Yeah, not all pranks are the same to me. The same way.
No,
Not
what
all,
I'm
like,
saying is just
criticism.
like motherfuckers just be saying shit. They just be
Sometimes,
chatting.
but sometimes they're actually speaking facts. There have been times where I've received criticism. We're like, you know what? They may not be mad, but they do actually have a point. I didn't do.
What was the point that they had that you were like, damn, I agree with them?
One time, I think I just poorly researched a topic that I thought I'd well researched, and then I just came up with bad information. And so I'd given the audience the idea that I'd done a good job actually looking into something, and I just did it. So I had to do a subsequent video explaining why I fucked up and where I fucked up. And it's like, it's cool. Like, mistakes happen. And I'm sure the same thing can be said for pranks. Like, sometimes you think a prank's going to be really hilarious, and you realize you just create more harm than what you intended, and that happens sometimes. No one's above reproach. No one's above mistakes. Sometimes the criticism is garbage, like you said. But yeah, absolutely. There's been times where I've received criticism from the audience, and they've been right.
Yeah, sometimes.
Exactly.
Sometimes they just be chatting.
Sometimes they do, but I'm sorry. Homie taking the groceries, they not just be chatting about that. That dude be stinking up the joint. And I also know this too, because he said in that same video, he's like, oh yeah, honestly, if somebody took my pranks, I would want to fight them too. So like the motherfucker knows.
Wow. But fighting and fucking pulling out your gun is two different things.
So what if he beat him so bad he died? Are you okay with that?
That's still on the guy. That's still on the guy.
So to you, there really isn't a difference.
If he kills the guy from beating him up too bad, what the fuck were you supposed to say? Oh, free Brody. He didn't mean to kill. Like, bro, it's just he's still gonna go to jail. It is what it is.
Okay, so you're fine.
It's like whenever fucking let's say a parent gets or I think his name was Tito Ortiz, or I forget the name of the fighter, but there was this one fighter. He figured out that his daughter was getting raped, and he pulled up on the rapist and he beat his ass, like, and I think he killed him.
No, I think you're talking about the guy who ran after him with a gun and shot through the windows and stuff. Cain Velasquez. He didn't get.
Oh, he shot.
He was shooting from his car to the other car, but the guy was with his dad, and I think Cain Velasquez is going to jail.
Yeah, but like, it's like, okay, to us, it's free Brody, you know? It's free Brody. He did nothing wrong.
Uh-huh.
But then, at the end of the day, the nigga's still going to jail.
Sure. It doesn't mean the pedophile's not wrong. Like, the pedophile's going to jail too, as I think your buddy should too. I think your buddy should face some consequences for what he did.
And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not going to disagree with you on
Okay,
that.
okay, cool. Then I don't want to spin the wheels. I just wanted to be able to say that's part. I think I understood a little bit better. I just wanted to make it clear that I fucked up with some of my rhetoric and like the whole death thing. But outside of that, I still think there's a lot of pranksters who be fucking up and making people's days much worse for the sake of their audience. And I don't. To me, I just think a lot of that is really wrong.
And I'm not gonna. Okay, yeah, and like this is one prankster. I think you guys should make a video about him. He did a prank where, like, he would order something at Starbucks, and then while he's waiting, and the girl's like writing his name on the thing, he was fucking pretending to jack off in front of her. And like, and then he just did another video that everybody was posting where he went to Wendy's, or he went to a homeless person that was smoking crack, and then asked them what they wanted to eat. And then the person told them what they wanted to eat. Then he went inside the Wendy's, ordered it, came back to them, and then ate the food right in front of them. You know
I
what
feel
I mean?
like that one was fake. Do you think that was real?
You know, apparently it is real. Apparently the guy bought him food afterwards, though.
Huh.
After the cameras were off. I think that was a reprieve.
Either way, but it's like
That guy looked. I
still-
could be
still
wrong, and
weird.
maybe I just see really fucked up homeless people in Miami and LA. But that guy looked really clean for a homeless dude hooked on crack. Like if you watch the video,
Not all homeless people be looking dirty, bro.
Bro, crackheads be functional. I don't know why everybody be thinking like there's functional crackheads out there. But they've been
no.
crackheads for 30
I'm not saying
years,
there's
and,
not
like,
functional crackheads. I'm saying for a crackhead that was homeless behind a dumpster smoking a crack pipe in public, he looked fairly clean for me. That's what I thought. But maybe I just see fucked up homeless people in Miami and LA a lot. So
I think there's a lot more homeless people you've seen. You just didn't know they were homeless. Hence, you got a selection bias.
maybe I don't know.
Well, okay, my bad. Someone in the chat
For
corrected me. He was
homeless people that I've
connecting-
seen sitting behind a dumpster, they all tend to look a certain way. I haven't seen very many now there could be just homeless among us walking around, blending in through the crowd because I don't know why they're on some
Sometimes
fucking
you just need a bit of privacy to be able to do some crack, and a dumpster's a good place. That's all.
That dude did not look clean. Like I don't know what homeless people you're looking at, Destiny, but like you need
homeless
to go outside.
people.
Destiny's
in
a
Miami,
gamer,
homeless.
so his threshold for cleanliness is different than the rest.
So I'm pretty sure I've
Like,
lived
Destiny,
in.
where you from?
I've been to. I lived in LA for 3 fucking years, and I live in Miami now. Like I don't know where you guys are from. Where do you live at?
Okay, pull up the video and show your chat what he looked like.
Sure, give me the video. Give me the streamable.
Just look up prankster eats food in front of homeless person.
Prankster eats food, homeless person.
If this is clean to you, Destiny, then I gotta see the motherfuckers you talking about.
I don't think you've seen any homeless people. You probably don't. You probably live in the suburbs or some shit and you don't know. But that's fine.
Ooh, GDR.
There's Destiny assuming shit, as always. Isn't it crazy how Destiny has to beat me in the debate about him knowing more homeless people than me?
You literally just said that right before I did. Do you have like short-term memory problems? You literally just said, "Oh, I don't think you know what homeless people look like," right? I was in LA for 3 years. I don't know if you don't. I don't know what kind of homeless people you see. Even the people in Austin. You go on 6th Street. You think the guys that are walking around on the fucking glass there, dude? Me and Melina, when we were in Austin last, there was a dude shitting on the sidewalk. Okay, that guy did not look like the dude in this video. All right. Where Alvin, did you link me
I'm not
something?
gonna lie. I think you look like a tiny bit cleaner than that dude in the homeless video.
All right, that's great. That sounds like what a kid from the suburbs would say. That's okay, dude. I'm happy for you, man. That's good. I'm happy for you. Listen, man, moving on up. Okay, that's great, dude. I'm proud. I'm happy.
Here, show your chat the video.
Here's your sure. Here's your dude.
That's not my dude. Fuck that dude. Oh damn, he's tidy. Oh my bad.
For a homeless dude behind a dumpster smoking crack.
I apologize. That dude's clean as fuck. He should be working at a Chase.
No weird marks on his body. No crazy overgrown fucking hair. His sweater's pretty fucking clean.
Destiny, my bad, Destiny. My bad, Destiny. That dude
looks very homeless.
Okay.
That dude's scrappy as hell, man.
Yeah, I don't know.
My bad. You right. You always right. You always right, bro. My bad.
No, pull that up. Pull that image back up, please. Please pull it back up.
He's not gonna pull it back up.
You gotta pull it back up, please.
Yeah, I can leave it here. I don't think you guys have been around homeless people, but that's fine. Like rich YouTubers spend all the time in the suburbs. That's all good, dude.
Wait, Alba. I don't think you don't see the $1 million in his pockets and that nice fresh haircut he has.
That haircut look homeless as hell.
No. That's what the average black guy in LA looks like to Destiny.
Okay. No, look at his shoes too. His shoes are the big most dead giveaway.
Yeah,
and the matching clothes. Yeah, absolutely.
Yo, chat, everybody, spam.
I need to go do. I need to walk around fucking Miami or LA and stream sometime and show you guys some real homeless people. Okay, not the ones you guys see in movies or some shit.
Destiny, drop a poll. Yeah, homeless or not homeless?
Pull your audience.
No, you run a poll. I'm not gonna poll my audience of kids that live in the suburbs. Dude, I came from LA for 3 years. I spent time in every fucking homeless city in the world. I've been to Seattle like fucking 20 sometimes. I've been up in fucking New York. I've been in fucking Miami. I've been in places. I've seen homeless people. I'm not gonna argue with a bunch of people in the suburbs.
Okay,
what I think homeless people look like.
Okay, what parts of LA did you live in?
I lived in nice parts of LA, but I've been to shitty parts of LA. I've been around Hollywood at night. I've been around Hollywood. I didn't say I live in the suburb, kid. I've been around Hollywood at night when it's fucking weird and scary there. I've been in fucking walking around Toronto at night when it's fucking weird and scary there. The parks with the fucking homeless people.
Like a suburb kid. You literally lived in a suburb.
Damn, dude, I think you're spending way too much time on TikTok. I think it's rotting your brain. You have a lot. For being 20 years old, I think you've lost too many brain cells at this point. I don't know if it's recoverable at this point, but.
Bro, Destiny, here. I know I'm not as hood as you, bro, but like,
it's all good.
I know what a homeless person looks like.
I'm sure.
Destiny, do you have anything you want to say about pranks?
I don't really care that much about them. I tend to think that as long as you're not like super fucking with somebody, it doesn't matter that much. But
gotcha, perfect. All right, then. Well, I think that concludes my portion of this. Pleasure seeing both of you, Jadion. Always wishing you the best success. And
hey, man, I appreciate you all, but you know I got nothing but love for you guys and Preach. I gotta talk to Preach. I never talked to Preach before.
Yeah, I don't think. I'm actually kind of wondering if Preach even exists. I wonder if he's like some AI thing that never actually shows up anywhere.
Yeah, enjoy your night.
Wait, fuck, he left. Does Preach have any internet presence at all outside of the Abba and Preach?
I don't know. He probably just be fucking bitches.
You think so?
I think so. I've been seeing people get on his ass being like, Preach is gay. But
what? Wait, why?
I don't know. I think it's because he has a little zest to him, but like it's like I have zest to me too. You know how many motherfuckers say I'm gay? Just because the way I talk?
No, I don't know. Do a lot?
Not like a lot, but people be like, damn, Julian's zesty. Oh, pre-chat's a wife? Never mind. I'll fuck that.
You don't think gay guys can get married? You don't think gay guys
wanna,
get married to women? Are you gatekeeping it now?
I don't want to disrespect his wife like that. Accent equals zesty. In today's internet world, yeah, it's sad. But you know, it is what it is, man. If I gotta be zesty, I gotta be zesty. It's like no point in arguing. It's like, what do I look like arguing my straightness to 13-year-olds? You know?
True.
I just be rocking, bro. I'm not gonna lie, niggas be sometimes people get under my skin. Like I don't know if you saw, but Jake Paul, he said something about me and I let it get under my skin. And I was like, really? I need to just let shit like just slide.
What do you say about you?
What do you say? Called me a fanboy and said I was a bitch.
Damn. Wait, what did you say to him?
I asked him why he has this energy with me, but whenever Logan fucked his girl, he didn't do anything about it when they were dating.
Okay, well, it sounds like you kind of earned it then, no?
No, that's what I said in response to him saying that. I didn't say nothing about Jake before.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, he just randomly called you a fanboy?
Yeah, he was sitting next to his brother and he was like, can you do? You saw that video of me and Logan when Logan asked me to move? I don't know if you've seen it.
I haven't seen it, no.
Oh, then you wouldn't get it.
Oh,
but like he said my name like 3 times and he said, I'm not a fanboy like Jadeon. I'm not gonna do whatever you tell me. And it was just like so unwarranted. So like, you know, I got pressed. But then again, it's like, bro, it is what it is, you know. How am I gonna get pressed at shit like this?
What's up, Anna? How you doing?
Well.
Who's
Steven.
I don't really know. Anna, introduce yourself.
I'm Annalicia. Nice to meet you. Shalom. Hello. But Steven,
Shalom.
Steven,
Oh no.
a
What?
lot of bridges are being burned.
For where?
Well, I mean, just the content that I've been privy to in the last week. That people send me clips. Wait, before we go, how are you doing?
Me? Oh, I'm doing fine. I'm chatting with my good friend Jadeon right here. We're both kids from the burbs, so we get along real well. And yeah, what's up?
I just thought it was a little bit sad that some of the friendships that you've had online are just bridges have been burned. That's
I mean,
just thought it was.
Everything public is always like pretty rocky. That's just how things go.
I mean, yeah, but there's usually a line that even content creators, especially content creators who are friends, will sort of tacitly draw for one another. But I guess not in your case, which is unfortunate. But I didn't do. I mean, it's just interesting. A lot of people thought that would be me, right? Even you. I think
True. I gave you a high percentage. That's right, and you're still holding on. So good job. Congratulations.
Look at that. I'm giving myself my flowers. But that being said, grievances. Okay. I have to air it out with you.
Go for it.
Someone sent me a clip of you on a Dusty podcast.
Can you not? Can you? Jesus. Okay, go ahead.
I probably can't. Come on, just accept me for me. I accept you.
Okay.
Someone sent me a clip of a Dusty podcast that you were on, and you said, oh, you know that girl Annalicia? Yeah, her. I know her because her message is controversial, and the message was abort all black babies.
Yeah.
Which
yeah.
I mean,
wait, what?
No, hold on. Black male babies, to be fair. But go ahead.
Wait, what? Wait.
no, hold on. This is A and B. Hold on. Let me finish, and then you can hopscotch in. But Steven, I mean, respectfully, with respect and love, because I have it for you. I never, ever actually said that was my position. You can agree, right? You'll concede.
I thought that. Okay, I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but I thought that was broadly the position of the divester community. Is that not the position? Or is that one that you disagree with?
So maybe the delineation is that I didn't ever posit to you that I was in that space, or that ideologically speaking, that was my I don't have that framework ideologically speaking. Like I'm not in the divestment space. I'm in like BWE, which is like empowerment.
Okay.
Divester is something. And listen, it's a lot to keep up with. I don't expect you to. I don't want you to.
Well, sure, but I'll
It's
try
a
to. If
lot.
I characterize your views incorrectly, I mean, I'll do better at that in the future. Then, okay, you don't believe that? Gotcha. And you wouldn't consider yourself a divester?
I promise you, I have never held that position. I've never. I talked about content creators who did. That is one thing. Someone that I admire and someone that I respect very much. And I said, hey, this is the position that they may hold, and this is the reason they may hold the position. And logically, it's consistent and it makes sense. But I never said, I didn't usurp the idea or the idea. Like that's not my talking point.
Wait, here, can you do us, well, me and Chad a favor and say right now, like, we should keep all black babies?
No, I don't do anything anybody wants me to do.
So,
but Steven.
Wait,
Yeah.
you're gonna go against saying keep black babies?
No. Let me just finish with Steven because.
Oh, real quick, I have wait. Shit, hold on, wait. I love you both, and this conversation is probably way more interesting than what I'm about to do, but I have a panel that I have to do right now, so I'm so sorry.
Yo, Destiny,
Okay, but Steven, I'm not done.
Okay, I know, but
Anna,
I'm so
you're
sorry.
cloud chasing right now.
No, hold on.
Anna,
She's not.
hop
Wait.
off his
She's
tail.
no. She's not cloud chasing. Hold on. She hasn't been here in a long time. I'll be back in like an hour or two as soon as I'm done with this panel. If you're still around or you still want to chat, okay?
Yo, Destiny, you need backup?
I do, but
If you
I
wanna
want
come,
you
yeah.
to say, Anna, say I love you. You didn't burn any bridges,
Okay.
and you aren't going to.
That is true. I love you, Anna. Thank you for not burning any bridges. Okay, be
Okay,
careful.
I love you.
I love you too,
Peace.
Gideon. I love you too. Okay.
All right, let me know if you need backup.
Okay. Yeah, gotcha. Fuck.
W's in the chat. Everybody.
Okay, so you're not part of the men go their own way thing?
Is this the
Yeah,
right?
I didn't even know about that until about a week ago because I heard MGTOW for a while and I was like, what the fuck is MGTOW? And I think somebody here actually said, oh, men go their own way. I'm like, what? So, are you gay? Are you master?
Where the fuck am I going? I don't think that was the right room.
Destiny, you have to pop backstage to get into the thing.
Oh, where's backstage?
It's at the top of the channel.
Oh. Fuck me. Oh, fuck. I just had to cut short. Gideon and Anna.
Oh, I'm up there now. What the hell?
I'm sorry to drag you away from that, Destiny.
No, you're good. Hold on, let me get a drink real quick. I'm so sorry. One sec.
Yeah, take your time.
God, I cannot get this to fucking fit. Okay.
You're looking good on my end.
Oh no, I know it's on my end.
Okay.
We're still competing, remember? I need to have a better presentation. Plus, I've got the border on my side, so I'm the main character. There we go.
Once Destiny gets back, I'll open this up, give us our opening spiel, and we'll just get into it. No opening statements tonight. I do have a question to start us off. I have been bouncing around ideas, right, of what I wanted to ask initially, and I think I've landed on something that would be interesting, right? But I guess we'll see when we go into it. As always, if you have trouble getting in, let me see your hand. I will be jumping in with questions and thoughts of my own time to time. How's everyone's audio, gang? Can everyone hear everything fine?
Sounds good to me.
I'm talking to the audience specifically. I want to know if they can hear you fine.
Okay, fine.
I see how it is. It's all about Whick's audience.
Okay, great. I'm sorry I cucked your content, gang. They're complaining in my chat that we cucked the content of the year. But you know what? This will be content too, and it'll be interesting in a different way. It's not the same sort of drama, but we'll get into it, I'm sure. Destiny, hello. Welcome.
Hello.
We ready to start? We all good? Everyone situated?
All good. All Gucci.
Beautiful. In that case, welcome to yet another episode of Whick TV, a cross-ideological space where people can come together from different walks of life to talk. And if Gideon wanted in on this, he's allowed to be in on this. I think he'd make an interesting thing, but I don't know if he does. Let me start by apologizing. Iona fell ill She was initially supposed to be here and talking to us, but she messaged me about 2 hours ago that she wasn't going to be able to make it. She had a huge migraine and just could not attend.
Wait,
So
who
I
is this
apologize.
person?
Iona Italia, she's the chief editor of Aereo magazine. She's written for Quillette.
She dodging. 100%. I'm not buying it.
She's been on my show before. She
With
knew what
me?
she was getting to, right? So
I don't believe it.
fair enough, maybe. Regardless, she could have. It could have been a great show, but it'll be a great show because we have Lactoid to replace her. So Lactoid,
Yeah.
I appreciate you coming in last minute and talking to us. Thank you. And with this, we're going to talk about tech censorship today. I watched a panel with Destiny and Alex Jones at the Minds Fest that he recently did, and I was very disappointed in how that went. And I thought that this was an interesting enough topic that we could talk about it in a more productive manner. And so I've gathered a team, gang, to discuss this, and we'll see how it goes. And I guess I'd just ask, first of all, straight up, is Twitter and other social media companies, right? Have they become the de facto town square? What do we think?
Are we going around in circles, or is this just a free for all?
Up to you. Anyone wants to jump in, go ahead.
Well, my immediate after you.
My opinion, I think, is that the totality of like the 3 or 4 big social media companies has become like the town square, and they seem to be kind of lockstep in terms of moderation policies. So like Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and TikTok, I guess, like those 4 would probably be like, this is like the new town square.
Everyone agree with that?
I don't.
Okay.
The first thing that occurs to me is that you say, has it become the new town square? And when I think about, there's 2 angles that I would take issue with that statement. The first is that, has it become the new town square from what? Were we all assembling in some wide open space with a bunch of robots in addition, just like yelling random stuff at random strangers and then swiftly disappearing back into the crowd to come again in a later time to do the same thing over and over again? That's not typically what we have in mind when we think of the town square.
Could I enter something there, just as a quick thing? I think didn't that actually used to be the case, that there were like people like screaming on corners and shouting and like holding pamphlets and doing stuff?
No, like town hall meetings were very disorderly. The issue that I'm bringing up is not the chaoticness of the actual thing itself. The point is that there's an interminability and a kind of unenclosedness to Twitter and to social media that a town square lacks. Like, among other things, which town? Right? Like, we're not talking about a community somewhere deliberating about, like, public action. We're talking about randos from across different borders. Sometimes, once again, like, not even actual people, just throwing things. And at no point does this culminate in deliberation or an actual increase in public knowledge. Maybe sometimes it does, but it's not fulfilling the function in a liberal society that I think the town square analogy is supposed to, is trying to put its finger on.
It's more of like a national town square, right? So, and I think this is especially true when public congregations get banned, perhaps like let's say during a pandemic, where the only option you really have is to congregate online. And just like in the regular town square, you have people who, say stupid things, raise their hand, yell, and you have people who are, standing off on the side, maybe having more intricate conversations. I don't, just because one happens to be like a more physical place as opposed to like an electronic place, I don't think that really detracts from the spirit of when we call it a town square, right? It is supposed to be a place for discussion, right? A place for ideas to be exchanged.
I don't want to monopolize. May I respond to that quickly? Okay. I don't disagree with you entirely. I think it definitely takes on some of the functions and even monopolizes some of the functions of what we associate with the town square image. But once again, like, that doesn't seem to me to indicate that it fulfills the function of a town square. Perhaps it was the case that we lacked entirely, for a brief period of time, maybe a long period of time, the function of a town square from like public discourse. And then as a result of social media, certain aspects of that were brought back in a potentially toxic and dangerous way.
Maybe we should ask ourselves then, what is the function of a town square? And then we can figure out if it satisfies that or not. So we're all working on the same definition.
Well, I think for myself, the function of a town square is a forum where members of a discrete community can come together and address their respective issues, decisions that affect the whole of the community, and they can weigh in, and then a decision can be reached about how these things are going to be addressed. And then people disperse and go back.
Is it that deep? Like, as I understood it, historically, a town square is just where people gathered and talked about shit, right? It usually wasn't a formal issue, right? Like, they would get up in their soapbox and maybe discuss issues of the day. But this concept goes back a long ways, right? And you're right about the discrete community. It was localized by dint of it had to be, right? They didn't have any other ways of long distance communication. But like. It was never really so formal, and different areas had different mores and different norms surrounding it. But yeah, as I understood it, at least, the town square was simply a place where people gathered to talk about what they thought, right, and discuss issues of the day.
Well, a town square was a marketplace, so I'm collapsing two things together. So the value of a town square, why we care about that particular thing, is not because there's some intrinsic value of one random person getting up in a box and screaming to a crowd. That person could be ignored and nothing could happen as a result. That happens in a lot of different places. However, if you have a robust community where people are engaging with each other on their day-to-day as they're passing through their places of work and places of purchase and places of leisure and so on and so forth, you end up with a situation, at least in the ideal scenario, where the things that people are belting out to the crowd are also addressed by members of the crowd in a way where there's some commensurateness between the person speaking and the crowd that's responding to them. On Twitter, by contrast, and I was talking about this with Aaron earlier, a rando who goes onto Twitter starts off with 0 followers, has no capacity to be heard at all. Someone shouting back at the person in the town square, by contrast, does. What happens when we consider social media like Twitter and YouTube to be the town square, much more so Twitter, is that we substitute celebrity culture with politics. And I think that's where it becomes dangerous, because now real political influence can be gained by propping up people as celebrities. Donald Trump or some other major figure has the poor judgment to respond to somebody. That person now becomes a major player. That's actually a really dangerous set of dynamics, I think. And it's not discrete to any particular community, so it doesn't seem like it actually culminates in any kind of decision. If anything, it arrests.
Right, and what is the equivalent of like a counter protest at like a online in a town square? Unless if you're going to say that like the example that Sunday and I talked about was Richard Spencer. If I'm trying to counter protest what Richard Spencer is using his social media platform to do on Twitter, is that like a like a ratio? Is that supposed to be the equivalent of like countering them?
Quote tweets and like retweets and giving your argument.
Yeah, posting furry porn. Or, like, I've seen people do a lot of weird things when it comes online. For one interesting form of a digital protest, actually, it's not exactly the same thing, but when that, was it Texas opened up their lines to, like, report people for being trans or something? Or was that Florida or Minnesota or something? That happened, and then a bunch of people, like, did a bunch of fake phone calls and got the phone call line shut down, right? There's ways to, like, protest people online, I think. And even on Twitter, whether it's ratios or posting images or retweeting or quote tweeting people, whatever, right? Oh, it was abortion for Texas,
right?
Sorry.
I mean, hashtag seems to be like that's the whole thing. That there's a reason why like they trend.
There are ways to reply. Oh, sorry, go on.
No, so continue. But I asked that question to ask others, and I'm curious. But continue with your thought.
Yeah, there are certainly ways in which individuals, even with no following whatsoever, can technically respond. However, now we run into the question of whether or not it satisfies the conditions of an open forum, where somebody can respond but categorically can't be heard because the system itself, for reasons that are inscrutable to most people, for legitimate reasons, they just have no uptake or no visibility. There are some people who will respond to very big figures and they'll make a very poignant point and it will just go unseen. Whereas at the very least in a literal town square, when you shout back, somebody around you hears. Maybe the person you're even shouting at hears. That is not the case.
Do you not think they had like
Twitter,
celebrity status back then too, though? Like if the town mayor or Socrates, right, walked in, obviously people were going to defer to them much more so than strangers, right?
Oh, of course.
Like,
no, the issue I'm pinpointing isn't that celebrities and important officials and whatnot will always have an advantage in any public space. Obviously they do. They are better known, whatever. The difference, though, is that in an actual town square, just because of physical proximity, I'm not saying we need to bring back the town square itself. That's infeasible. The point is whether or not this counts as one. In an actual town square, the square itself is not so designed that a smaller person saying something is actually muted. Like they actually physically cannot be heard.
Fair enough. I asked that though because I also wanted to ask something that Destiny asked the Alex Jones and the other panelists there that I don't think he got a good answer for, and I'm curious, given his stance on this as kind of like the de facto public square, what his answer would be to the question, and that's, should it be a company or corporation's responsibility to guard free speech or to make sure that their customers or the people that are participating on the site have access to information outside of their bubble? And what does that even look like? What do we think, gang? If you think, right, that the social media has become the town square, right? Do the people that own the town square and operate the town square have any responsibility to make sure that people are heard?
Their only responsibility is going to be to make money and maximize profits. Insofar as they're going to be concerned about that, it will only be to cover their ass when it comes to liability. It's not really going to be in the interest of promoting one idea over the other.
I think with respect, I think the question itself is a bit fraught. You're asking if like a private company owns the space of public discourse, and I don't think that's really an apt comparison. For one thing,
well, yes, you disagree that it's a public town square, right? But for those like GLSTaT2jyeY or Destiny even who say, well, I mean, they do, right?
Well, let's pretend that it is for a second, though, right? In that case, now the responsibility becomes whatever the public determines it to be. Now we've directly linked the responsibilities of the companies because they are presiding over a specifically public service that is being anointed as like a central part of democratic deliberation. If a democratic society determines that it should be legally responsible, there really is no ethical component to this. That is the ethical link. It is directly connected to law. Here we run into the additional problem, though, and why characterizing it as a public space is an issue in the first place. Whose public space? We have people from Russia, we have people from Canada, we have people from the United States. Even in this panel, we have multiple nationalities present. It's managed according to whose lights. Like
right, GLSTaT2jyeY said this is like a national conversation, but really like Twitter is host to international users, and it's going to expand. Like right now our conceptions of like what constitutes free speech is going to be biased in favor of like the First Amendment and stuff like that, but Sunday is a Canadian, GLSTaT2jyeY obviously are an American, but like the European conception of free speech is going to be incredibly anemic compared to the American, but I'm just biased to say that. I don't know that Twitter like adopting any sort of like
well, that just begs the question, like,
wait, hold on. Is Whick moderating this panel, or are you debating on this panel?
I'm trying to.
Whick is, I'm doing both. I got a few points, right? So to answer the question directly, yes, yeah, absolutely. Companies have like a responsibility to freedom of speech. It's always so odd to me that like otherwise very lefty people will just like for some reason like when you ask them about censorship, right? This is why I think authoritarianism is actually often like their underlying motive for most things. When it comes to like terms of censorship, like they immediately flip into like the most free market like ANCAP you can possibly imagine. Well, no, they're just there to make profit. We can't even criticize them, right? We shouldn't even be able to like come together and say, well, no, like fuck you, like you were managing freedom of speech in this country and you're basically reducing it and eating away at it and eating away at the spirit of what it was intended to do. As to how that affects other countries, I mean, ultimately, I wish American free speech interpretation was the law in all countries. Ideally, America would be the country, but that's a whole different conversation.
I feel like the other countries thing is kind of a red herring. Like, who cares how other countries manage it? We should probably manage it according to U.S. standards, right? And then you would do whatever compliance you need to exist as a service in those countries. But, like, we have our standards here. Like, if one country said it was okay to have child porn, we wouldn't be like, oh, well, we need to make sure that Twitter, like, works for them in the United States. We would moderate in the United States based on whatever we think our U.S. values ought to be.
Sure, but its function as a public space, though, is not dependent on the place in which its head offices are situated or where it's
Well, it kind of is, yeah. I would expect like a company that's situated in Britain to operate under British values. That'd be my guess.
I'm not disagreeing with that. But what I'm saying though is that the argument that it fulfills the role of a public square, that is satisfied regardless of whether or not the company itself is situated legally in the United States or elsewhere. For example, it fulfills the same function in Canada as it does in the United States. It fulfills the same function in the UK.
Oh, sure, it can, but it's a fundamentally different question for them as Canadians because they're using a U.S.-based company for their town square, which is kind of weird. That would be a weirder question, but that'd be for them to answer, I guess. Or they could pass laws if they feel like they want to see reform or change, like from a legal process. But
well, yes, but I don't think Lactoid's argument would change if, for example, Twitter was located in Canada or the UK.
Lactoid, would it change?
I mean,
He's
from
here.
like
We can ask him.
From like a legal perspective, yeah, I guess it would change because it would be domiciled in a different country and it would have different rules apply to it. But
well, exactly. You're not talking about the legal perspective.
I'm not talking about that, right?
Well, I think even from an ethical
responsibility,
even from a moral responsibility, it would change. If Facebook passed a law saying that women needed to cover, or not a law, I'm sorry. If Facebook passed a rule saying that in every picture of a female, the female needed to wear the hijab, right? And males needed to accompany them in public in all public pictures. Obviously, I would protest the fuck out of this. This is crazy, okay? But if somebody made like a Muhammad book or something, and it was like from fucking Saudi Arabia, and it was popular online, and that was their rule, it's like, okay, well, I mean, it's Saudi Arabians like social media. If they want to have this fucking rule in their shit, I mean, it makes sense. It's like, I'm not about to tell them, you need to go change your platform to comport with my American values. That wouldn't make any sense. So I think that the company headquarters and like where the company comes from is actually kind of important, I think, to the ethical question of how they ought to function.
It does. I just don't think it touches on the public square question. I'm not disagreeing with anything that you're saying.
Oh, I think it kind of does too, because like if the public square is owned by a foreign company,
it's not a public square then. It's owned by a company, which is.
Well, but we're begging the question. That's exactly what the point is. Is
so
the public
square
now
owned by a totalitarian country? Is that really like a public free square? I don't really think so. Like
well,
Saudi Arabia?
Maybe, but isn't that kind of what we're at right now? Because Facebook and YouTube and all these things are in a way totalitarian. They don't answer to constituents; they answer to shareholders, right?
Well, this is part of the problem.
Should they? Well, on that, let me ask: should they? Should the government protect people's right to, if quote unquote right, to be on social media and to have a voice on social media, such as?
Are you asking if we have a constitutional right to a Twitter account?
I'm asking if they should. If you should have the, since you do in America at least, have the right to freedom of speech, and the government does protect you, right, to be able to have your right of freedom of speech in a public space, right? If you were in a public space passing out pamphlets for your stupid ass belief system, no one can come and stop you from doing that, right? Not the government, not other people, etc. The government will protect you. Should they not do so in social media as well?
I think if major politicians like Joe Biden and Donald Trump are tweeting out a good portion of their messages, maybe. I loathe being on the side of Lactoid in this, but unfortunately, if we're in a situation which, like, these spaces are monopolizing over a specific type of political discourse that's very effective, whether or not I think that that's a good thing, I think you would need very strong reasons for excluding people from that.
Yeah, I think we
thought he had a good reason when he banned Trump, right? Like it is like on what do you mean?
To ban Trump? Are you talking about?
Oh no, I'm saying Jack Dorsey single-handedly thought that he had a compelling reason to ban, a world leader at the time from his platform. And I guess he would defend that on the basis of, I have the right to do that. It's my private company. This is not the town square, even though it's utilized by public officials. But should he be doing that? No, he should not. Or he shouldn't have the ability to, as an individual actor, decide that he is not going to host a world leader. I wouldn't be comfortable if Jack Dorsey had banned Obama,
That case is tricky because at the time Donald Trump was fomenting what very well could have been an insurrectionary action, right? So
yeah, I think we can agree that even public officials, if Biden gets on and just starts spamming the N-word, it's probably okay for him to get banned from Twitter, right, for a blatant TOS violation.
But if we're trying to say that Twitter is supposed to function as the town square, then why would a sovereign or president ever be subject to that?
I don't think he should be, actually.
Well, I think he should.
I want to know if Biden was doing that.
Well, I think in this particular case, though, Trump was engaging in something that I think would not even be acceptable within the context of normal politics anyways. he was calling into question an election, trying to overrun the will of the people as has been determined legally. I don't know. I don't.
Well, let me ask you directly, Sunday. Do you think that election denial or an election questions about the free and fair election in a country should be censored by a TOS company? Not whether they can or can't. I'm not asking legally whether they can or can't, but I'm asking should a company, should a corporation censor people questioning the legitimacy of an election?
Well, that's an impossible question to answer. Once again, like, where and at whose behest? These are private companies. The questioning the legitimacy of an election, that's tantamount to like a prelude to a declaration of civil war. You're saying that the Constitution has been overrun and the people have been betrayed by its leadership. There's only, if you actually accept that thesis, there's only two possible outcomes. You concede to what you believe is tyrannical rule, or you fight against it. So the question is whether or not the people in a position of decision-making authority have what I would deem to be just reason to think that these claims are spurious. At the end of the day, there's going to be a human being making these decisions. So it's going to be on a case-by-case
so we're
basis.
saying on the grounds of like the undermining of the election could potentially lead to violence, and that's why it needs to. There's a case for it to be deplatformed, even though it's coming from a public official. Because if we're worried about like violence, right? Significantly more Americans will have died from COVID-19 vaccine disinfo, right? Yeah. Then will, from the insurrection or something like that. As far as I know, like less than 3 people died at the insurrection or something like that. If it were a murder or something like that, this would be cut and dry. But if I'm like a Weinstein brother disseminating nothing but vaccine misinfo, and I'm responsible for the deaths potentially of misleading thousands of people, he's not going to be in a jail cell. He's going to be in a mansion by the end of the night.
I think that there's a difference. I think some deaths we're willing to accept. We should be willing to accept a democracy. Other deaths we're not willing to accept. If, as part of our engagement of freedom of speech, some people end up spreading information that causes harm to other people, like we can call it stochastic terrorism if we want, that's a form of freedom of speech. That's a negative repercussion of freedom of speech that we accept as part of having the right to freedom of speech. So the COVID misinformation or anything else, we accept that. That's a cost of freedom of speech. However, a direct call to violence, we don't consider that freedom of speech. That's not a cost we're willing to bear. For somebody saying we should go out and kill all black people, like any deaths associated with that are too much because that type of speech has no value. We don't value that whatsoever. But we do value the ability to speak freely about things that other people might consider harmful, even if those things at the end of the day do manifest in some real harm.
It's a directive speech, not like an informative or inquisitive speech, right? That's the difference. And that's
well, no, not just directive, to be clear, because somebody could direct you not to get vaccinated, right? Technically.
They can also direct you not to get vaccinated using implicature, not a direct statement that somebody can clearly point to and say, hey, this unequivocally means this sentence in all cases. Like, it's always going to be subject to interpretation, or in many cases will be subject to interpretation.
I think potentially that's different. I think if you tell like somebody on the internet you should not get vaccinated or you should get vaccinated, like I think that speech is much more on the table to get regulated than like talking about what you think the efficacy of COVID vaccines are, right? One is like a direct call to something. You're not like having a discussion about the merits of it or like the underlying truth value, which is like ultimately the point of this. The first part though is like the discussion of truth. And
you don't think you should be able to like tell somebody like, hey, I think you should get vaccinated, or hey, I don't think you should get vaccinated?
I don't think that, obviously some calls to action like aren't bad enough to where like imminent violence under different tests that I would consider them to be like those specific phrases to be banned. But I think that like the only like category of speech that I'm like willing to go after is going to be like not like truth-seeking kind of like inquisitive speech, but more like go do this, or let's all get together and do this, right? One is directly, I think one's completely different than the other.
So what if some very moneyed and well-organized actors flood the online space with misleadingly phrased questions that tend towards a specific interpretation?
Like Purdue.
Asking questions about like the efficacy of vaccines. Has this actually been adequately researched? And the direct implication, the read that most reasonable people who are otherwise uninformed will take from this is, I should probably hold off a little bit. And now you actually have a real public danger that's not just confined to one nationality. Now you have a real public danger where a bunch of people are suddenly holding off on the vaccine. The disease, meanwhile, is spreading. And like you see how immediately, bring this up to climate change as well, same deal. You end up with an interminable kind of arrest of action and address of serious issues with a very short time scale. That's a problem.
Yeah, Lactoid, is the threshold for you is that it has to be explicit and that anything short of that could not reasonably be interpreted as a true call to action?
Yeah. So my opinion on this like follows essentially like what the Supreme Court said in Brandenburg, right? The idea is it's got to be like imminent, a call to like imminent violence that has to be somewhat credible, right? There needs to be something behind it, and it needs to be like imminent. Let's go do this, like directive action, because this like implication of, well, we can draw a line from something like the truth-seeking question that you're asking today to then like it's implied, or like a reasonable person could intuit that this actually has like a directive kind of statement hidden within, or someone could come to a directive statement. Like before you know it, all speech is on the table, right?
But
like,
who judges?
Now we can censor people trying to call out Purdue Pharma. You know, the people who are like, hey, this shit's actually addicting. Well, hold on. Are you telling? If you point out that's addicting, then some people might not get it, and so you're basically telling people to not buy OxyContin, and so like they're dying or they're in tremendous amounts of pain. We're going to censor you now. Like you can basically do anything.
But who judges what is imminent? How is that judged? That is going to be a person drawing a line. At some level of analysis, that is an inevitable factor in every single censorship decision.
Yeah, and I think it's just like on the responsibility of companies to have like a much more transparent and clear TOS. Not like we're just going to ban hateful conduct. It's like we are going to like in this kind of situation, like example A, B, or C, or you know if there's something that like according to I don't know U.S. Supreme Court precedent or whatever about what is the definition of imminent violent action or a call to credible threat of violence, things like this. That makes sense to me.
Do we think there's been a lot of talk on this topic of TOS, right? And moderation decisions by tech companies. There's been a lot of talk that tech companies have been putting their thumb on the scales to promote certain ideologies and to demote or shadow ban or get rid of other ideologies. One, do we think this is happening, and to what degree? And what's the solution to this if you do think this is happening? Or if it's not happening, what is happening instead? What are you thinking?
I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that there's a lot of stuff that's related to the conservative agenda that's not very popular on social media platforms. Like most people that are going to be asking questions about like climate change or vaccines are probably going to be right-leaning. And if that type of stuff is being heavily moderated, then conservatives are probably going to feel like they're getting moderated out more than anything else.
And the stats reflect that, right? So like I think it was of all people banned on Twitter, it was like 4 or 5 times more conservative-leaning people get banned than left-leaning people.
That may be true, but I think it's well, let's assume that is true. It's also been determined nonetheless that conservative coded tweets are massively more amplified than left-wing coded ones. So it may be the case that conservatives just on average, or conservative coded, because how are we determining these things? Going to be based on superficial characteristics. Conservative coded actors are just breaking TOS more often. Maybe they just have less self-control when it comes to using slurs.
Right, it obfuscates the point to just say that conservatives are being disproportionately targeted or banned as a result of these TOS enforcements, because like when you actually look into it, sometimes it's just flagrant inability to follow even just the most basic anti-harassment policies and stuff like that. And there's a difference between being banned because you're a conservative, or were you banned and you also happen to be a conservative, you know?
Sure, I didn't go through every single ban. I just know that like 4 to 5 times more conservatives are banned. I look at like shadow banning, right, which Twitter said it wasn't doing. It turns out it was, which I think is fraud. But shadow banning, I mean, at least my perception is this happens more often to conservatives. I don't know, like, what are you talking about when you say conservative voices are like amplified more on social media? Do you think that's true?
Well, what are you talking about when you say conservatives are banned more?
I have a study.
Okay.
Well, I think to be clear, I think we have to be careful when we say conservatives are banned more. Like, let's say somebody calls somebody the N-word on Twitter. That's probably a bannable offense. If we think that happens, who's more likely to be doing that? It's probably going to be a conservative account, right? So,
well, are they talking to Candace Owens, or are they talking to a normal person?
Yeah.
Right?
So I think
that's because the slurs against us aren't banned yet. It's unfair.
Sure, but
That's
I'm just
not true. Wasn't Hassan removed off of Twitch for saying, I can't even say it, can I?
The C word.
Maybe.
We're on YouTube. We can say cracker all we want over here.
Yeah, but was Whick on Twitch? Oh, you're not on Twitch.
No,
are you?
I'm Destiny's. No, that would be
We
terrible.
can't be on Twitch right now.
I'm the Twitch ward.
Oh, that's a good
guess-
question. Sunday, do you
What?
think that they should lift Destiny's Twitch ban?
What was the ban for initially? It was you were saying something to the effect of rednecks need to mow down BLM rioters or something like that?
No, I don't know what my ban was for. But it definitely
No?
wasn't that, because that was a long time ago.
Okay, well, if it wasn't
It was
for
a
that,
truth
then...
statement, and he got banned for it. This is the evidence of the problem.
Well, what
What's
was the truth statement?
That American hero, Kyle Rittenhero.
No, hold on. That wasn't even what I got banned for. Where do you guys get this idea from?
Was essentially, let's be honest. Right?
No, that happened like a year. That was like 2 years ago.
That was the first one. That was the first big one.
I got unpartnered for that. I didn't get banned for that.
Well, so do you have any idea what you got banned for? Because now I thought I knew, but
If my guess is that
guess.
I think when I was fighting with people, I called somebody subhuman, and apparently they decided that that was ban worthy now. I think that's what I've heard from Twitch, but I don't have an official reason. I don't know officially.
Okay, the redneck mowing people down thing, if he was banned for that, arguably. The other thing, no. That's dumb.
Okay, fair enough. What about
Or strike that reverse. Yeah,
Sure,
if
sure.
it was
Lack
it was
of
for an insult.
transparency. Right, that's the problem here.
So-
If you banned, you don't even know why. That's crazy.
Well, that's a Twitch specific issue, right? I mean, like that sucks. I don't like that their TOS is impenetrable, that they don't give adequate explanations for why they ban people. That's annoying, and that sows distrust towards them.
And which
But that
political
doesn't really.
affiliation
Well, that doesn't really
Twitch
bear
more
on the.
aligned with?
Well, that doesn't really bear on their responsibility as a platform unless we're already construing them as a town square. Now, we've already identified 2 different companies.
I think I'm still on like the town square thing. Like another reason why that falls flat is that I don't think Twitter, as far as I know, is in the interested in litigating slander or libel. So, and like a town square, that would be actionable. Like I wouldn't be able to just go up and start talking about how Steven sexually abused me, allegedly, without there being repercussions to that. As opposed
Well, I
to
think.
on.
Well, no, you can. Yeah, you detect the speaker. In that case, because of Section 230, the social medias do actually function kind of like a town square. Like somebody can go on Twitter and say some shit like that, and Twitter doesn't get banned for that. It's the person that would like suffer criminal charges, or I'm sorry, civil charges. But it'd be the same in a town square. If somebody goes and defames somebody in a town square, then you're not going to sue the street. You would sue the person making the speech.
Yeah, but there's recourse there. Like I don't see like.
Wait, what do you
Twitter
mean?
is-
What's the difference for recourse? What do you mean by that?
Because in a town square, if you do it, you can take them to civil, potentially criminal court. As opposed to if you try to report another user on Twitter, they said this thing about me. Can't they just always back up and say this is a matter of opinion? Even if there are slanderous or libelous statements within what they're saying.
Yeah, they could say it's a matter of opinion, but it's going to be the exact same whether it's on Twitter or in a town square. Where the defamation happens doesn't make a difference.
Or they could deny it was them and say they were hacked or something.
I don't
Or
know
they
if that
could deny it
defense
was
has
them
worked
and
for
say it was
anybody yet. And I imagine in Discovery you
either.
could probably fight that.
Yeah, I'm not sure the specifics of how a legal case would go about in the differences between a legal case brought online versus brought in person. I'd imagine they'd still have the same standards of evidence needed to convict. And defamation is, at least in America, historically pretty high, right? Like the standards you need to meet are actually very hard to meet. And it becomes...
That's not necessarily true.
Especially for public figures.
Yeah, for public figures, the standards are very high. But for a private citizen, not necessarily that high, I don't think.
What's the threshold for being a public versus a private citizen, though?
Yeah, I'm not sure the difference here.
Something you fight about in front of a jury. Or you'd have to convince a judge, probably, I guess.
Yeah, the lines here are
He's
not,
researched
like,
this one.
The lines here are not definitive, but even among like non-public figures, defamation cases are comparably difficult to win compared to other forms of injury, because it's like one of the civil cases that you have to prove some kind of like malintent.
Well, that's only for public figures. That's what makes it hard for public figures. I don't believe you have to prove malintent for just a normal citizen.
I think you have to prove some level of malintent, because if the person's like under a reasonable expectation that this is the truth about this other person, and they say it, but it turns out that they're wrong, and they're like, oh, sorry, I guess I was wrong. Like, I had reasonable belief to believe it, though. I mean, if that's the standard for defamation.
Yeah,
Well,
but
no,
I think
that-
the difference
well,
is
for
big because
malice-
for a reasonable, like, why are you making these claims publicly about a person if they're not like a public figure and if it's not like a newsworthy thing?
So here's something interesting that comes about as a direct result of this flattening of social media that we were talking about earlier. If someone like Donald Trump highlights a small account, slanders them, and by so doing increases their profile by orders of magnitude, and then somebody else piles in on that person, is that person therefore being criticized as a public figure?
I think that'd be a really hard sell. The difficult part is, yeah, like when it comes to a lot of this is case law, a lot of this is jurisdiction dependent, and a lot of this is going to be defining the exact lines is just going to be, there's no real clear answer here as to like what's a public figure, who's acting in the course of a public figure, like what level of like malintent you have to show.
I think as far as the law is concerned, isn't just, malice is not going to have anything to do with like disliking somebody or ill will. I think it's the only two things that you have to demonstrate is that the person knew that it was false or they were acting with like a reckless disregard for whether or not the statement was even true.
Let me ask you this.
Wait, hold on, Is Lactard, are you like a lawyer or a law student guy?
I'm a civil litigation attorney. I've been practicing for like 2
Oh shit, okay, well then you'll know anything more than me, okay? My understanding was what you're talking about for malintent, I thought that was, it falls under the actual malice standard set by the New York Times v. Sullivan case, but that only applies to public figures. So like publishing incorrect information about a private citizen, I thought that could get you in trouble for defamation. You don't have to prove that they were acting with malice if it's not a public person, because for private citizens, the standards for defamation are way, way, way lower. That was my understanding. To avoid the chilling effect of publishing wrong information about like public figures, essentially.
Well, let me ask you this.
Well, wait, let him explain. If he's a law student, let him explain.
Yeah. So I guess I probably misspoke. So let me explain a little bit. So when I'm talking about malintent, are you guys familiar with the like concept of like negligence? This idea of like you have this like obligation to somebody, and like you violate that obligation. Right?
Yeah.
And so like you have an obligation to somebody to like if you say something about somebody that is like wrong, that you know is wrong, and that is like going to cause damages, and you do so negligently, right? I mean, technically that's going to be the standard for a private citizen. Now, this is again more of like a just experience thing of, it just seems like in order to win those, like you have to show some kind of, there's some kind of like hidden agenda, right? There was some kind of malintent. Because otherwise, how do you show negligence, right? How do you show that they were acting? Because if they were given information that
you need malintent for negligence. That doesn't sound right.
Wait, for negligence, you would just have to demonstrate that the person was not employing a reasonable level of scrutiny or care when they were publishing or making the statement. And I think it's that standard is way lower than like actual malice, right?
Yeah, like if I negligently publish something about you, Lactoid, like somebody's like, oh, Lactoid's a rapist, and I was like, oh shit, I'm gonna publish that, right? You might be able to sue me for defamation because I'm being kind of negligent. But if somebody gives me that information about a public figure, right? We'll say Whick, massively popular panel host, and I publish it, I have to actually meet a higher standard there to be sued for defamation. You'd have to show not only did you know it was wrong, you were like grossly negligent or malicious in your publishing the information.
Yeah, like did that person do everything that would be reasonably necessary to attempt to determine whether or not the statements that they were making were true? They could provide evidence that they were by showing research, editing, fact-checking their work, trustworthiness of sources, stuff like that.
Right. That's what. Yeah. Right. Exactly. Like you have to show like some level of, hey, like I wasn't negligent because of XYZ reason, even if the evidence is false.
Out of curiosity, just for my own edification, do streamers count as public figures? So, for example, if they could, okay, so does there have to be a threshold? Like, for example, do you have to be Destiny sized? Or
I'm pretty sure all of that, none of this is going to be hard. I think this is all going to be argued in front of a judge. You've got to try to convince them, like, this person for these purposes ought to be considered a public figure, essentially.
It seems like it would always be relative, too. So, like, someone like Destiny versus someone like, I don't know, like Asmongold, for example. I don't know off the top of my head what the relative sizes are, but I think it's roughly 50% larger. Would Destiny be considered a public figure in the light of a suit against that figure? I guess
what I'm asking specifically is if someone were to read like the Destiny report that Mr. Girl released, or see some of Lav's accusations, and then spread that, believing what they read, believing what they heard, right, and saying, oh wow, Destiny did this, and started talking and just spreading it to all corners, would they be liable under the law to be considered defaming? Or because Destiny's kind of a public figure, they wouldn't really be able to be targeted that way? I'm just curious.
My guess would be because that report deals with me utilizing a large platform. In that case, I would almost de facto be like a public figure because it's writing a report around a public person using a platform that like reaches a lot of people. That'd be my guess. That'd be pretty easy to argue.
Should social media companies be enforcing standards to defamation? So if someone is engaged in what could reasonably be assumed to be defamation, should corporate media companies build that into their TOS? Should honesty be built into TOS? So if someone is purposely spreading misinformation, should TOS put a stop to that, or should it be allowed? What are we thinking?
Well, I don't think GLSTaT2jyeY can answer that question because fundamentally, once again, this is up to human interpretation. Someone's going to be making an inference that this claim is untrue, or that this claim is defamatory, that this claim is being made in a misleading fashion. So even like the asking of certain kinds of questions, for example, can imply like a certain statement, and that can have like serious social effects, individually or broadly. And so it's going to be up to some person's, hopefully, some person's judgment whether or not that passes muster. I think in the case where it's been determined by law, I think it's trivial at that point. Like, obviously, they shouldn't allow that kind of thing to be spread if it's been determined legally to be defamation, but otherwise.
You ask the question one more time, Whick?
Sure. Should honesty be built into TOS? Should if you are found to be lying about someone or something, be subject to moderation by a social media company?
If you're found to be like willingly lying,
willfully lying,
like you knew it was
for
false.
example, right? You knew it was false, but you said that GLSTaT2jyeY is stinky. He has super stinky feet, and you just continually told that lie to one and all, right? Should a corporate media, a social media company say, we're gonna pull your account, we're gonna stop you, we're gonna block you?
If you can demonstrate that this person was like knew that they were lying, then
sure, you have text shown.
I'm way more sympathetic. I'm way more sympathetic to like that, to like regulation of that stuff and removal of that stuff than I am about somebody genuinely believing that this is like a truth statement, and then making that statement, and the powers that be don't agree that it's actually the true statement.
Wait, well, I don't think social media companies should have anything to do with defamatory claims. That's not. If you want to settle defamatory stuff, then you go, because otherwise, like, what is the burden of research put on social media companies to figure out like if a statement is true or false? Like, hey, John said that like I shit myself in school. Like, I want to ban him because I think that statement is like. Do we really want social media companies in the business of trying to determine how true people gossiping about each other is?
That's fair. I don't know how much like. I don't think I would put a lot of like. I guess under Section 230, I wouldn't put like a ton of like responsibility on social media companies to like affirmatively do this. But like I can imagine a scenario of which like, oh hey, it was determined by a court that this was false, or hey, like even though we didn't do we did a minor investigation and we found out like it was a lie, like this person.
How about this? How about this? Here's a good question.
I guess I'd be okay with it.
Here's a good question. What if an account in Pakistan accuses somebody of urinating on the Quran? See, that can culminate in an actual immediate violence against that person if they're identifiable, right?
I just don't think it's just not something I would care for. That'd be like saying, like, do we think should social media companies ban you if you've got like 3 felonies? Like, I don't know. I don't think like if you murder someone, should you get banned from Facebook?
No, sure, but like in the event that defamation or something sort of in the broad category of defamation results in immediate extra legal harm to an individual, it can be predicted to result in immediate extra legal harm to an individual. This can go from like the example I just gave to like accusations of somebody engaging in child grooming, for instance. Is there not an argument then for a social media platform that becomes aware of this as a pattern? Like, again, we can set like a certain threshold of awareness here where they're aware this is a pattern, they're aware that this can have like serious consequences. However, of course, given who they are and how they're operating and where they're situated, they don't have a way to actually determine the truthfulness of the statement. Or, in the case of the person who pissed on the Quran, whether or not the statement is true. arguably, like it seems to me that it's fairly trivial. Like the value of curtailing that is greater than.
So to be clear, you would be okay with banning false accusations like that, right?
I think it's a gray area where I would allow some level of flexibility.
What if I did? What if I did piss in the Quran and this is like the one guy that saw it, and then he accuses me and I just deny it?
Well, what I'm getting at with this is that it really depends on where you're situated. So where you are, that will result in nothing happening to you. Maybe a couple of Muslims will get mad at you online. If you're, for example, a woman in Pakistan who is accused of this, that might result in your death. So it's different stakes.
Again, though, should the social media company, right, be responsible for moderating that? And I don't know if they should, right?
Well, it's like there's a different question of responsibility versus do they retain the right to do so.
Fair,
Yeah.
right? Like, but rather than asking can they, I'm asking should they.
Well, I only asked the question of can they because I think it's only going to it's going to come down to a matter of size, like Truth Social, right? Isn't this like a much smaller like kind of rip-off of Twitter? Or am I wrong? I think Truth Social is this, but like it
looks very close,
right? It's a much smaller version of that. So if the creator and CEO of Truth Social comes out and they say, I don't want, as far as I can reasonably know, I don't want to assess, or like I don't want to host like convicted felons on my platform, or liberals or people who I identify to be part of like XYZ faction and stuff like that. I don't think people would really care. People would be like, well, Truth Social is their platform. They can't be compelled by the state or really even socially encouraged to host just anybody. They have freedom of association too. And people wouldn't care. But if it came to Twitter, and suddenly the CEO, like the boardroom of Twitter, is starting to say that we don't want convicted felons on our platform or we don't want conservatives, just now it's just a matter of like practicality and size, where previously people would be defending like, well, as an owner of, and CEO of a social media company, you don't have to host anybody who you don't want to. But when it comes to Twitter, people are much more like, no, Twitter should basically be compelled to like host these people or not deplatform them so frivolously.
They're taking 230 protection, so it makes sense to some extent, right?
Okay.
Whick, are you asking a moral question or a pragmatic question?
Moral.
I don't know why 230 would mean you can't ban whatever uses you want to ban.
Well, no, I'm saying like not right now. I'm saying you could wrap that up in the obligation, right? So once you become like a social media company in which, hey, you're like distancing yourself from the statements that people make from like a liability perspective, as opposed to maybe like a smaller organization. I think you could all, working that into Section 230, where we're giving you that liability shield in exchange. You're also the public square now. You got to be pretty transparent about your TOS, and you can't just like act arbitrarily and remove people without explaining to them what they did.
I don't understand. I've never understood the 230 arguments. It just seems insane to me. If I host a forum and I want to host a forum for like people that love cats, and people step in and start posting dog pictures, am I not allowed to ban them now because I'm gonna lose my Section 230 protection? I think the Section 230 arguments, I've never heard a good one in favor of that leads you to be stripped of these, or you're like all of a sudden not allowed to moderate your platform. Like I think Section 230 very explicitly applies to publishers. I don't think moderating your platform all of a sudden makes you a publisher. That seems weird to me.
230 encourages moderation.
To non-publishers, right? Because if you're a publisher,
or non-publishers, I mean, yeah.
Right.
So I don't know.
Look, I'll be one second.
If you're a publisher, you don't get the 230 protections. I don't know. The off-topic example, I think that's an interesting one where like, hey, this is a cat forum, please keep it to cats. Perhaps that's something where there needs to be maybe some other form of like section involved. I don't know exactly what kind of scheme that would look like. I do know that when you have something like Twitter, which is a public forum of politics, where certain political views are repressed and certain other ones aren't. And we also existed, not just a couple of years ago, we existed at a time in which like a bunch of public places that a lot of these people would normally congregate was shut down by the government. Right? Where are you going to go if your shit was shut down by the government and you don't, let's say you're uneducated with tech, you don't have a lot of, you don't know of many alternatives, you just know about Facebook. So I'm going to create my own little Facebook thing. I mean, the government technically is pushing you into a private space at that point that benefits from 230 protections. I don't know. I don't think it's that unreasonable to expect Facebook to like accommodate that and to not just like ban the boomers because they put the color on the the
So I'm not
beginnings
allowed
of the
then.
ad.
I can't host a social media site that says like progressive circle, or I can't host a social media that says like MAGA for Trump. You're essentially saying you're not allowed to do that anymore. You'd ban all of that.
So any standard that I'd apply to Twitter, I would also apply to like True Social. Or,
Yeah, but I'm saying that I wouldn't be allowed.
Orange.
I couldn't host like a conservative message board. You'd ban that effectively in your world because that's what Section 230 protects. You should have the right to moderate your platform however you want. I don't. Yeah, I don't think.
Maybe this would be a compromise here. Like you can do that, but like I think there's a from like a fraud perspective, I guess there's a difference here when you are saying, okay, this is a conservative space. We are going to censor left-wing opinions. Just flat up, we're going to shadow ban you. We're going to actually ban you. We're not lying to you, okay? As opposed to Twitter, we're not shadow banning you. We're unbiased. We're this platform where everyone can express themselves.
Well,
and then
does
not.
Twitter present themselves as unbiased? I feel like their TOS and everything is like pretty. I think any reading of it would say, conservatives are probably going to get banned by this more. Like their misinformation policy, don't they tell you like what counts as misinformation? They've got like community notes and everything.
I haven't read the full Twitter TOS.
Let me. That's a good question. Do or should social media companies, right, and corporations have to open source their algorithm? Like, should people and consumers have the right to know on the social media site that they're on what's going to get promoted and what's going to get demoted in the algorithm? Right? Should that be a thing that is required?
I don't
shadow ban.
Say that again, Sunday. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I didn't. Or what about shadow ban, Lactoid?
I said, or if they're going to shadow ban, they should probably like be transparent, right, before people spend a lot of time on a platform.
Well, I think Twitter
is Hinkle flat out lying. I've never gotten an offer to debate Hinkle in Vegas. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. I think a long time ago I said that I wouldn't debate Hinkle anymore. So maybe he asked to debate me, and somebody's like, "Oh, Destiny says he doesn't want to debate you," and now he's going to say I'm running. Is he going to say I'm running every single time in the future? If somebody says like, "Oh, Destiny said he's not going to debate," I don't know. I haven't been offered to debate him in Vegas. I don't even know what event he's talking about. I have no idea what he's talking about on Twitter right now.
What do you think, Sunday? Should companies be required, social media companies specifically, be required to open source their algorithm, or at least to
well, I think what you asked initially was, do people have a right to know what their algorithms are?
Yes.
And it seems like there's like the question itself is a little bit circular. You're asking if people have a right to know what they have a right to, or if they don't have a right to it, should they divulge that information anyways? That doesn't seem to follow to me.
What I'm asking is, do people, right, do individuals, right, who go onto these social media companies in order to promote sometimes their businesses, sometimes their political beliefs, sometimes their ideas, whatever they want to say, do they have a right, or should they have a right, to know what sort of information is going to be promoted and what is going to be demoted?
I mean, I would say that I would like to have the ability to see that, but I don't think businesses are going to be likely to turn over algorithms, even under, like, I guess, duress technically by the state, because they're not going to want to disclose, like, business secrets now.
Well, the reason why I'm
unless
having...
it is leaked, then users could just game it to their advantage. Then you've just given somebody the framework, like, if you're a propagandist, here's the exact algorithm that you need to manipulate in order to actually effectively promote your message. If you're being shadow banned.
That's really well put, actually. That's my initial worry. But then the other one is, if you're asking, like, should they? It depends on how seriously I want to take your question. By reference to what? Like, by reference to what's best for the consumer, what's best for the user, or by reference to some like higher normal or legal? Like, I just don't know. I mean, like, objectively not. There's no judge that's going to say that they have to, as of right now.
Okay. Fair enough. I don't know if I agree personally. I think that
well, why don't please
the
elaborate.
algorithm. So when you buy a product, right? When you buy a car and something, right? You have a right to know about, or you should, right? Do a thorough check to make sure that the person who is selling you that car isn't lying to you, right? So if you go on a social media something believing that your information, your business is going to be promoted, and you will have your voice, as long as you don't break the moderation or whatever, and then because you haven't broken moderation, but you've done such things that the algorithm demotes you, right? Like, isn't that the same as buying a car where someone's been tampering with the odometer?
Well, the flip side, the mirror of that, though, is that the algorithm promotes other people, and that's always going to be at the unpromoted person's expense. Does that count as demotion?
Well, the question I'm asking is, should you know, like, should everyone be given the rules, right? Everyone be giving a clear rule. So whether you take the time to look through the algorithm and to monopolize or
we're also, just very quickly to interject there, we're also presuming that the effects of the algorithms are even known specifically to the people who are employing it, right? Like, they don't know. They didn't know specifically, or they at least had no answer as to why conservative viewpoints were being magnified over left-wing ones. This was treated as like a surprise. So
right, that's the other thing, is that like unless you can intimate from the algorithms that are made public, unless there's going to be some way to determine like explicit coding directions that are like that have bigotry built into them, you could have this transparency, but that doesn't mean you're going to have people who could tell you whether or not the algorithm is fair, right?
I mean, if I may, just very quickly, sorry, I just want to jump this before I forget it. The very fact that we're even talking about any kind of algorithm affecting the outcomes of discussions, or of magnifying or demagnifying certain voices, directly contradicts the very idea that something like Twitter can even function as a town square. Because at this point, it's not even just people who are now having a say, it's automated processes that are whose activities may be beyond the understanding of even the people who made them.
Beyond the understanding of the people who made them. Okay,
Yeah.
I want to reset a little bit. I don't think anyone's biting on this question. Does deplatforming and censorship even work?
Yes.
Also, what do you mean by that?
Well, if you're playing a specifically media game, and you're trying to garner sympathy and followers over a vast expanse of space, and your sole medium for doing so is via your social media account, removing that social media account neuters your reach. That seems pretty intuitive. Studies have borne
Wait,
this
what
out.
do you mean by work? By work, because in terms of like whether or not it's like effective, obviously it is, but whether or not you should be doing it, or like whether or not it's moral, would be a different question altogether.
I think both, right? So, for example, they have deplatformed many people on the manosphere. Many conservative voices have been deplatformed, 4 times the rate, right? But these ideas haven't gone away. If anything, they have been gotten stronger, right? It's fed into this kind of oppressor narrative that they have, right?
Well, it seems the situation you're dealing with there is not that deplatforming hasn't worked. It's that deplatforming hasn't actually taken place. Someone has been removed or limited on some platform, and has meanwhile held an extreme amount of influence on another platform, and so they've been able to rhetorically deploy the deplatforming here over here as a propaganda tool. So what you actually can't tell if the deplatforming worked at all, because it never actually took place. They were removed from one medium, but they weren't actually depersoned in the way we typically tend to think of when we talk about like total deplatforming. So the issue here is of like, once again, because there is no public square, these are different mediums controlled by different people whose motives we do not fully understand. Because of that, nobody is actually getting fully deplatformed at all. So there's actually no commitment to a policy of deplatforming any one party across the board. And this speaks again to the international state of things, because even if somebody is totally deplatformed, and this is where, for example, like this actually becomes a positive. If someone is deplatformed unjustly by the state, they can nonetheless have an international voice from somewhere else. So,
I want to agree with Straight Raid with the idea of like, what do you mean by work? Are you silencing a whole bunch of people? Yeah, right. Are you preventing people from hearing whatever they want to hear? Yes, you are. But I think there's like a smaller subset of people who, maybe they're a little bit more engaged. They take a little bit more time to research. They take a little bit more time to like be skeptical, and they find out that like, yeah, you've banned this, and that makes them more skeptical, right? Because when somebody's hiding the ball, at least for me, right, when I'm reading an article and I notice that like paragraph after paragraph they're not saying something, right, that's like the natural implication of what I'm looking for. They're just not saying it, and then I get to the end and it wasn't said at all. Wow. My intuition is that's true. My intuition is that's true because they're not saying it and they don't want to say that, because that truth is counter to the actual intention of the article. And so so I think for like a smaller group of people, it might radicalize them even further, right? So I mean, there are there are examples of topics where I am incredibly skeptical, primarily because there was so much censorship regarding certain things surrounding certain events that I don't even know if I can talk about on this fucking platform. So.
But the censorship is known to you, though. The censorship is like a fact in your world, so they clearly haven't been totally censored, because you're aware of the party that has been censored. You're aware of what they have been saying that they are not allowed to say. Somehow that
because of their inefficiency. Because of their inefficiency, right? Like, oh, like I see somebody like posting some shit, and then all of a sudden tomorrow it's gone.
No, exactly. But what I'm saying though is that the social consequences of that, where it's radicalizing people a little bit further, that's directly the consequence of deplatforming not having been carried out. So
well, no, I think we don't have to have an absolutist point of deplatforming. Like, if somebody's been banned from Facebook, but they haven't been banned from like Twitter or YouTube, they've been deplatformed, but not completely, right?
Well, sure, but I mean, the question of deplatforming working sort of assumes that it's not being undermined by some other equal platform lifting them up. If you want to actually judge whether or not deplatforming could work, you know, like its function, which is to remove the platform from the person, has to be fulfilled to some extent. And I don't see much of a strong distinction between someone's been banned off Twitch but not off YouTube.
Well, I mean, in that case,
we have audiences that bleed into each other.
Yeah, but our definition of deplatforming then basically has to be like, is somebody getting killed or not, right? Because unless you're actually murdering somebody, you're not going to completely remove them. Like, everybody's going to be able to make some kind of account on Gab.
Well,
how
about Stefan Molyneux? So he's been removed from like a wide variety of things simultaneously, and his influence is dead.
Yeah, but he could probably still make an account on Rumble. I don't think he's been there, right?
Yeah, but Rumble is a recent thing, right? That's so once again, like once it's undermined by another platform,
Social,
sure.
right? I'm saying that like, so he's not really. So in your definition, he's not truly deplatformed because he could make an account elsewhere. He just hasn't, right?
But the issue is like with these manosphere types that have been deplatformed, there's always obfuscation. So like Steven Crowder, for example, so he went around calling Carlos Maza like a lesbian queer and maybe even like the F slur. But he would make it sound like, oh, I was deplatformed or whatever because of like dangerous ideas or something like that. And it was like, no, I mean, you were deplatformed because you were harassing somebody on the basis of their sexual orientation. Or like Sneeko, for example. I think the thing that got him on YouTube was not because he was talking about pickup artistry or like red pill ideas. Wasn't it because he made a rape joke basically against another like female content creator? Like regardless of artist affiliation, that's going to get you swatted.
I think it was a COVID misinformation that eventually got him. Or election denialism or something is one of those things.
Lactoid-like studies. So a few months ago, we actually did a bit of a research dive into a bunch of studies that were looking at the effects of deplatforming on radicalization. Yeah. And so here's the thing. One of the side consequences of deplatforming in this otherwise neuter sense, where they're off one platform but on another, like a general culture of if you say X, Y, and Z in this particular manner, you will be demagnified or you will be removed, that kind of thing. One of the consequences of that is that people who have ideas or who have arguments that would otherwise run afoul of the censors now are forced to pad them out. So they either have to couch them in more acceptable terms, they have to limit the extent of their claims, and they have to like remove language like slurs, for example, which would have the efficient effect of depersoning like certain groups or of helping people sort of target their anger on specific parties.
Let me be more specific because I think we're all missing it. I understand that you can hurt someone individually. You can.
No. There was. I was getting to a point with this though. So what they actually found with the studies is that as a consequence of this, the actual growth of monitored extremist spaces online was stunted entirely. They became more extremist because less dilute, because fewer moderates were finding them. But as a consequence of them having to sanitize their rhetoric in order to stay on these mainstream platforms, their efficacy in bringing together a bunch of people and of radicalizing them en masse was sharply diminished.
Even though they have like the talking point now of like they're coming for us, because that's all I see for like from the people pretty much anywhere who have been like deplatformed, right? You have like Tate who's ranting about like how the Matrix is coming to get him, and I mean Crowder talked about it too.
Oh, that's been around forever.
Right, but like there must be some, I don't know, there must be some kind of beneficial reason for pointing that out.
They don't like, I mean, I feel like, again, I'm more principled that, like, just because they personally don't follow the spirit of it themselves, I don't think that they should be frivolously deplatformed. But Fresh and Fit was going around, I'm pretty sure, just spamming copyright claims to all of these channels that they didn't want to engage with the criticism of. Abba and Preach was one of them. They attempted to hit them with, like, 20 frivolous copyright claims in an attempt to, like, quell criticism, but then they turn around and say, like, oh, people are trying to cancel us or whatever. So it's not even like they have some principled opposition to, like, cancellation or whatever. They just as soon do it themselves if they could, you know?
I think that's a separate issue, right? Like, I don't believe almost anyone is actually for free speech. I think they're for their free speech, and their enemies need to be silenced.
That's not completely true. So there was recently a poll that just came out, and now we're controlling for students, right? So I understand there's like a different demographic, but at least in my state, among my public university system, the disparities between political beliefs and like which political demographics were okay with people of the opposite political demographics speaking their mind and talking about what they believed, and whether or not their ideas were dangerous, and whether or not those ideas should even be allowed in the first place, or whether or not administrators should step in if they say things that push forward this particular agenda. The differences were stark, right? Like, generally speaking, it appears, at least in my state, but I think I would be confident enough to say this across all of America, that like the right tends to be a little bit more tolerant here when it comes to like accepting other people saying their shit, as long as they get to say their own shit as well.
Yeah,
I think that is absolutely not true. I think that the right is just as, if not worse than the left when it comes to censoring speech. The only problem is right now they're losing. So of course now they want to be
the far right, or like just
normal stock conservatives.
Well, just to add to that very quickly, let's assume that you're right, Lactoid. Okay, is there an equivalent study that also shows like how many of those people also actively advocate for the marginalizing of entire groups of people?
Well,
maybe the reason.
Even ignoring that, I mean, just real quick on the freedom of speech thing, conservatives, when they have the ability to censor, like, it's funny because we can say, like, well, here's a poll. Conservatives right now are actually more tolerant of other points of view than progressives are. I think it's just because conservatives are on the losing side of it. If you look at where they do have power, like, what are they trying to do throughout states? Ban medical treatment for adults related to trans stuff. Ban books from different schools. Matt Walsh and I think Ben Shapiro was retweeting that somebody, Lizzo, should be arrested for having performers on stage fully clothed in drag, right? That's like more authoritarian than most left-leaning stuff I've heard recently. So I think when conservatives do have the power, they will flex it in highly censorship-prone ways. They just right now they don't. So
I think there's a lot of context behind some of the things that were just said. When we're talking about like the banning books in where kids are, like elementary school libraries, I think that's completely different. Like controlling.
Why? What's the difference?
Well, because the difference is when we mandate that children go to education or are educated, right? We enforce that as a law. Like if it's a public school education, it would make sense that the public gets to have a little bit of a say as to what the kids are being educated on.
Yeah, that's fine.
This is not like a freedom of expression like issue when we're like dictating what books get to go like in an elementary school library necessarily, compared to what a college campus system, which is supposed to be the like where ideas are challenged, where you have the vast majority of left-leaning people who think that right-leaning people should not be able to say their ideas, or if they do, kicked off campus. Right?
Okay,
so completely different magnitudes.
What I was going to say, actually, thank you, Destiny, for that. That dovetails very nicely with the point I was trying to make. It may be the case that they appear on paper to be more accepting of other people espousing their ideas, because they're presuming the depersoning of most of the people they actually care about in the first place. So, once again, they're, as Stephen adequately put, like immediately once in power, their immediate go-to is ban the books, ban discussion of X, Y, and Z, terminate these university departments, and so on and so forth. They say like, hey, we're for the equalizing of the university, want more diversity of thought. But in practice, that's just because they only view diversity of thought as being between a few liberal professors on campus and Tucker Carlson.
No.
And conservatives totally dug their own grave with this one, because if you are championing like deregulation, right, the thing that would actually keep more conservatives on social media would be more regulation, would be more of an incentive or compulsion for these private media groups to host them. So, you know, you can't have that one both ways. And then didn't Trump, by executive action, attempt to revoke 230? right? I know it wasn't enforced.
He was threatening it. He was threatening it unless like the social media companies didn't didn't what he believed to be like be fair, right? Start being
yeah,
fair and
but like what he doesn't even they couldn't even enforce it because they didn't know how to go about.
Trump also said he wanted to open up libel laws to sue mainstream media. He also tweeted that he wanted to put people in jail for or revoke their citizenship for burning a flag. So yeah, I don't know.
I don't disagree like Trump, but I would consider him to be like a little bit further right. I'm just going off of like your run-of-the-mill conservatives compared to like your run-of-the-mill liberals or left-wingers. I don't know. For some reason, lefties don't like to be called liberals because of the classic multiplication. But I think what I see is that, yes, there seems to be like a pretty like milquetoast conservative onus on controlling what ideas children get, especially outside of the family unit. I think that's just, when we're talking about children, like with most things, that's just fundamentally different when we're talking about expression of one's body or expression of one's mind or expression of any ideas that you want to share with somebody else. And a college campus, like a system, is just, I think, different again than like an elementary school classroom or like a drag show where children are, in the audience. Which that seems to be like those are the rallying points in which conservatives are like getting pissed off.
So you think
the flag thing, by the way, that seems to be like I don't disagree with you that that's a weird fucking like. Despite believing in the First Amendment, I think more strongly and being better on free speech generally, for some reason that fucking issue conservatives are not as good at.
Well, and then also,
so the better on,
just real quick, I just don't believe it. I don't buy it because it feels like conservatives will start with these things, but they use it as a pretext to always go a little bit further. So, for instance, you say it's just about kids. Okay, fine. Well, then why are states trying to ban hormone treatments for adults? Right? Or people say it's just about kids being exposed to drag. Okay, fine. Well, then why are some states like Texas trying to get the entire state to ban all drag performances? Like even without children in the audience. Like it feels like it's always a pretext to go further. And it feels like, oh, you actually don't care about freedom of speech or even kids. This is just the pretext you're using to start to like insert your anti-free speech ideas.
Okay, on that point,
I want to let Lactoid respond to that. I'm curious what he has to say. Sunday, you'll get your turn. I promise you. You talk a lot.
No, I
okay?
won't. This is a farce, argument.
Okay. So what was just said is news to me. I quick Google, every single link is saying restricting sexual conduct and drag in front of minors. Like very consistently, that seems to be every single.
All right, let me check. I could be wrong on that.
Now, if it's, by the way, if it is true,
Tennessee becomes first U.S. state to ban public drag performances.
In front of minors or just generally?
It says, while the word drag does not appear in the bill, it changes the definition of adult cabaret in Tennessee's law to mean adult-oriented performances that are harmful to minors. But I don't know if this is saying it's only banning them in front of minors.
Yes, no, I've read that bill, and that's like that fucking bill is like one of the most misrepresented. Like multiple times, people ask me, "Well, doesn't this mean that?" No, it's basically classifying like sexually explicit drag shows under a adult cabaret performance. So minors aren't allowed to be there. Again,
wait, it also says, hold on, to be clear, it also says male or female impersonators now fall under adult cabaret among topless dancers, go-go dancers, and exotic dancers. The bill bans adult cabaret from public property or anywhere minors might be present.
I don't even have the bill up, but you're missing a sentence when you say like people performing as the other gender or like cross-dressing. There is a section there which is, I forget the exact word they use, but the legal translation is in a sexualized manner, right? Which is the exact
so you trust the government to determine when a dress is dressing up in a sexualized manner?
No, if someone's behaving in a sexualized manner, it's the exact same like tests that we use to.
But what does that mean? A trans woman in a belly shirt, is that acting in a sexualized manner?
You're right. Like, what is ultimately like the sexual nature of like a strip club? Like where is the line between like breastfeeding and stripping? Right? There is like, again, like with the definition of pornography, with the definition of sexuality, there is like a gray area, and it's very difficult, right? But like one of the concepts here is. And how this is going to be enforced, I guess I predict, I can't know for sure, but if it's enforced, how that word is enforced everywhere else in Tennessee. It's going to be whether or not this is a sexualized performance. If you're gyrating your hips like together in front of a bunch of like 5-year-olds, maybe that's a problem. I don't think that's like on par with like restricting freedom of speech in terms of banning university like Republicans from like hosting ideas that left-wingers don't like.
Wait, what was that important sentence that you said was missing?
Hold on, I'll bring up the actual bill.
Okay, while he does that, right? Do we think like that ideas or books should be banned for children, like specifically, is outside of the sexual realm. Let's remove sexuality from this. So other than sexuality, do you think we should be banning concepts like teaching about the Holocaust or anything like that from children's libraries or schools under a certain age, like kindergarten? Like, should kindergartners be learning about the Holocaust, right?
Is this a free speech issue, though? I feel like this is just going to come down to, like,
Well,
curriculum.
I mean, it's not necessarily a censorship issue, though, to say, like, for example, we shouldn't be teaching, like, issues around sexual assault to people in grade 1. That doesn't necessarily mean that we should make, like, materials unavailable to, for whatever reason, like somebody in grade 1 who has reason to research this topic. But I don't think it would necessarily be appropriate as a part of a curriculum.
Okay, fair enough. But as I understand it, the Stop Woke Act doesn't just remove it from the curriculum, but removes it from school libraries and things like that. Is that incorrect?
I mean, the removal from the library would be bad, but I don't think that, like, you know, educators making the determination that kindergarten is not the appropriate grade level for students to be learning about, like, certain historical events is tantamount to, like, censorship or book burning or anything like that.
I think the minor status of the kids involved is kind of an issue here. Can we move this up a couple grades? Because now we're talking about, like, traumatizing kids versus curating what's appropriate for people to learn first, right?
Well, I think the... Or shall I go?
And I would like to quickly, if like, just because I found the sentence, right? So it's about whether or not it appeals to a prurient interest, which is a sexual interest, whether or not it appeals to sexuality.
Wait. But is it now classifying that men and women that cross-dress are essentially doing so? Can you link what you're looking at in the group chat?
Yep, absolutely.
Let's see this.
We got to find out together, gang.
I got to do it on my phone. I mean, I'll put
Learning with Lactoid.
Yeah, I'll post it because, again, like, it's kind of interesting though, because let's just say I'm right. Let's just say I'm right. Technically, you all just participated in misinformation. Maybe you should get banned.
Well, there's a difference between misinformation and disinformation, right? I think disinformation would be what you're promoting if you got this wrong.
Well,
this is from the Tennessee website, right? Wait, you didn't make a group chat, or I'm not part of it.
Damn, you didn't even invite this guy to the group chat? Ouch.
Sorry.
I was looking for it. I was like,
I had unfortunately, again, Lactoid is the last minute replacement.
Who's this Gideon person, by the way?
He said he wanted it. No, I think he's just trolling. I don't know why everybody thought he was seriously wanted it.
I don't know what he'd have to add to this discussion, but he'd be welcome to do so. I guess while we're getting that up, and I think he just posted it there, let me see if I can't share it with a... This is a whole... Do you have a line or something I can go to?
Yep. So how this works is you have to... There's bill history, amendments, video, and then click on summary. If you go to bill summary, it explains what the bill is, right? So this bill creates an offense for a person who engages in an adult cabaret performance on public property or in a location where the adult cabaret performance could be viewed by a person who is not an adult. The bill defines...
Okay, go on. Sorry.
The bill defines an adult cabaret performance to mean a performance in a location other than an adult cabaret, like a strip club, that features topless dancers, go-go dancers, exotic dancers, strippers, male or female impersonators who provide entertainment that appeals to a prurient interest or similar entertainers, regardless of whether or not performed for consideration.
So if a trans woman wears a slim-fitting dress and sings on a stage outside of a cabaret environment, would they run afoul of this?
No, because the actual entertainment is not one that appeals to a prurient interest, which is
well, that's a matter of judgment, no? Like, the reason why I say form-fitting outfit is precisely because a form-fitting outfit is one that shows off your form. That's directly appealing to a prurient interest.
So
they're not wearing a. They're not wearing like a.
I don't know if I want to
parka.
debate the
right, but here's the thing: if we want to play like ultimate skeptic, there you could also read that technically anybody who wears a slim-fitting dress, then it goes to sing, could technically be they're violating this, and so therefore we can't have rules against strippers, right?
No, you're misunderstanding me. You have an interest in this being much more specific because your position is that it's a bad thing. That, for example, along similarly ambiguous lines, conservatives are being removed from social media.
Hold on, I want to fight over this for a second.
Go ahead.
Sure.
I disagree. I think that a Republican would say that every drag show is necessarily sexual. I think that they would just say that.
Well, the question is what qualifies as a drag show. So I wouldn't necessarily trust a Republican to distinguish between
people.
a trans woman.
A person saying, "I'm going to do a reading time in the square dressed in drag," because for any of these,
No. But the question,
wait,
Stephen, is not.
No. Wait. I want it with Lactoid. Okay, hold on. Lactoid. There is no case that anybody in any of these outfits, an exotic dancer, a go-go dancer, a stripper, could go and do anything else, and it wouldn't be considered something that appeals to prurient interests, right? They'd still consider it as such.
No, that's the disagreement we have. So
Well,
the,
hold on, no.
the
So
entertainment
let's say-
itself, entertainment itself has to appeal to prurient interests. So if
Sure.
you're
So
going
let's say that a
to drag
strippers.
queen-
Let's say
if
that's.
you're- hold on. If you're going to drag queen reading hour,
Yeah.
like reading to kids, is that sexual entertainment?
What about strippers playing volleyball?
So strippers playing volleyball, are they like? I guess it depends. Like, are they nude while they're playing volleyball?
No, they're dressed
are they,
as
like,
strippers,
wearing
though.
pasties?
They're
Are they
dressed as
wearing
strippers. Sure,
pasties?
they've got pasties. They're dressed as strippers. It says strippers in the bill. They're dressed as strippers.
Yeah. Would we allow this like in a public area now?
I'm asking you, by the language of the bill, the stripper is banned from doing so. Not because it's necessarily doing a strip show, but because
Also
of
the
the
go-go
outfit.
dancer.
What?
Well, also like the go-go dancer.
Would
right?
probably be
So-
as well, yeah.
So again, like this is one of the issues we run into when it comes to defining pornography or like defining like sexual grooming or any of this shit, where like it does rely a little bit on like, now you might just not trust like the intuition or the common sense of Republicans.
Well, no, hold on. I'm just going by the legally what you've said, right? So the amendment to this bill, right? The way that this particular bill was amended was the word male or female impersonators were added to this. Those weren't there before. That was part of the amendment, right? So if they're adding that, but you're telling me, oh, no, it's only performances of a sexual nature. Why would you need to add male or female impersonators there?
Well,
I imagine it
well,
probably
here-
wouldn't matter whether they were doing a sexual performance or not, regardless of, right?
I can ask you the exact same question, Destiny, right? So if they just meant that male and female impersonators are just naturally doing everything sexualized, then why did they have to include a sentence, who provide entertainment that appeals to a prurient interest, right? When people add little like modifiers, like this is like statutory interpretation. When people add modifiers to like things, what that usually means is there's an intention behind that. And when
Yeah, but appealing to a prurient
interpreting
interest could mean the difference between, for example, them having to wear like full formal wear or wearing bikinis while they're playing volleyball. The reason why,
It could
like the
be
reason why
argued
this,
that Whick panels appeal to prurient interests. That could be argued, right?
no,
Like,
because you're
some
here.
would say.
So the reason why that matters though is because like, is it now simply the case that any trans woman who dresses in female getup is now going to be targeted as being a female impersonator who is appealing to prurient interests? Because it seems like the impersonating itself, I don't know, like judging by how it's discussed, it seems like that itself is equivocated with appealing to a prurient interest. This is why drag queen
Why are they
story
all
hour,
wrong?
despite the fact that they may be wearing
Why are
like
they all
full
wrong?
Mary Poppins garb, may nonetheless be characterized as a like having a sexualized performance in front of children.
I'm sure
And
that's
is,
what they meant.
is drag
So-
clothing even sexual in nature to you, Lactoid?
So, I guess we don't know for sure how, like with every single statute ever, like with every statute against child molestation, with every single statute against drug dealing, with every single statute against anything ever. We don't know exactly how it's going to be interpreted. We don't know exactly how it's going to be enforced. We don't know the specifics of everything. You know, how the jury's rule is going to like also have like an impact on how these things turn out practically. I don't disagree, right? But I'm just going to tell you, based on my reading of this, right, what's like the proper statutory interpretation here. They're not just saying male and female impersonators. That's part of like strippers, and that's part of everybody who has to like go under an adult cabaret performance. They are specifically modifying that sentence with only if they're performing entertainment, the entertainment being one of a sexual interest, one of a sexual.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but it feels like that language is only there to say that they're like doing a show of some sort. That's what it's there for. So like a stripper walking in public, maybe. But my guess is going to be that the way that Republicans perceive drag is any type of show.
Well, so this is why originalism is the best legal philosophy.
Well, we're not talking originalism. I'm just saying.
Well, I'll explain why. I'll explain why. Because when they're interpreting this, right, the reasonable thing would do is, why did they make this? Why did they include that little thing? And what is the context of the time that they included it? Well, the context of the time was like a whole bunch of like controversy about the fact that you had like Drag Queen Christmas, where you had like people literally wearing giant fake tits and grinding like their genitals in front of like small children, which is like highly sexual. This is like highly prurient.
Yeah, but my guess is going to be that stuff like that is probably already prosecutable. There's probably already bills in Tennessee.
No, it's not.
No, I can go in Tennessee prior to this bill, which, by the way, doesn't even account for that. Let's say prior to this, I could walk up to a child and start rubbing my dick in front of a kid, and because, you didn't put, like, the dick rubbing and sweatpants part clause in the bill, I'm not going to get in trouble for it? I don't think so.
If you did that specific thing, I don't know. I'm not an expert on Tennessee, like, any specific anti-child molestation Tennessee statutes. What I'm saying is that, generally speaking, in these states, like, drag queens going up on stage and like gyrating their genitals on each other and wearing these great big old fake tits and acting in an incredibly sexual nature, and there was minors there, I mean, they haven't been prosecuted. And so there has been like a little bit of a backlash to this. Well, like, oh shit, we don't want this happening in our state, or we don't want this happening in our state again, right? DeSantis decertified the area that did that in Florida. And then you have Tennessee who's like, well, we don't want that to happen here, so we're going to pass this bill to make sure it doesn't happen.
I'd be interested in looking at that, but I super don't think you're right. I don't think so. I think
why did they pass this? Why did they?
Because they don't want to have
a sexual prurient or
no, they didn't.
Interest here.
It's not. You're focused so much on that. That language was already there, the prurient interest. But look at what other classifications that they're being compared to, right? These things are necessarily and inherently by what they are sexual. Topless dancers, go-go dancers, exotic dancers, strippers, and cross-dressers. Like, that's being classified with all of those. No matter what performance any of those other people are doing, these people are probably going to get in trouble if they're doing a performance in a public area. It's necessarily going to be prurient interest. Somebody dressed as a stripper.
What's a go-go dancer?
I don't know, but it's probably some sexual fucking.
If it's
sandwiched between topless dancer and exotic dancers and stripper, my guess is a go-go dancer probably wears incredibly sexually provocative clothing insofar as Tennessee sees it. That's gonna be my guess.
Oh, she wears like a bikini and dances in front of people, and if she's dancing sexually to like a sexual interest, then that would be a problem, right?
Well, how about this, Lactoid? How about this? I'm going to give you two examples, okay? A volleyball tournament on a beach involving women in swimsuits. The swimsuits are various, whatever they brought with them from home. Some are in bikinis, some are in one pieces. Some have those weird frilly things from the 30s, okay? Prurient interest, public volleyball competition. They're at the very least showing lower leg, every single one of them. Is that appealing to a prurient interest?
It doesn't matter if it's appealing to prurient interest because I don't think it's defined as an adult cabaret performer. That's the point, right? Because
yeah. Well, no, you would have to like prove that there's a sexual intent here. They're appealing to a prurient interest, and by the way, it's a misdemeanor. So like you would also prove that like they intend to do this, right? They intended to like appeal to a sexual nature.
No, I understand,
which you could do when you're like got great big old fake tits and you're gyrating your genitals in front of fourth grade.
Okay, well this is where the other example is going from. Because we can imagine, for example, a sexy volleyball competition being displayed on a cabaret stage for the titillation of the audience. What if we have the exact same scenario, but they're trans women?
Should kids
exact
be at
same
that?
variety of dress.
Let me ask you, Sunday, should kids be at a sexy volleyball competition? Should kids be there, in your opinion?
Well, I'm not defining a volleyball competition at the beach as a sexy volleyball competition at the beach.
Say it was a wet t-shirt contest, sexy volleyball. They're gonna do the wet t-shirt thing.
That's
get sprayed with water, and
that
then
event
go out
is
and do
that event is coded.
Right?
That event is coded sexually, so by dint of the branding, no. But for example, we wouldn't say that kids shouldn't go to the beach because they might encounter women with bikinis there.
Or particular cheerleading performances at sporting events.
No, because those people aren't called out here. The adult cabaret performance is defined here to mean a performance. What?
Technically, they could fall under go-go dancer because a go-go dancer is a very broad category of people who dance at like entertainment venues.
Well, the reason why I'm pushing back on this, Stephen, is because like adult cabaret, what's intended for an adult cabaret, is endless because anything can be simulated for the titillation of an audience on such a stage. There's like a massive scope for interpretation there.
Yeah, no, you just got to take a step back for a second, right? And I this is one of the difficult things with like defining pornography or defining sex, like something sexualized, is like you do have to like take a step back and look at it like, is this appealing to a primarily sexual interest? Is this appealing to a what is the purpose of them doing this? Is the purpose of them like gyrating their genitals on each other? Is there like something sexual about that? Are they like trying to be sexual to like the audience? Is the entertainment, is the actual performance like built to appeal to somebody's sexual interest?
It just the language added doesn't.
That's different than like somebody with just a bikini, okay?
Sure,
Because That's not how it's been defined before, and that this bill doesn't change it to be defining that.
Sure.
It's defined that way.
Adding the cross-dressing thing just doesn't make sense. They're trying to ban drag, right? So I'm linking you to another part of the Tennessee Code, okay? This is 2021. I don't know if the language has been updated. But, like, if we look down here, right, this defines... if we look at, like, how it's defining adult stuff or adult cabaret or adult entertainment, it seems like, broadly, what they're really talking about is stripping. That's what it seems like they're really talking about.
And you
right?
put that in the group chat as well. I want to see.
I dropped it in the group chat.
They included
right?
strippers, but
no. Broadly speaking, they're talking about stripping, right? Topless dancers, go-go dancers, exotic dancers, strippers. And then they put in male or female impersonators. And then adult entertainment means any exhibition of any adult-oriented motion picture, live performance, display, or dance of any type that has as a significant or substantial portion of such performance, any actual or simulated performance of specified sexual activities, including the removal of articles of clothing or appearing unclothed. So earlier you gave the example that somebody was rubbing their crotch in front of a child's place or whatever. This sounds like a simulated performance of a specified sexual activity, so it would have been illegal before. And removing articles of clothing sounds like things you would do in regards to like a strip show, an adult cabaret. So I don't know why you would add male or female impersonators here. Any types of these sexual performances happening before, I can't think of any examples that wouldn't have already been caught under this bill. It sounds like you're just trying to ban drag.
The reason why, and there could be like a specific intent there for sure. But again, like the reason why is because recently this has been happening more. And I think it's
But
wrong,
if somebody was
right?
doing that in front of a kid, you would have already been able to charge them with a misdemeanor. I'm positive of that. There's no shot that I could go up in front of a kid. As long as I'm dressed like a man, I can do sexual activities, simulated sexual activities in front of the child and be okay. That's got to be, you can't have to pass an anti-drag amendment to existing legislation to make that illegal. There's no shot.
So hold on. Is your argument that it's redundant, or is your argument that it's
No. My argument is not that
anti-free
it's.
speech?
My argument is that in your world it's pointless because your interpretation doesn't make sense. In my world, they're just trying to ban all public performances of drag. In which case, it makes perfect sense. They're trying to ban drag. Otherwise, why would you add cross-dressers to topless dancers, go-go dancers, exotic dancers, or strippers performing adult entertainment like simulated sexual acts or removing articles of clothing to appear unclothed? Like it seems like you're just trying to ban drag.
Sure. That's one way of taking a look at it. Okay. I just think the context of when this came out is very different, right? This was like right on the heels of, at the time, like a number of incredibly sexualized and provocative drag performances in which there was children in the audience. And
What
people,
number?
And people. They had a whole tour.
To be clear, I don't.
Drag Queen
I bet
Christmas.
I don't think this happened. I don't.
I can
How
link
does
you
this
that
not
too.
sound like a moral panic, like Lactoid? Like,
no, I
basically-
don't think this ever happened. I don't think that there were. I think that this is my guess is going to be there's pictures from the shows or different shows, and there might have been kids in the audience, and people were making sexually suggestive things. But I don't think somebody was doing a highly sexually suggestive thing right in front of a kid, and there's not a misdemeanor statute that you couldn't charge that person. I don't believe that's the case.
They were doing no. They were doing it on a stage, and there was children in the audience.
Okay, Lactoid. Let's assume that is completely true. Once again, back to Stephen's point. No. Once again, back to Stephen's point. Even if that is completely true, the reason why that would be a problem is because they are engaging in simulated sexual activity in front of an audience. The wording of what you just posted suggests that the bare fact of dressing in the garb traditionally associated with the opposite sex counts as a cabaret-like performance. It seems like not just you want to ban drag, it seems like you want to ban any male-bodied person from appearing in public wearing a dress.
Any cross-dressing person, or at least doing any type of performance, not just appearing there, because it seems like a stripper could walk in public, but when it comes to doing any sort of performance, it feels like any performance relating to drag, because this has been added inappropriately. I'm mad at it. It doesn't, because it doesn't. Like if you read this section, none of this sounds like it has anything to do with people cross-dressing.
Has this bill been passed, by the way?
It was an amendment to the bill, and the first website that he linked is the updated Tennessee code, criminal code. So yes, it is part of it. The amendment was passed.
Has there been any prosecutions? Has there been any?
My understanding is that it may have been temporarily blocked. I don't know on what grounds.
Okay.
But
well, there was
that would be my question.
Here, I'll link that.
So that's again, like I think I've already said this.
Oh, shit.
Ultimately, we will need to see like exactly how this plays out, like with all statutes. But when you look at like what is the intent? What are they trying to target? What is the intent? Now, I think one reading of this is, well, trans people just can't like be in public anymore.
Can't do public. Don't be charitable to my point. Can't do any public performances, not just be in public.
Yeah, sure. Can't do any performance just because they happen to be in drag.
Correct.
So while Lizzo,
this one interpretation.
Just real quick, stop. So while Lizzo, for example, was called out by Matt Walsh and Ben Shapiro, apparently, right? And I saw the Matt Walsh one, haven't seen the Ben Shapiro one, saying you should arrest her because she's violating the Tennessee law, right? has any arrest been made? Has any action on this bill been taken by the enforcement mechanisms in the state? Because if this is just a thing about as lactoid claims to stop sexual performances, right? Then you probably wouldn't see much. But if it was, to Sunday's and Destiny's point, simply an excuse to ban all drag performances, surely we'd have seen some prosecution on that, some action. Something, right? Something?
No reasonable person is going to read it that way. That's the problem. Like when they're actually trying to enforce it. It's not gonna...
What do you... Okay.
You disagree?
No, I agree. No reasonable person would. I don't consider conservatives reasonable. And I think it's pretty obvious what they're trying to do with the bill is they're trying to ban all public performances of drag. Like, that's what they're talking about over and over again. Like, drag story hour and blah, blah, blah. Like, these are the topics that are coming up over and over again. And that was the onus under which this was added. Again, if you read the other categories of people that are considered, like, performing these adult performances, cross-dressing just doesn't fit. They're talking about strippers, go-go dancers, doing highly sexualized things. Like, why would you add cross-dressing there? That's so weird.
It fits when you look at, like, the context of what was that bill in response to? What was happening at the time that like they were like, oh fuck, we got to pass these bills. It was a whole bunch of like highly sexualized drag performances.
And highly sexualized.
The one that I'm thinking of in Florida, right?
Yeah.
Like perhaps one of the reasons why they wanted to really specify this was the case, in case like, well, we're gonna like get around some of the statutes by like we're not gonna absolutely like simulate sexual activity, but we are gonna have great big like paper mache tits.
Yeah.
Okay, hang on.
Those types of things probably would have already been illegal under Tennessee law.
Okay, hang on. So it looks like the bill was only effective as of last month on the 22nd. So there's like no time has transpired yet. Mm-hmm. I don't think we can really know one way or the other at this point.
I mean, it's a whole month
by this metric.
And
if they arrest like the drag queen story hour and like lead her out, and yeah, I mean that would be, I think, a gross misunderstanding of the intent of this law, and I don't think that she would get found guilty, or he would get found. I don't know with drag queens.
Okay, I think we butted heads on this one a while. It's a little tangential, but you know what? It was interesting, I think. I think different interpretations does play into the ultimate point, right, of tech censorship. Because it doesn't really matter what your TOS or moderation policies are. What matters is who is enforcing those moderation policies, who is interpreting those moderation policies. And given that that's the case, right, does the government have any interest in regulating what can and cannot be censored on a tech platform or on a social media platform? And do you think they should step in and, as Texas, I believe, tried to do, stop social media companies from banning you or something over infractions? What do you think?
We're linking these things in a weird way. Like the immediate cases that come to mind when we talk about whether or not government has an interest in interfering with the censorship of social media sites is for example, like China going through like Gmail accounts and things of that sort, and censoring discussion of particular topics, once again in the name of its national self-interest. These often run contrary to each other. Like the government interfering with social media is very rarely in defense of citizens' rights. It's more often having to do with, you know, the control of information that it deems to be sensitive to its own interests, aside from those rights.
I mean, our own president, Joe Biden, has called for this. Back in 2019, when he was a candidate, he was arguing for the revocation of Section 230. I think it was on the basis that he said these companies are helping promote and propagate falsehoods that they know to be false.
Is that something that you guys support, the revocation of Section 230?
No, of course not.
No, but I'm saying there's already there are government officials right now, currently even our sitting president, who think that there is a compelling interest for the government to step in and begin trying to moderate these platforms, I guess, to promote in the interest of promoting truth, I suppose. But that doesn't really capture the spirit of the First Amendment. I don't think the spirit of the First Amendment is to promote truth necessarily.
Interesting. Fair enough. Okay, we are kind of winding down a little bit. I do have one more.
Can I ask one question real quick?
Please, if you have something to go for, go ahead.
For you guys, and I love this example because it's one that also is very consistent with my strong capitalist beliefs. If you have a situation in which, let's say you had a large social media company that said that they were not shadow banning, okay, let's just say that they came out and they said they advertised to their consumer base that they were not shadow banning, And then later it came out that they weren't, right? It came out that actually behind the scenes, when they were hiding in the shadows, they were actually like shadow banning certain people, or more often conservatives, but let's just say generally speaking.
And we're, just for clarification, before you continue, we're taking this as like, well, it's hypothetical, yes, but we're taking this shadow banning to be not the accidental consequence of algorithms, you know, insufficiently understood or monitored, but like a deliberate policy. We have emails exchanged that show, hey, we want to ban X, Y, and Z, but not tell them.
It's designating certain people as like having less amplification. It's shadow banning, right? Like reducing the visibility. If this happens, when they promise that they're not doing it, you agree that this would be some kind of fraud and they should probably be liable to the people that they lied to?
No. I think if it was a paid service, maybe you can make an argument for that. But I think shadow banning, quote unquote shadow banning, it's a very specific term, and people like play around with these terms in terms of marketing all the time. So I think it's kind of silly to try to pretend that there's like a stringent definition or example of what shadow banning means or what shadow banning is.
I don't think there should be some kind of obligation on people offering a free service to be transparent about what's going on behind the scenes. I think when we're talking about people who are accepting a TOS, that maybe like as a part of their signing up process, or because they pay for some kind of feature, they're guaranteed access to some kind of like good, whether that's like, hey, and we will boost your profile against others that haven't paid for the service. I think in that case you'd have a case for fraud, but unless there's actually like some kind of explicit relationship like that, this strikes me as no different than, for example, like somebody banning people from a Discord server for reasons of personal judgment.
We call these things free, right? But that's only because we don't pay money for them. It's not like as if they come at no cost. I mean,
yeah, but you're not buying.
They do use our data. They do use. We are the product, right? We are the cost. Like we are giving access to ourselves.
In a sense, but you are not selling your data as a currency for the thing. You are agreeing to them being allowed to read your data while you're using their site. That is.
And given that
that doesn't fall under terms of service, though. That's a privacy policy. And these two things are distinct. I think a privacy policy is just going to outline to you how a company is like interacting and like harvesting your user data, but the terms of service is going to be something distinct from that. No.
Sure, but when you say that like companies that are free have no obligation to be honest to their user base, again, the agreement is being made, like a tacit agreement between both parties is being made, known or not, right? You're agreeing to let them use your data, and they are agreeing to not just arbitrarily moderate you or arbitrarily ban you and things like that. And at least in most cases, as I'm aware.
Are they agreeing to that? Can't they ban you for whatever reason they want? I don't know if they're agreeing any.
Well, as far as like how the courts recognize it, if a company outlines the rules and their terms and conditions, and there's an affirmative like click or agreement that you have to do that says I agree to this or I've read this, and then you proceed to use their site. If there is within those rules something that says we can change this at any time that you want, they can't actually enforce that as a meaningful contract, because then you would be co-signing and affirming that you will like continue to agree, like you're agreeing to a contract that you've not yet seen. So those are null. But if they are regularly updating them and having you affirmatively check, I agree to the updates, then those are enforceable.
Okay. Interesting. I'm not sure the law behind that. But to Lactoid's a larger point, right? Like, again, because people use Twitter and people use Twitch, YouTube, all these other streaming sites for their business. Like, people's livelihoods are tied to this. They go on to these sites and they become involved in creators on these sites and use these sites in order to make money, in order to live, right? Do the companies have no responsibility to be honest with the people using their services for this purpose?
Well, you're asking if they have an ethical, if there's some kind of ethical
it's like
pressure.
I'm not talking legal. I'm talking ethical.
Well, so my question was like legal, right? And I think the answers are crazy, right? So I can imagine a scenario in which, let's say, I put out an ad where you get a free car if you come and watch 50 hours of ads, right? And then at the end of you dedicating a significant amount of time watching ads and like being in this space that I've created, then like you don't get the car. Actually,
What's the free car that Twitter offered conservatives?
So when you come out and say we are not doing this, like we are just not doing this, but then like what this entices a bunch of people to come onto the platform and watch their ads, right? Become like a money-making device for the company, and then it turns out they're doing it. It would seem to me that like there's.
Has it turned out that Twitter is shadow banning conservatives?
Well, here's the question: what did Twitter specifically say they're not doing?
Well, hold on, real quick. I asked the hypothetical, and everyone's resounding answer was no. But like, my question is like in the hypothetical.
I do want to hear an answer to that, though. That's an interesting question.
I'll answer it, but I'm not sure I got the answer that I was like for the question I was asking, which is, I guess maybe a reiteration. Do you really think that like if like any one of these free social media companies can just flat out fucking lie to like bring users into their platform and then not deliver on what they're saying?
I don't know. Is that illegal?
Kind of weird.
Let's say on my website, let's say that I say if you subscribe tier 2, I'll give you a free hug if I say you or something. And then let's say I'm not doing that at all. That's just a total scam. Is that like, or not tier 2 actually? Because when I'm talking about
it should be.
Wait, hold on. Because when I'm talking about paid things, I'm sorry. What if you come into my chat and I say like, oh yeah, if you sign up for a thing on my website and you come chat, I'll give you a hug if I see you. And I'm like, no, I just lied. I totally lied. Just get more people to sign up. Is that illegal? What is the law? I have no idea. I'm not actually sure.
I don't think Twitter's saying they're not
going to be, but I think it should be.
But hang on, I don't think Twitter is saying they're not shadow banning people. Entails that they are promising that if you break TOS or you commit slurs or you engage in like pernicious language, that therefore they are obligated to promote you commensurately with other people who don't do.
Well, this is why I'm asking what he means by shadow ban. Again, shadow ban is a contentious term, right? I think in the most strictest sense, shadow banning means that you're removing somebody's access to the site almost completely without them knowing it. So that means that nobody else can see their tweets, nobody can go to their profile. They have no idea, and they've been basically completely delisted, but it's a shadow ban. The person's not aware of it.
Yeah, so for example...
Wait, just real quick, but I think, so Twitter does things like they deboost people, or they might deprioritize people, or hide them from certain people's feeds, and it's arguable whether that constitutes shadow banning. That's why I'm asking what specifically did Twitter say they didn't do. And the comparison I'll always use is for cell phones. Cell phone companies today, every single provider will not say that they're throttling. They don't say they're throttling. What they'll say is they deprioritize you after you've used 21 gigabytes or whatever of data. It's essentially the exact same thing. And if you're not wanting to get throttled, you are going to get throttled, but they call it deprioritization on the tower based on how much data you've consumed. So that's like a similar type of
It's the same.
Let me read this statement. So if we want to move away from the hypothetical and actually get to Twitter.
Yes, please.
Obviously it's based on.
Answer the question.
This is the statement that was made, right? People are asking us if we shadow ban. We don't. I think the real question behind the question is, are we doing something according to political ideology or viewpoints? We are not. Period. We do not look at content with regards to political viewpoint or ideology. We look at behavior.
Okay. Is that wrong?
So from what I read from the Twitter files, I only read those, I guess, only specific parts. And from what I read, they were deprioritizing people based on their political beliefs.
Well, I guess it depends on whether or not I get.
Okay. Just don't. Do you stay on this topic? Yeah, go.
I guess it depends on whether or not you consider someone, for example, like spreading untoward statements about, say, black communities to be a political belief, or whether or not that's just like an aggression on a community that's not.
I want to hear the back and forth a little bit more from Destiny and
that would have been the question I was going to ask. That was President somebody asked, because this is the issue that conservatives keep running into. Okay, I'll go into a platform, I'll spam the N-word, and then get banned, and I'll go, they're censoring me because I'm conservative. Conservatives think you should have freedom of speech. That's the issue. My understanding is I've never seen somebody banned from Twitter for political ideology, but you guys will say things like disagreeing with the COVID narrative. That's part of my political ideology, which I think is a fair point. But it feels different to say I'm banning conservatives. Like, that statement seems to take on a different character versus saying I'm banning somebody because of their political ideology versus like COVID misinformation or something, right? That's the issue, I think. So like I feel like
no, it's identical, right? If you're making like vaccine skeptical content and they specifically said we do not look at content, then they're looking at content, which they said they didn't do.
No. They said political content, didn't they? They're not going to say not looking at any content. They probably said political content.
Let me look at the statement again. With regards to political viewpoint or ideology.
Yes. So then my question, because here's my next question, because if I read it how if I read it how you're reading it, couldn't I arguably say every single ban on that site is due to some sort of political ideology? Every ban on every site is due to some sort of underlying political ideology, no? If I think that freedom of speech is a principal thing, yeah, so it's...
Right. If you want to be like hyper pedantic, but like...
Well, no, that's your point of view. Your point of view...
This once again goes back to like the spirit of like, what were they saying when they say we do not do this? We do not deprioritize people or like shadow ban people based on like their political affiliation, based on like their what they're saying, right?
Yeah.
Or not what the content,
I understand what
right?
you're saying.
Not necessarily the behavior.
I understand what you're saying,
and,
but
and
like,
they were doing that.
No, let's look at the spirit, okay? Let's use our full brains, okay? Twitter is saying that they're not banning people based on their political points of view, and you're saying like, oh, that's not true because you guys are banning for COVID, aren't you? Of course they're banning for COVID misinformation. They've already said that. They're not hiding that. But they're not banning you because you're a conservative. A liberal could go on and spread that quote-unquote misinformation, or a conservative could go on and spread the misinformation. They're not banning you based on your political point of view. They're banning you based on what they have in their TOS as stuff that they don't allow on the platform, which is COVID misinformation, election misinformation, as they define it, right? It's not based on your political point of view. It's based on violating those parts of the TOS.
Yeah, vaccine disinformation is nonpartisan. Anybody could perpetuate it. Also, Lacto, do you think that the algorithms themselves are perpetuating bias?
What?
Do you think-
Algorithms themselves are perpetuating bias?
Is that what, like, is against conservatives on Twitter and getting them disproportionately banned or shadow banned or targeted?
I guess I wish the algorithms would be more transparent, so I could like know for sure in what ways. I mean, it certainly feels so. I don't know. I guess this one I have a little bit less. This is more of just like a gut feeling, where it does appear that people say, well, we're gonna expand like the list of like words or phrases or like protected groups of people to like start including people who like, especially when it comes to class, for example. I think recently, like one of the new TOS from Discord was like, you can't discriminate against somebody based on where their income is. You know, and now if where your income is,
We can't make poor jokes? Oh no.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? Like, well, if your income is from like a government program, well, this is inherently going to put you on a direct collision course with conservatives who generally don't consider that to be like a legitimate form of income. Like if that's like what you're living off of for your income.
I think
so
Steven's
I do
case.
think like they do actually like I think it does in effect have that effect where it does seem to like bias
platform.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
biasly against conservatives.
I think.
But don't you think that like your ability, like the same skills that would make somebody like a good coder, is not necessarily going to mean that they have the ability to like even detect or identify those sources of bias, and like adjust their algorithms to exclude stuff like that?
Hopefully they would adjust their algorithms to not bias people based on or not bias. Well, really the problem is that they're like banning people or shadow banning people in the first place.
Yeah, the question here isn't an algorithmic error. It's like this is like an intentional policy set, right?
Well, I think Steven, to that point, I think Steven's case was actually stronger than he articulated it. So he was saying like they might deprioritize people, or they might say they're deprioritizing people. My question following that from though is, by deprioritizing, do we mean that they are actively putting like a marker on this account saying this one will get deboosted relative to everybody else, or are they simply neglecting to boost that one in addition? And then the question becomes, are social media platforms obligated to commensurately boost every single voice to some part? That seems like a difficult sell for me.
I believe for some accounts they were explicitly marking them as not for.
But that would be like COVID disinformation, stuff like that.
Yeah. They weren't just removing content; they were blacklisting accounts.
Okay, sure, but let's
limiting the visibility of entire accounts, right?
Sure, but
how is that not going back to like shadow banning if you're doing it based on an account?
Because that's not traditionally what shadow banning means. Sorry.
Shadow banning is like on YouTube. So, for example, I've got a bunch of people spamming the N-word in my chat briefly. When I block them, they can still type that on their end. They will see it in their chat, but it will not appear on my chat. That's shadow banning. So for them, it appears as if they're not banned. For me and everybody else, they are banned. That's what shadow banning is. So unless that's actually taking place, Twitter isn't shadow banning people.
And that's the issue with the definitions, I think.
Yeah, okay. I think I maybe this sounds stupid, but I think that's stupid. I think that when you refer to shadow banning, in I think my mind or most reasonable people I've spoken to, maybe they're not reasonable. But what shadow banning to me is you have an account and without your knowledge, right, you are put on a blacklist, right? You are marked. And now the shit that you put out is like reduced visibility to the point of like severely restricting what you believe you could do when you sign up for the service to begin with and you spend a lot of your time on the service. So apparently Charlie Kirk was also shadow banned, right? I mean, that's just one example that I've been like finding.
Sure, and you have every right to be upset by that, and you might think that's wrong. But
well, I think it's wrong because like it does. it feels like a lie. We're not shadow banning, but then we're gonna like create a blacklist of people where we're gonna reduce their visibility to like dramatically limit their scope. And so if I'm on Twitter and I'm like, oh, I'm fine, they don't shadow ban. Okay, I guess I'm gonna be treated fairly. So I'm gonna continue using the service instead of going to some other social media site. And so that I spend hours or days or months on Twitter now because I don't believe I'm being shadow banned, but then it turns out that I am. That's a lie. That's fraud.
President Sunday, let me ask you directly before you go. Let me ask you. It relates to this. I promise. Okay.
Okay.
And people are giving me money to ask questions. I want to make some money here. Okay? Please give me money.
That's what. Hey, why the hell isn't my checking? Okay, go on.
I don't know. As you said earlier, the research shows that conservative voices by the algorithm are boosted 4 to 5 times. I believe is the number you used.
I have no idea. I don't think I said a specific number.
But
significantly.
You did say that you and Straighter Aid.
Okay, well, I misspoke. I think Straighter Aid might have had like a specific number for that. I don't have that to hand.
I don't know the specific number. The point is that the claim was, and Twitter's research only shows in 2021, that conservative ideology content is favored by the algorithm. It gets boosted more, right?
Seems to be, yeah.
Seems to be. So given that that's the case, right? If conservative content is being boosted by the algorithm, does that not imply that someone is putting their thumb on the scale? Because the algorithm would naturally favor that, but for some reason it's not. Would that not imply at least an increased likelihood of someone intentionally putting their thumb on the scale?
Because these things aren't equivalent. An account violating TOS and getting banned of a certain description.
We're not talking about banning. We're talking about shadow banning. We're talking about
I understand. But the problem is there's no actual shadow banning taking place. So we're equivocating between quote unquote deboosting and shadow banning. And my immediate wonder, and
I'm using
maybe
it colloquially, not.
Wait. I understand, but there's a reason why I'm making this distinction, because if by deboosting we simply mean they're not applying a positive boost to some parties, then that would seem to imply that what we're talking about here is some kind of obligation to actually positively boost these channels, and that's a different question. Like it may be the case, even if we agree that it's completely unethical for Twitter to be like demoting certain channels, and I don't agree with that at all. But even if we did agree with that, if all they're doing is simply not applying a boost to some channels that they're applying to others, that's not demoting, right? That's not a positive action that they're taking with respect to those channels. They're just neglecting them. Are they obligated to improve the reach of those channels? That does not seem reasonable to me.
Right, it's just the lack of promotion.
Okay. Fair enough. Gang, we circled the train on this. This has been I found it was an interesting discussion. I hope you all enjoyed it as well. We talked about tech censorship. We talked about freedom of speech more generally. We went, for whatever reason, for 30 minutes on a specific line and a specific bill in a specific state, which was fun. I hope you all enjoyed that. But are there any other questions or thoughts before we kind of just wrap this up? Anything that we haven't talked about that you think is important to bring up?
Did we get to egg throwing?
I don't think we did, but
very, very quickly, so someone from my chat who is in the know says that it was not deboosting, it was a do not amplify label, so my description is just apparently accurate. Someone can disprove that if they have the wherewithal.
I don't know. So. Okay, fair enough. I'm going to give everyone here a chance to tell people who they are, shout themselves out, and we're just going to close it out for the evening. Gang, I am Whick TV. You can find me on Twitch and YouTube, both. Twitch at twitch.tv/WhickTV, and YouTube at youtube.com/Whick@Whick-TV. Check me out. We do panels like this on occasion, right? And we have hopefully interesting discussions. So if you guys want to give me money, that's important to do too. Like, subscribe if you're watching this. Straighter Aid, what about you? Where can people find you?
I'm at Straighter Aid on everything, or Straighter Aid _, and at some point I'll eventually start streaming it and bother doing it on my end, so that's all I have to promote.
Okay. Any closing thoughts that you want to add, or are you good?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Sunday, go ahead.
Well, first of all, thank you for putting this on. I think you did a wonderful moderation job, as evidenced by the fact that you allowed me to talk for roughly 75% of the time. I can be found on President Sunday on YouTube and Twitter, and I'm technically on Twitch, but I have not used it at all, and I have no immediate plans to.
Okay, well, thank you for being here. Really appreciate you not running away this time. That's great.
Jesus.
We stayed. Next up, Lactoid. Go ahead. You okay?
Thanks, Whick. Thank you all for talking to me. If you like what I had to say, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Thanks.
Simple, to the point. Any closing thoughts, Destiny? Anything you want to add?
No, I had so much fun. I love you all very much. I look forward to Lactoid being the replacement for who was the crazy conservative lawyer guy?
Not Rob Nor, was it?
No. The guy who was like religious. He does like.
I know who you're talking about, but I'm not going to say it because it's mean. So.
Wait, how is it mean?
I'm calling him crazy. He's a kind man.
Well, who is the kind man that you're talking about? Oh, Lecture Fan, that guy. Yeah, I look forward to you stepping up as our new conservative.
Look, Lactoid. I will stand Lactoid. He is my favorite conservative. If I had to pick a conservative, right, I would pick Lactoid. Lactoid is my favorite. So thank you for being here, Lactoid. Thanks, Destiny, for being here. And thank you, audience. Okay, we're gonna close it out. And yeah, I don't want to do opens right now. I'm tired and I'm hungry. And,
wow.
Yeah.
Jeez.
So I know, disappointing, but
I'll take questions on my channel. Go subscribe to
enough.
President Sunday.
Go do that. But for now, I'll bid thee all adieu. Bye bye.
Arrivederci.
Whatever. Bye.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Nice one, guys. Let me use the restroom real quick. 1 sec.
Oh, I'm 25 and natty. Just curious about your situation was all. Plan to stay natty for a while to come. Oh no, I'm 25 and fine, planning to stay natty for a while. Just curious about you and your situation, all love. What type of training would you recommend to someone that has a skinny fat body type? My metabolism is super high and I don't gain weight very easily. I'm 25 and weigh about 150 when I'm not trying to bulk.
I would rather kill myself than lose gains. That's why it's called a diet. I've taken so many steroids and pre-workout I've forgotten human speech. I've grown a hoof and horns. My heart is going to explode in 72 HRS. Raw science.
I'm a skeleton skull. 113 pounds 5'10". I eat McDonald's and can't gain weight. But I'm in a weird situation where I'm missing 85% of my large intestine. Should I be lifting max weight but like 1-5 reps? Destiny, I see the free X10 reverse fly and pull up, but you're missing a heavy free X5 row movement. No, like bent over barbell row to balance to the heavy pressing. I, on behalf of all slugs, would like to apologize. Pepe wins, by the way.
Okay, before we were so rudely interrupted.
Hey Destiny, watching your stuff for a while. Just past my svab. Saluting face. Hoping to serve the country, enjoy the gifted in this. Destiny, I just watched that debate you had with the black red pill guy and it was hilarious. That DG who said enough tea. Enough tea. What the FCK is an NFT. There's a legend. Destiny, you are such a great person. Thank you for everything you do.
Oh. Not sure if you're still doing gym talk, but any tips for someone with inverse Popeye arms? No forearms are sad? Aren't there literally lifts to target forearms?
Rep.
Why not just start
Gail
doing
Reynolds
those?
is a software engineer, and he hammered the TikTok CEO on their ability to keep their platform locked down from the CCP.
Or was that a meme reference to Nick? Okay, let me wait for these donuts to cycle through and then we'll...
One of the main three that run it is a Chinese prime minister. Plus in China they can only use a 1 or 2 HRS. That's concerning.
This used to have, the Blaze attack used to have multi.
There's a white
right?
board
I think they removed it because it was too
Africa
strong.
More African than a black family that immigrated to the U.S. out of Ness area with no intent of returning. How do you all feel about the show, Jackass?
Good one.
I'm sorry for saying you were mouthing. This is a fair price to pay.
Can you see them if they're standing? There's nobody here, right? How do you feel about the show, Jack? I don't know. It's not really my style. Like gross humor, and like toilet humor and shit, has never been my interest ever. Split VOD. Did August ask? Hold on. Stop recording. Fuck, that panel was so boring. You really putting that on the main channel, August? Nice. Really? What were your previous views on Bill C-16 versus the Tennessee bill? I've never cared much about the Bill C-16 shit. That was like, it's a Jordan Peterson thing. Oh, there was one more fucker hiding out here. He'll probably get killed by these things. Okay, fuck him. Might be able to do the same for recording splits or on my OBS Recall. There's a split recording after X minutes option and preferences. No, he doesn't want me to...
I'm sure this will eventually be asked about your previous views on Bill C-16 versus the Tennessee bill.
Yeah, I don't care about the shit. August doesn't ask to split based on time. It's usually if something specific has happened, he wants me to split so he can start working on it sooner, rather than waiting for the stream to finish.
Bro, fuck this game, I can't get past the first level. Are spears good, or are they dog shit?
Spears suck. How are you having trouble with the first level? Bro, you might be retarded. Huh. Have you ever played Mario games? I played like the standard ones, like Mario 64, Mario Party, like all that shit growing up, yeah. You gonna talk to Gideon or Anna now? If they come in again. Yeah, I don't know if they will or not.
Nice. I might be flowered, but at least I didn't pass up Gideon and an Alicia dumbass.
I had an obligation. Okay. These colors mean something. Should have been like live and skipped the panel. True. Hold on, Dono, coming through.
Destiny, what do you think about the new conservative talking point about Fox and Dominion being owned by BlackRock, so BlackRock got paid by BlackRock in that settlement, which got Tucker fired?
Sounds pretty fucking stupid. I don't know what you expect me to say about it. Okay.
I think that the country deserves to have a credible assessment of these claims and what the evidence shows. And the mechanism to try to force that is denying certification on the 6th.
The mechanism to try to force that is denying.
I understand you are mulling over the idea of hiring an assistant.
I don't understand.
I emailed you last week. Please let me know if we can chat more.
I'll get right on that, okay? New Shapiro video about Tucker. Okay, I'm pausing donos again, okay?
Alrighty, folks, the biggest media news of the last decade.
Just used my layoff severance to buy my first house, and life is feeling pretty good. Thanks for the entertainment, buddy smiley face.
Nice. Okay, we're watching this for a minute. Let's see what Shapiro's got to say about this.
Carlson has been fired from Fox News. What lay behind this? So, a few different theories. Theory number one is that Tucker was basically ousted as a consequence of the Dominion lawsuit. This is the theory of the Washington Post. The Washington Post says Carlson's private messages were among hundreds of internal communications made public in the course of the Dominion lawsuit that caused angst and embarrassment for Fox and heightened the company's legal jeopardy. Fox ultimately agreed to pay Dominion $800 million or so. Among other comments, Carlson expressed skepticism of the election fraud claims made on air by attorneys affiliated with President Trump and declared that he passionately hates the former president, whose rise to power had been cheered by Fox in order to avoid people like Tucker having to testify or Judge Jeanine having to testify or a wide variety of other Fox News hosts having to testify. Fox News instead decided to, and this would be Rupert Murdoch, decided to sign an $800 million check to Dominion. But according to the Washington Post, it wasn't those comments that were so bothersome. It was Carlson's comments about Fox management, as revealed in the Dominion case, that played a role in his departure from Fox, according to a person familiar with the company's thinking. Quote, "Do the executives understand how much credibility and trust we've lost with our audience?" Carlson wrote to a colleague in a message a day after Fox, like the other media outlets, called the election for Joe Biden. This was a sentiment echoed by others at Fox in the fall of 2020, as even network officials who disbelieved Trump's election fraud conspiracy theories fretted that countering them strongly would alienate their conservative viewers. So in other words, a lot of the Fox News executives were looking at the fact that Tucker really didn't believe a lot of the things that were being alleged by Sidney Powell and Trump's legal team, but also was deeply worried about how that was going to play with the Fox News audience and all that had now come out. In another message, Carlson referred to management with an expletive, quote, "Those efforts are destroying our credibility." He later wrote, "A combination of incompetent liberals and top leadership with too much pride to back down is what is happening." Carlson did not have a farewell show, obviously. So this is theory number one, is that this was the natural after effect of the Dominion lawsuit, that basically everybody who is involved in any sort of credibility giving to the election fraud narrative is now going to be on the line. And to back that theory, you have the fact that Fox News also parted ways with Dan Bongino just last week. And Dan Bongino, of course, had been very vocal in his support not only for President Trump, but also had wanted to do an interview a couple of years ago in which Trump actually aired his grievances about the election. The Fox News brass cut the interview, and Dan actually went on the air, and he said, you shouldn't cut the interview with the former president of the United States. He's the former president of the United States. It was just a few days ago that Fox News parted ways with Bongino. So it's hard not to see Carlson's ouster in the context of Dan Bongino also being ousted as of last week. Now, that's not the only possible theory.
Is it just going to be a retread of
ancillary issues
what's happened, basically? Or is he going to give his opinion on what he thinks happened?
According to the Los Angeles Times, and this would have been Steve Battaglio reporting as a staff writer over there, people familiar with the situation who are not authorized to comment publicly said the decision to fire Carlson came straight from the top from Rupert Murdoch directly. Carlson's exit is related, according to them, to the discrimination lawsuit filed by Abby Grossberg. There's another lawsuit that has been on the books. She's a producer fired by the network last month, according to certain people. Carlson's senior executive producer, Justin Wells, has also been terminated, according to people familiar with the matter. So what exactly was in that particular lawsuit? A bunch of allegations were in that particular lawsuit. None of them particularly pretty. According to Yahoo News, just about a month ago, that discrimination lawsuit included allegations that constant bullying and gaslighting caused the producer so much stress and anxiety, her stomach ulcers flared up and she was in excruciating pain, and that she'd been discriminated against based on gender, religion, and disability. Discovery may have uncovered other ugly messages, perhaps. Maybe this is what Fox News was worried about. The network said in a statement, Fox News Media engaged an independent outside counsel to immediately investigate the concerns raised by Ms. Grossberg, which were made following a critical performance review. Grossberg's complaint contains allegations that Fox's lawyers pressured her to provide misleading testimony in the Dominion voting claim. Fox News says her allegations in connection with the Dominion case are baseless. We will vigorously defend Fox against all of her legal claims, which have no merit. So again, the allegation here is that a former Tucker producer was alleging anti-Semitism and sexism, and maybe this had some legal ramifications. So that is theory number two, is that it was sort of ancillary issues, that producer's lawsuit. Another possibility was that the network was very upset with the possibility of additional legal liability created, they think, by Tucker Carlson. For example, Ray Epps, who you'll recall from Tucker's show, he was a Texas man who, the day before the actual storming of the Capitol building, urged people to enter the Capitol building. There are a lot of people on the right who suggested that he was some sort of FBI plant. And Epps was interviewed Sunday on 60 Minutes. He suggested that Tucker had targeted him. Maybe Fox News didn't want to be hit with another lawsuit. That's quite possible after having suffered an $800 million settlement, which is actually the largest media settlement in American history so far as we are aware. Again, that is a possibility as well. There's also talk about the possibility that the network was upset about Tucker's coverage of January 6th. Tucker had done a special not all that long ago. We covered some of Tucker's allegations in the special. For example, the fact that the so-called buffalo horned man, whatever his name was, QAnon shaman, that he was walking around the building shadowed by a bunch of cops, and that looked kind of different than the idea that he was kind of running around the building threatening people physically and all of this. And Tucker had sort of downplayed the nature of January 6th. Maybe the brass didn't like that very much. But what this all comes down to is it looks as though Fox News is quote-unquote cleaning house. And that can be, for bad. There are a lot of people who not only love Tucker, but also think that Tucker says things that other people won't, which is true. Tucker does say things that other people won't. You can see a fundamental divide has emerged, obviously, inside the Fox Corporation, and that was pretty clear from what members of the Fox News brass were saying during election 2020. There's a pretty clear divide between some of the top brass. That'd be Rupert Murdoch, maybe Lachlan Murdoch, Paul Ryan, Via Din, some of the other people who are sort of at the top of the Fox brass, and some of the other people. Memorial Day as well, inflection point for the company and a chance for people.
It's just like a reading down, I think, of what's happened, basically.
Actually thought new lines about
this probably isn't that surprising to anybody, right? If everybody, if your company has an $800 million fucking lawsuit that they just settled, heads are probably going to roll based on who is causing them to have to settle that, right? That's probably not that surprising.
How they covered the issues. Whatever the case may be, and again, I think all of these points of view are arguable. Whatever the case may be, Tucker was a major asset to Fox News. It's not going to be so easy to fill that time slot. That is a very difficult time slot to fill. Again, he was the #1 host in prime time for Fox News. Now, there are people who are immediately chortling over the impact of this. The New York Times has been chortling over the impact of this, suggesting that Fox News is in serious trouble, or that Tucker's in serious trouble. The truth is both will go on to success in their various areas of endeavor. This is not the first rodeo for Fox News. Fox News fired Bill O'Reilly back when he had about 3.7 million viewers a night. Tucker has about 2.9 million viewers a night. Bill O'Reilly went on to make a lot of money in other endeavors, and Fox News went on to, continue.
Is that true? What did Bill O'Reilly go on to do? I feel like he had like a podcast show for a while, and then Did he do anything, or did Bill O'Reilly kind of like disappear? I feel like once he got fired from Fox News, I thought he went on to do a podcast. I don't know if it ever hit the same level of popularity as he had on Fox News. I could be wrong, but
need to be wildly successful. Fox News has parted ways in the past with some friends of mine, people like Glenn Beck, people like Megyn Kelly. You know, again, those are all business decisions, and Fox News went on to continue to have wide-ranging viewership. But you can see a lot of people, of course, very angry and very upset about Tucker Carlson being ousted from Fox News, and that is a direct response to the fact that Tucker, again, is an incredibly compelling performer. He is somebody who has a unique point of view on politics, and I don't agree with Tucker a lot. There are times I've talked about on the show where I strenuously disagree with Tucker. If you want to see some other times where I strenuously disagree with Tucker, all you have to do is watch the Sunday special episode I did with him where we disagreed on everything from foreign policy to government interventionism in the American economy. He, for example, thinks the government should intervene strongly in the American economy, give subsidies, prevent technological developments in order to preserve certain types of jobs. I don't think that. But whatever Tucker is, he is certainly a compelling presence. And he does, when it comes to social issues particularly, have an extraordinary amount of moral clarity. And it'll be interesting to see how Fox News tries to, they try to fill that gap. So when I say that the left is celebrating Tucker Carlson being fired from Fox News, I mean literally celebrating by doing the wave. So the intellectual luminaries over at The View led the charge here. Again, combined IQ lower than the pen I currently hold in my hand. If it were possible to have negative IQ points, The View would somehow achieve that signal feat. Here's what it looked like on The View when they found out that Tucker had been let go.
Word has just come down that Fox News Media and Tucker Carlson have agreed to part ways. They thank him for his service to the network and host of a prior contributor. Wave.
Now they're doing the wave. They're literally doing the wave right now. That's the first time some of these people have stood up in at least 11 years. So that is very exciting. So yeah, great stuff there from those people. By the way, they're very excited about a network they never watch. They're really, really excited about it. Like, if somebody got fired on MSNBC, a network I never watch, I wouldn't be like, oh my God, that's amazing. I'd be like, I never watch that network. I don't care. Just shows how much the left is like bewildered and confused and upset by the presence of an alternative point of view like Fox News in the first place, and certainly Tucker. CNN, of course, was very excited about all of this. CNN, Oliver Darcy, he says that the reason that Tucker was fired is because he was leading them in an extremist direction, which of course was always going to be CNN's line on this.
I mean, it's kind of
true. This raises
true.
a lot of questions about whether the network potentially is trying to at least rein in some of the more extreme people on the channel. I mean, of course, Tucker Carlson, the most extreme probably on that channel. I should also note, John, why this is so important. I mean, Tucker Carlson, outside Donald Trump, really was the person commanding the GOP, really directing it. You saw Republican lawmakers, prominent Republican lawmakers, often grovel at his feet.
Ted Cruz.
Ted Cruz, for instance, groveled at his feet, and others, because they were afraid of him going on his primetime show and lashing out at them. So this is not only huge news in the world of media, but also in the world.
What do you think of President Sunday panel? I feel like he's pretty doing. He's not acting like a complete schizo. Yeah, I mean, he's reasonably intelligent. He just has to not be in unhinged schizo mode. But that's just the story of President Sunday, you know?
World of politics, where he was really pushing the GOP in that extremist direction.
And Tucker is not going to go away here. Despite CNN really reveling in all of this, Tucker's not going to go away. I mean, there were immediate rumors that Tucker might run for president. Now, I think that is a very sketchy rumor, given the fact that again, Tucker Carlson tends to be a private person. He's somebody who really enjoys his private life, and he doesn't want to see that up on a screen. I'm not sure that he wants to go head-to-head with Donald Trump, a man who has no limits when it comes to attacking his political opponents.
True.
But it is galling to watch the members of the left-wing media who've been wildly dishonest for years about Trump, about Tucker, about pretty much everybody, now kind of reveling in it. The New York Times reran a piece today titled, "The Times did an investigation into how Tucker Carlson stoked white fear to conquer cable." This, of course, is their routine, is that anybody they don't like is a white supremacist. That is the way all of this works. I'll repeat it again.
I mean, Tucker Carlson is, he's got pretty mask off in his later years, to be fair. If we're being fair, you kind of...
Tucker's an immensely talented guy. He's going to go on to have immense success in whatever he chooses to do next. This is not the end of Fox News. It's not remotely the end of Fox News, because, again, Fox News still is the prime-time destination for the vast majority of America's really motivated conservatives.
Read YouTube chat. Real femme say. Wait, bro, you're friends with me on fucking. You're friends with me on Discord. Why don't you just send me the video on Discord? Why are you typing in my YouTube chat?
Is it going to harm Fox News? Certainly with Tucker's viewers, it will. But again, the kind of rule in conservative media is that Fox News continues to truck on, and ex-hosts, they continue to have second careers as well. So this is hardly the end for either of them. Alrighty, guys, the rest of the show continues right now. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll be getting into the vaunted Ben Shapiro Show mailbag. If you want to have your question answered, you have to be a member. If you're not a member, become a member. Use code Shapiro at checkout for 2 months free on all annual plans. Click the link in the description and join us.
Wow, thanks, bro. Okay, back to where were we? Okay, where were we? Where are my lifter bros at? Hillshire, where are you at? We're back. We're back. We're back on it. But we were so rudely interrupted by everybody. How come you don't answer our donut questions like Ben? Listen, I bet Ben only answers a few, okay? I love you way more than Ben loves his audience, alright? Nick Fuentes collabed with a gaming transgender Twitch streamer.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, this is Lami in the chair right here. Hey, are you trans? Are you trans? Why are you trans? We're targeting you because you're trans. Hey, everyone go to cozy.tv/UX.
Hey, Lamia, I'm not gonna save you because you're trans, you're a stupid dumb bitch.
Why? What do I care about this? I don't know if this is gonna TOS me on YouTube. This gripper has been baiting for half an hour. Oh, has he? Wait, where is he? Uncle Ted. Stalk Uncle Ted. Tucker just announced he's joining Cozy TV. Tucker sleeps with 4 dogs, literal dogs, in his bed. Interesting. Okay, Rad wants me to watch this video.
I'll only date a guy if he makes 6 figures. No, 7 figures. Because of inflation.
Yeah, because of inflammation.
Yeah, and he has to be over 6 feet tall.
No, 7 feet tall.
Because of inflation.
Yeah.
And he needs to be okay with me having an OnlyFans.
2 OnlyFans.
Yeah.
Because of inflation.
This stupid. This stupid.
I am not.
This stupid. This is stupid. I am smarter than the hot 18-year-old. We smart, she's stupid.
I spent my most valuable years allowing my body to be used because no one ever taught me what love is or how to respect myself. And all you can do is make fun of me for it.
You stupid. This stupid.
Oh, God.
This stupid. 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 The stupidest of the. This stupid is so stupid.
This stupid.
This stupid. This stupid is so stupid.
Leave her alone. I'm over 7 feet tall. I make 7 figures, and I do want her.
Do you have a 7-pack?
This stupid.
Become a member at freedomtunes.com.
Okay, thanks. I give it a 7 out of 10, okay? Okay. Trying to think of how I want my night to go, because I need to go eat. I could get food, but it would take me like 15-20 minutes. Just order it. It's literally right outside my apartment. I feel retarded ordering it. Okay, I have to go over there.
Talk too much. Saying I ain't like these other battle rappers. They talk too much.
saying I can't use the N-word in this battle. My nigga, I just called you.
Whoa, 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 That's what he said. Hold up. Push your fucking pen, nigga.
I ain't like these other battle rappers. They
Nice. Oh, somebody linked this in offline chat. Suka. I feel like it's just unfortunate. I mean, I feel like I have to give mad props to the driver, though. The driver was definitely paying attention and responded almost instantly. Like, if he wouldn't have been paying attention, this kid is going to be significantly more fucked. I think he actually even manages to slow down before he hits the kid. Like, what is the response time here? I'm guessing, like, 300 milliseconds? Maybe a little longer. They're like, he's like pretty on here. Like, I don't think he was driving too fast. He like hits the brakes even before he hits the kid. Like, good brakes too. True, yeah. And this kid came flying out of there. He was still driving too fast? Was he? What's the speed? What's the speed limit? How fast is he going? What is the speed limit here? How fast do you think he's going? I suck at telling. Sorry, what have we got? Because it looks like he could be going 25. You would have ran over that kid? No. I almost never get into accidents in neighborhoods. My theory is you want to spend the least amount of time in the neighborhood possible because it minimizes the amount of potential contact you can have with a child. So when I'm driving through neighborhoods, I usually try to go like 85, 90 on straight roads because as long as there's not a kid in front of me and I zip to the end, there's not going to be anybody hit. So, easy. Man, my internet's been pretty shaky today. I wonder why. It's a little spooky. Was that a one-way street? Oh God, I'm not gonna find it. Fuck. What was the name of the post? Was it the gallery thing? I'm worried this is gonna be like porn. Hold on. Oh, it's this Elon stupid shit. Wait, what the fuck country is this in? It's not a one-way street because cars are parked in both directions, but it looks like they drove on the other side of the road. Or is the footage like mirrored or?
Man, they don't want to talk to you. I ran a red light. Man.
She said you're a liar. I see why you're.
Can y'all talk to her? Hey, babe, I ran a red light, and they want to talk to me. Man, babe, I ran a red light. She think I'm with a bitch.
She does, doesn't she?
Yeah, she think I'm with. Babe, I'm with a female. I'm getting pulled over by the car.
I see why you're arguing with her.
Yeah. Babe, all right, I'm right.
FaceTime her real quick. I'll let you FaceTime her.
Oh, he said he gonna let me FaceTime you. I'm arguing with you and want some bullshit. Look, I don't think this can't be a female. I don't think that's a female.
No, I'm a female?
Hey, you trying to get me taken to jail. I'll be
Oh my God.
Alright, hey, dude, we're gonna, just because you're having a bunch of other troubles with her, hang on now, she knows now. I don't want
Did he just hang up on her?
slow down, pay attention, alright? You're gonna kill somebody, alright? You have a good night.
Thank you.
Alright, he's being pretty cool. He said he was arguing with his girl, so he's got enough problems for tonight. We're gonna just cut him a warning and he'll be on his way.
Damn, imagine going home to that relationship. Yikes. Yikes, fam. Okay. Back to our gym theory crafting, okay? Back to our trusted gym flares. Where are you guys at? I should be able to set flare-only chats. Cake, why don't we have that feature yet? Cops need to do more propaganda like this to build a better relationship with the black community. What, pull people over while they're arguing with their girlfriends? Is it normal to get pulled over for running a light? Yeah? Oh, pulled out of the car? Pulled out for running a light. It just depends on what happens. It could. %of gym flares here are soy retards. My gym flares are gods. Okay. All right. My goal is to increase these 3 really 4 lifts. Overhead press. Basically every other day I'm doing like 2 barbell lifts, I think, almost. Oh, hold on, wait. I'll do 4 lifts on this. One sec. I was gonna add this one. Hold on. Yeah. We'll do 4 lifts on day 2. This will be our adventurous day, okay? And then boom, that's it. I'm either doing 3x5 a lift and 2x10 every day. Yeah, alternating all this shit. I think this is fine, right? Am I missing anything? Is anything gonna get fucked here? All I'm trying to do is increase these 3 4 lifts overhead press. What a lame fucking lift. It's like 125. Are these our entire workouts? This is all I do. It's like, it should be done in an hour or less, warm-ups and everything. Important question. How tired is your body after a workout and on day 4? Sometimes on day 4, I'll take a break, but it's only if my legs are ultra killing me when I wake up the next day. The only thing that's really getting exhausted here for me is my quads. Really, it's just my quads, I think. And maybe my lower back, but I can't feel that in my lower back as much. Usually I feel it in my quads. Usually these lifts won't take a full hour, right? The arm day probably won't take a full hour. It just depends on how much I'm on Reddit. Days 1 and 3 will probably take an hour. I probably spend like 25 minutes squatting. Plus I do a 10-minute walk to warm up and then deadlift and then pull up. Well, but every day here should be under an hour. But your squats are improving, right? Your bench is the one kind of stagnating. Right now, technically nothing is stagnating. Everything's been moving up pretty well. As long as I don't travel, everything kind of keeps climbing up. Like all my lifts are as big as they've ever been right now. 8+ reps only. Don't fall for starting strength. True. If progress stalls, you could increase the number of sets by 1. Yeah, on some of my 2x10 days, I could bump that up to 3x10 maybe. What are your weaknesses in each lift? You might want to switch out the higher rep day for some sort of variation to build on the weaknesses of each lift if your goal is to strengthen it. I thought about that before, like adding like accessories to blah, blah, blah. But I feel like it's better to just do the lift, right? Like if I've got problems squatting because like let's say my quads feel weak when I squat, I should just keep squatting. Like why do like leg press? Because then like, oh no, now my legs are strong and now my lower back is too weak, or now like that's fucking lame. Like why not just do Where's the cardio? It's when I squat and deadlift, okay? Do you actually have issues with your work right now? Do you feel like you're not making progress? Nope. I feel like everything's moving along pretty well right now. I don't know. Okay, well, if nobody has any... I mean, you have to focus on the muscles that are weaker to increase the whole, right? The problem is that I feel like this is a feeling I have, okay? This is the feeling I have. The feeling I have is that I don't know if accessory movements truly benefit barbell lifts. That might be really gay. Oh shit, I'm on YouTube. I'm sorry, I don't know if I can say that. Might be really lame, but I have a hard time feeling like accessory things are actually benefiting my barbell lifts. I feel like it's better to just do the barbell lifts at lower weights. I remember in like 1 month, I got my leg press up to like over 400 pounds, and I didn't feel like it helped my squats at all. It felt like the most worthless thing in the world. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like I'd rather just do, because I was doing, instead of like, so for instance, on day 4, this is my overhead press day, I used to do like tricep push downs, and I think I did one other tricep accessory movement. Like, why do all of that to my bench press when I could just bench press, right? Like, why not just do that? Like, if on my bench press day here, I'm benching 155 pounds. When I do my 2x10 day, I'm benching 135 pounds, right? Why wouldn't I load my tries with 135 pounds on a barbell and bench press? Why would I do like weird accessory shift? Like, I don't know. Is this type of movement like actually going to be helping me with my, I don't know. I'd rather just bench more, right? Probably because you hit other bottlenecks in your squat, right? So you just keep squatting. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I think. Do you drink protein shakes daily? Yeah, I definitely get a bunch of protein. Close grip or JM press will have better carryover. I don't even know what JM press means. How about close grip bench press for triceps accessory then? Why? But why? I don't care. Why not just bench more? I'd recommend face pulls. Face pulls are the lamest exercise in the gym. Nobody does them right. I probably couldn't do them right. Fuck that fucking lame ass lift. I'd rather just do my reverse flies. I feel like cable reverse flies. It's just the easiest. It's the easiest rear delt lift. It is the best. It is the best rear delt lift. Okay, it's the easiest and the best. Nobody wants to sit there fucking doing some fucking weird ass shit on the cable machine where everybody's looking at you, everybody's laughing at you, you're falling over because you're not braced. It's just, nobody wants to do that. Okay, fuck that cringe shit. Nobody cares. All right, fuck that cringe lift. If there are 8 muscles involved in a movement but 2 are weaker, why would you not min-max those muscles? Because I feel like for the barbell lifts, I feel like you're loading those muscles as heavily as you can anyway. And I also feel like it's important to move them like in a certain way, like to learn the lift. So like if I want to work my triceps bigger, I don't know if doing tricep push downs is going to get me the same type of benefit for a bench as just doing tricep work on a lighter bench with my like on another day. That's what I feel, but I could be wrong. I don't know. Maybe I'll like I said, I think if my lifts stall before I hit my goal numbers, then I'll probably revisit. But right now, this is where. What about rows? Fuck rows. Who cares? What do you even row for? Okay, that's like a phantom lift. Okay, fuck that shit. Cringe. Jacob is in tier 5 waiting. Oh, okay. Who cares about your back? Yeah, between deadlifting and pull-ups, do you need another back movement? How many fucking pull movements do you need? Cringe. Who cares? Mr. Running Man, what's up?
How you doing?
I'm doing great. How you doing?
Good. So I see you're making a new program.
Well, not really. This is just the one I've been doing, and I'm just finalizing where I've got everything at now. Because now I'm back from my last trip, gym today. This is like my final stretch for these like 2 months. Okay, I want to get there. I'm almost.
Fuck yeah, let's grind it out.
Yeah,
You got this.
I am grinding it out.
So right now, what do you think your weaknesses are with your training?
My biggest concerns are honestly just injuries.
Okay.
So, I changed up my squat a little bit. For a while, especially when I was doing low bar, and especially coming from the starting strength people, I throw my ass back a lot. It was like my cue. But now I'm trying to make the movement going up and down a lot more even. So breaking at the hips and the knees at the same time and just doing like a smooth up and down. Also because I switched high bar. So I haven't had any back pain at all in months. My deadlift, it feels scary. I'll probably start recording those. It's really hard for me to tell without like somebody else watching if my back is like in an unhealthy space, especially as the weight is going up for me, like because my lower back feels like it's got a lot of pressure on it.
Right. So this is a little contentious, but generally, and where I stand on this is, as long as you're being consistent with how your back is in your deadlifts, a little bend is fine. So like as long as you're training the same way that you're doing your high effort lifts, that's probably okay. The danger is when you have a higher effort lift that goes way out of your normal form.
Sure.
Your body's not adapted to that over time. But like lumbar flexion isn't something that needs to be completely villainized all the time.
Sure. And I feel like based on prior training that like I can tell when I'm starting to fuck with my back a little bit. Like there's only ever been one time I've truly hurt my back, and that's when I racked a squat incorrectly. But I feel like if I'm deadlifting wrong, I feel like I'll start to get like kind of bad soreness in my back. I don't feel like a disc is just gonna fly out immediately, but I could be wrong. But I'm not like lifting like that one guy. Like if there's anything happening, it might be that my as I'm coming up, my lower back is running a little bit, or my upper back is running a little bit, but it's not like I'm in full fucking U mode or something. So
yeah, and that's completely fine. A little bit of bend isn't something you need to fear. So I'm gonna, from what I've heard you say about your gym stuff, I'm gonna just kind of go out on a limb, and I may be wrong. Stop me if at any point I'm wrong. And what I think your general weaknesses and what's lacking in your training is, from what I've heard you say, it sounds like you when you travel, you'll regularly kind of fall off, and you don't really know how to get back on the horse or how to adapt when you're traveling with limited equipment, or just other stress going on. Is that reasonable?
A little bit, but I'm being a little bit more anal now about when I travel. So for instance, when I went to Austin, Melina has a gym that she goes to, and I was able to go to that gym every single day. I didn't miss a single day lifting. If I go to hotel gyms, I can kind of work out there, but the heaviest dumbbells I'll have are 50 pounds. So I can kind of keep it on like my bench. I mean, I can do my overhead press, but I can't really do any leg work at all because there's no rack. So I completely miss out on like on my deadlifts. Deadlifting with dumbbells is actual fucking AIDS, and you can't really squat with dumbbells. Well, I guess you could do like Bulgarian split squats on like a fucking bench or something, but...
Yeah. Sometimes for stuff like that, it's better to not try to necessarily make progress, but it's just good to keep moving.
Probably, yeah.
And so you're not like the goal may not be to continue with your program. It's just to not fall off your program when you return, right?
Sure. Yeah. I don't usually fall off, to be fair. I'm not having like so far over the past few months, I haven't had the problem of like completely quitting. It's usually just annoying because my progress will stall. I've got to lower my weight by 5 or 10 pounds and then work my way back up. So my progress stalls, not because I'm quitting, but because when I come back, I'm a little bit weaker and I got to get back into the swing of things. But yeah.
Okay, I was probably putting some of my own experience in there because yeah, I know when sometimes I'll have a setback in training and I'll end up missing a week or two. I'll often like of my own accord just stop training for like a month or two because I fell off and it's hard to recover from that.
Sure. Yeah, I agree. That was a huge problem in the past for me. That was a huge problem. I travel for like 2 weeks, and when I come back, I'm like, I go back to the gym one time, I dom super hard, and I'm like, fuck this cringe shit, and then I just stream.
Yeah, like so you don't even think you need to necessarily stop your progression. So having something in your program written in for a limited equipment section or what to do in the term of a break might not be valuable to you, is what you're thinking right now.
Yeah, I don't think I have a problem with that right now. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Are there any exercises you really, really like or you really dislike? Just stuff you have strong feelings for?
I mean, I'm a man. I like benching, okay?
Oh, yeah, I'm a bench bro till I die. I love it.
But yeah, I like deadlifts because it's heavy, and it's like, oh, cool. But otherwise, yeah, I don't know.
Okay, and like right now your goals are 185 for 5 bench, you said, and was it a 225 squat and a 315 pull?
Yeah. Which I think is like that's pretty modest, right? That should be pretty easy, I think.
I think that's more than achievable. Listening to you talk about gym stuff, I get pretty triggered because I think you put a really, really low ceiling on your expectations for yourself and your expectations for other people.
Sure, but here's what I'm One is I'm gaining weight, okay? So I'm like 175 now, okay? I don't want to be 300 pounds. I don't want to keep gaining weight, okay? I do want to cut eventually. My upper body is filled out a lot, which I'm happy with, but my belly continues to grow a little bit, which I'm a little worried about. But what I want to do is, once I hit these strength numbers, I basically just want to do these like every other day, and then I just want to start doing a ton of cardio and cutting. So, yeah, so whether that's rock climbing or just doing a bunch more like running or jump ropes or even boxing training or something, but something to start like shedding pounds while maintaining my strength level. That's like my goal.
Yeah, I know this might be a hot take too. I'm never going to suggest someone like bulk or even dirty bulk just to hit a weight goal. I think there's a lot more in life going on than just your gym totals. And if you're going to end up hating yourself by being fat or negatively impacting other parts of your life, like your sleep or your ability to go on hikes or do like fun things with your wife, that's fucked. Like, just don't do that.
Sure.
I think a lot of people massively hyper optimize for one single aspect of their life and leave the rest of it to the fucking weeds, and it's really bad for you.
Sure. Well, I mean, like probably my guess is once you get past like novice or once you get past like intermediate level lifts, it probably becomes hard. Like my guess is if you're trying to move your deadlift from like 515 to like 555, then you probably do need to be eating a lot of food for shit like that would be my guess, right?
Probably. I saw a really interesting example earlier today. There's someone who I talked to who is, I'm going to be honest, a little retarded. And the first time I saw them deadlift ever, they pulled, I want to say it's like 335 or something. And this was one of the most fucked up deadlifts I've ever seen in my life. The dude had one foot come off the ground. He was cat backing, like the shit was wild. And this was probably in February. And the guy's a kid. He's like 19 years old, maybe 170 pounds. He's, but he's got nothing but spirit. And he trains like a retard. Just an absolute idiot. But he puts in a lot of heart and a lot of spirit, and he deadlifts a lot. And now today, I think he pulled 485 and failed a 495 after 3 attempts. And I really, really think that just believing in yourself and putting in that work.
Wait, hold on. Did you say this guy's 1 foot?
He on his first pull, when he was learning how to deadlift, he lifted 1 foot off the ground. Like, it was the most uncoordinated toddler-looking lift I've ever seen in my life.
Gotcha.
And yeah, by just putting in an ass load of work and not putting a ceiling on his expectations for himself, at probably 170 pounds, he was pulling 485 after a few months. And I have no thought that this kid's on any type of performance-enhancing drugs. Like, his physique is fairly similar. He's still pretty slight.
Sure.
So I really think, like, yeah, your program's it's fine. I don't think worrying about like rep ranges is crazy. I think getting stuff you need, so like having specific goals. I think you may have room for more accessories if you want them. I'll probably try to put something together and email it to you, honestly, if you're interested, without going through it bit by bit with you.
Is there, well, my only question is, so there's a couple things in here I literally am doing for a little bit of aesthetic. So like mid and posterior delts. So I'm doing like lateral raises aren't helping with any of these barbell lifts. Reverse flies aren't helping me. Is there like another easy muscle group that's like, this fills out nicely, it looks good, you can do a thing without it being like super obnoxious? Is there like another itty bitty lift?
So you're asking for like isolation lifts, which won't impact your lifts that you care about a lot, is what you're saying right now, right?
Yeah.
Stuff like lateral raises.
Or actually, I guess I should ask the first question is, are there some accessory lifts that you do think have huge benefits or carryovers to other lifts?
Okay, this is where I get some hot takes. Personally, I really, really like upright rows. I think they do some good stuff for your traps. They have some good row stuff, and I really like the idea of having compounds in every plane of movement. So like a lat pull down, seated row, or a
if you had to choose between like upright, if you had to choose between rows and like wide grip pull ups, what would you choose?
I'd have to see the rest of your program to make that decision. I don't think I'd.
Let's say I theoretically were to throw rows somewhere in here. Where would I put rows?
Okay, let's look at your program. Squats, deadlifts, pull-ups. I'd probably swap one of the pull-up or chin-up days for either a seated row, a bent-over row, or an upright row. Lower the volume on those individual exercises, but you're getting a lot of those same muscles hit with other movers as well.
So you'd toss, I'm sorry, wait, you said pull-ups or chin-ups? You'd toss one of those for rows?
Yeah, I'd switch the variation. I'd have a different variation in there.
And you would just do like a bent over, like a dumbbell row or whatever? What kind of rows particularly you're talking about? Or an upright barbell row?
I like upright rows because I think they hit the traps in a way that I'm a little too retarded to hit with shrugs, and I think traps are a nice aesthetic muscle for natural lifters that can fill you out really well, and they're kind of hit with deadlifts, but not hit much else.
What do you think? And what do you think rows would help me with? Do you think rows would help my deadlift at all, like keep my back straight, or is it just a thing you do to fill out your?
I mean, they'll fill out your lats. They'll add some delts, rear delt size. They'll do a little bit of carryover for stuff like that. They if you're having pain in your low bar squat, I think you said for your elbows.
Not anymore. I do a high bar squat like a fucking loser now. So
okay, no, well, no, you're not a loser. You're an Olympic lifter, right?
Yeah,
You
the
can always
losers.
reframe it to be a badass.
Yeah,
No,
okay.
look at pull up a picture of Lou on there or like Lasha.
Yeah,
Those
that's
aren't
it.
losers.
High bar squats are European lifts. Okay.
Okay, yeah, that's kind of fair. Euros are kind of retards, but okay, so your goals are that you're really just looking to do like 3 or 4 exercises a day. You're not looking to change volume significantly.
No, I think like right now my lifting is about an hour a day. I think it's fine.
Okay, and you're doing RPE stuff for this mostly. Or
Sure.
How are you metering things? I guess is what I'm wondering.
Listen, if I do the lifts and I live and I'm not significantly compromising form, I'm throwing more weight on the bar. Realistically, it's going to look like probably RPE, like anywhere from 8 to 9. Probably for for my 3x5s, it's probably going to be 8 to 9 every workout. And then I add 5 pounds if I finish my lifts. If I don't, then I repeat the same weight day after day after day.
Okay, so your progression metric is kind of just fuck it. If I live, I live, and if I don't feel like absolute ass, I'll try to add weight next week and hope I don't die.
Well, the progression metric is RPE 8 to 9, doing good form, all my reps, right?
Okay. Okay, I might send you something that. Are you interested in anything that might be a little more complex in terms of week-to-week variation? But
Are we
with the
talking some
same type of
5-3-1 where I got to bring like a fucking abacus to
No,
mark my shit?
none of that shit. It would just be pretty much you'd put in if you hit the rep range or not for the week at the certain weight, and if you don't, you'd stay at that weight and you'd have a different rep and set variation for the next week. And if you hit that, you get to move on, and if you don't, you get to move on to a different thing.
I feel like I
It's pretty
basically
much
got
just-
like rep and set variation in here though, no?
Yeah, you do. So what it is it's so if you don't continue linearly progressing, it'll meter you out in a way to get up to the next progression weight. So
Oh,
you're not
sure.
just kind of slamming your head into a wall.
Yeah,
is what
yeah.
I'm saying.
I'll care more about that shit if I get to a point to where my lifts start to stall, but they're not stalling, so I feel like.
Okay, so you're still just running hard linear progression.
But yes, yeah.
Do you want what this does is it has linear progression built in, but once you hit that point, it gives you something to do, so you're not running up against the wall and like, oh, what the fuck do I do now, kind of thing.
Sure.
Okay, I'll toss that in an email to you. Otherwise, like, yeah, I think it's good. I think there's a lot of like there's stuff I'd change here, but realistically, as long as you're showing up.
Well,
and you're
stuff I
putting in the
changed.
work-
Where? What do you mean stuff? What would you change?
Well, like what I change is stuff that does for me though, is what I'm saying. But if your preferences are
well, I
to
don't
do
give a
like
fuck about
this
you.
type of exactly, that's what I'm saying. But like, so you matching your program to you is good as long as you're putting in the intensity. If you want to be doing 3 compound lifts a day and not a ton of like isolation exercises because you don't want to be putting that time and you want to be focusing on high return on investment compounds, that's awesome. Fucking power to you. Just make sure you're putting in that effort, because doing something you're excited about and willing to put an effort for is going to get you so much more work than some hyper optimized Jeff Nippard bullshit
Yeah, sure.
program.
I'm just looking for basic shit. Okay.
Okay,
Do
yeah.
you think I'm doing like the squats and doing all the squats and deadlifts on the same day, considering the weights I'm at, should work until I hit the end of my goals here, right? Do you think, or do you think at some point is it
I
too
mean,
much?
At a certain point, it is going to start gassing you out. But like, people will do squats and deadlifts in the same day up to advanced lifters. You just have to meter intensity with it, right?
Sure.
I don't know.
I
if
feel
you're
like when I'm
that,
doing like
but,
my deadlifts right now, like I don't feel like my on my day 3, the deadlifts start. I definitely feel it in my quads at the end. But like in day 1, like today when I did deadlifts, my weakness isn't generally for my quads. It's usually keeping my back straight is the hard thing. I don't feel like tired in terms of like I'm worn out from squatting, but maybe that'll change. I don't know. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, and if that changes, you would adapt then. But like, squatting and deadlifting in the same day isn't something that's unheard of or crazy. Like, people do that. If the issue is when you start to notice it may be a problem, how you respond to that and what you do to do that. But like, yeah, inherently, as long as you're okay with it now and it's still giving you progress, I think it's okay to stick with that.
Okay. Destiny, this is my physique. I work out 3 to 4 times a week, and I don't do squats and deadlifts with you. Roger look like me or the bloatlard you're talking to. Tell him to post body. He's a fucking idiot. damn.
Pull this up on stream because I don't have chat open. Can you pull this guy up if he wants to flex it, and I'll drop one in here.
No, that's
he
okay.
wants to play.
I like the idea of all the barbell lifts. Okay, I'm sold on them. I like the concept. I like the
love
philosophy behind
compounds
them.
too.
Yeah, and I think that it's like a mental task for me. So like squatting and deadlifting to me are fun. It's big weight. It means something to me if I could do it. So that's why I like to do these lifts. I don't think squatting and deadlifting is necessarily giving me a better physique. I'm not doing these for physique. The physique will come hopefully from being able to bench and doing pull-ups, and then my shoulder work, and then when I start to cut weight. But I'm not trying to be a fucking bodybuilder. I just want to look like reasonably strong.
Oh my
and
god!
be reasonably
Someone
fit.
just linked me the picture of this dude who talked shit, and he's fucking tiny. Okay, one sec. Let me go on Imgur for a second. Get a picture of me.
Okay.
Also, you gave a take earlier about abs, and like, yeah, you do get some ab engagement from doing squats and deadlifts, but comparing them to actual ab exercises is a little wild.
Sure, but I don't feel like I'm lacking in core work if I'm doing like squats and deadlifts like every other day. Like I guess if you want to, if you wanted to like dedicatedly grow big abs, sure. But I feel like my core is probably fairly strong if it's keeping up with these lifts. No.
Yeah. So your core, there's a lot of stuff going on in your core, and there's different things than for squat and deadlift necessarily abs and core strength than there is with what people consider a six pack as well. I don't remember the terms, but there's more going on than that.
Okay, works for me. Whatever. I'll see later on if I want to change anything. But okay. Anything else, buddy?
No, I'm gonna just shoot you a little progression. Or do you have any interest in me sending you a little progression thing for if you stall out or not?
No, not right now. But if I do stall, I'll
Cool.
probably be really interested. But
Good luck. Enjoy the program. Keep us updated with results. I believe in you.
Be careful.
Kill it.
Going to my powerlifter brother, pull-ups / chin-ups don't really hit your lats quite like rows because you don't pull your elbows down towards your hips / tuck them. I mean, I'm not necessarily trying to grow huge fucking lats, but I think that being able to do pull-ups and chin-ups is like, it's a nice movement. Like to be able to climb on things, I think is cool. And it does like a pull-up, assuming you're gripping wide enough, is working out at lats enough. I feel like between pull-ups and deadlifts, it's not, like I said, I'm not trying to grow like fucking wings here, all right? Okay, I think this is fine. He never reads YouTube chat, for real? True. Okay. Squats are not a warm-up for deadlifts. Stop cheating with the rack and do separate warm-ups. Generally, I'll do one set of deadlifts to warm up my deadlifts. I feel like that's enough. So, like, I think today for 240, I think I pulled 165 3 times. That's good. Gets the back warmed up. Everything else is already warmed up. And then I have, like, my shit is fine. I think it's okay. I think it's good. I haven't hurt my back yet, okay? It should be fine. Oh, also, here you go, as a reminder. Man, if you want to get fucking huge and shredded, Gorilla Mind supplements in chat, okay? Coupon code Destiny, 10% off. They sell protein, creatine, all sorts of fun things for your brain and your body. Go check it out, okay? Do you think you'd have a six-pack if you lose weight to 150? 5'8", 150. Probably not. I think you'd probably see something on the top, would be my guess. But you probably have to, I imagine you'd have to cut more to see like a full six-pack. That'd be my guess, but I'm not sure. I feel like you probably have to cut a bit more. But that'd be my guess. I'm not 100% sure. 5'8", 150 is easy six-pack, do you think? I don't know, maybe. It's been a while since I've weighed 150, I'm not sure. What do you want? He wants back in? He's not even in the tier 5 room. Where'd he go? Five 150 depends on your muscle mass 100%. Yeah, of course. But I don't know if like these lifts without dedicated core work is like, I think this is reasonably strong, but I don't think I'd be like big. So like if I cut low, I don't think I'm gonna have like a six pack like exploding out of my fucking body. What do you want?
Are you doing anything for cardio right now?
Yeah.
What
squatting and deadlifting?
You're just so fucking dumb. Okay, so this is something a lot of gym bros do, and they really neglect cardio, and I think that's a massive mistake.
I was out of breath when I finished deadlifting today. Okay, how is that not cardio?
Okay, I know you're fucking with me.
I take a
right?
10-minute walk before every lift, okay? Or before every session
You're
as well.
fucking with me, right?
Why do I, what? If you can give me dedicated cardio that's not going to tire my legs out, I can't like fucking run or do the elliptical or bike around because my quads are dying on days 2 and 4. And I can't add it to day 1 and 3. So what kind of cardio do you want? Fucking your mom?
I mean, you can do some light load. You have a little fancy heart rate monitor, right? You can go sit on a bike after your lifts and do 20 minutes.
My issue
like
isn't
140.
my issue isn't the heart rate. That's easy. The issue is my legs are fucking tired.
Yeah, but so on a bike, the amount of work, or let's say you're incline walking, the amount of work you're doing probably isn't going to kill your legs after those workouts, or if you wait 20 minutes after your workout.
Yeah, but even on the other day, like Farah found there's like bikes that you can go ride around fucking Miami, and I'm riding around this bike, and I'm like, my quads are fucking dead between my big leg days. My quads are dying. I'm like actually feeling out of like fucking quadability.
That is absolutely a thing, and that's just something that you kind of, it's like DOMs, you're just gonna have to suffer through it and get used to it. But there's a massive benefit to working through the beginning, because just like your strength ability, your work capacity, which is kind of similar to your ability to improve, how fast you're able to improve in the gym, your work capacity and like volume you can tolerate, is going to be really linked to cardio and your ability to do all that.
What do you want, Gojo? You fucking loser.
Okay,
What's up, Jojo?
I want it to be clear that I had to beg you to change your form, okay?
I did it like
Can you
3
admit
lifts
that?
after. You're so fucking retarded.
No, we had a talk the day, and I said, this is what you're doing wrong. You're just throwing your ass back, and you're not breaking at the hips and knees evenly. And you said, yeah, okay. The next day I see you on stream just throwing that ass back.
Yeah,
Like-
I'm pretty sure I was still overseas in Austin, the great city of Austin.
You're, oh, so your brain doesn't work because you're overseas?
I can't
What-
change
what do
my
you
form
mean?
and everything. But then you know what you did 5 days ago? You sent me a video, and I was like, oh, this video makes a lot of sense. And then I followed the video. I was like, oh, cool.
Okay, but then also with starting strength, okay? They don't just have you throw your ass back anyway. They're still breaking at the hips and knees, okay?
A little bit. That guy is moving his booty a lot, okay? But okay.
No.
What else do you want?
That's all. I just wanted to clear my good name and say that I was wrongfully banned, okay? And I want an apology.
No, I'll
Actually,
unban you.
original.
You're not getting an apology, though. You Romanian
Okay, that's
fuck.
fair. I'll take that.
Okay, bye.
All right, have a good night.
Fucking loser. Okay, what else? Sorry. Cardio. Are you sure
Yeah.
my legs are going to be too fucking worn out?
I mean, like, I'll squat here. Actually, I'm gonna send you something right now. Let's
Because I could start because one thing I thought about doing is, because walking is kind of pointless for me on day 2 and 4, because it's not like I need to warm my legs up. I could just jog for 10 minutes or something on day 2 and 4.
So this is my big gym crush right now. I'm not linking in the chat.
Yeah, show me.
Yeah, and I think it'll is this what I'm looking for? This is what I'm looking for. A lot of people
No,
really cope
there's
without
nothing wrong with
working
Romanians, by the way. When I called him a Romanian fuck, it's because he's from Romania. I love Romanians. I love all people. Just letting you guys know that. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I posted something in chat that I think you should look at. I think there's a massive misunderstanding of how much cardio and strength training go against each other for 99.99% of people, unless you're like an Olympian at one or the other.
What am I looking at here?
It's just someone who's really good at both.
Why the fuck are you showing me elite level lifters? I don't give a fuck about this.
This isn't an elite
guy,
level lifter. This is just a dude.
Sub 5-minute mile marathon. Set myself the challenge 50K, but cramps was running out of time on this round.
He did a 500-pound squat right before those two.
Yeah, okay. He did a 500-pound squat, ran a sub 5-minute mile, then did a marathon. This is just a normal strong dude.
This is a dude who trains. Like, what I'm saying is that you can absolutely do lifting and cardio on the same day. I do it all the time. I do it almost every day.
Okay, I'll
just put in the time.
I'm
Like,
gonna-
yeah,
I'll
this
jog
is, of course,
on- I'm
this is
gonna
an
add a-
extreme example. But
I'll
like,
j-
putting in
I'll-
20 minutes
yeah.
of like a little bit of zone 2 cardio is going to do massive things for your health, your quality of
Gotcha.
life.
I'm
and your ability
jogging
to
on day
train
2 and 4. I'll do it. I'm adding it just for
Okay,
you. Okay.
I think you're fucking with me, but I think
No,
it's
I'll
really
do it.
worth
I will. I'll do it. Fuck it. As long as you say it's
Okay.
not gonna fuck but my progression, my squats and deadlifts are getting fucked
Yeah.
up.
So
Okay.
just 99% of people who run also gas the fuck out of themselves. Just get your heart rate to like 140 or whatever the fuck your zone 2 is. I don't know what it is for you. And just sit there. It should be real fucking easy. You can just fuck off on your phone or sit on a bike and do zone 2 cardio. Real easy. It's gonna
Okay.
feel real good. It's gonna be good for you long term.
All right. You say so, buddy.
Okay. Love you, buddy. I believe in you.
Okay. I love you too. Fucking loser, dude. My heart rate's probably 140 right now. Screaming at you guys. That guy's trolling, trying to ruin your gains. Zone 2 cardio isn't jogging, that's walking. What is the heart rate for zone 2? What are your macros looking like? I just eat everything. Okay, can I go walk and get food and I'll come back? No? Where's Farah? I don't know, probably at, at her apartment. 5 of the best exercises you can ever do. What is this cringe shit? Swimming. Lame. Tai Chi. What is that? It's like a type of sushi? Lame. Strength training. Based. That's an exercise? Walking. Lame. Kegels. I do this every day with your mom when I flex my dick in her. Based. Okay, so this gets a 2 out of 5 for the based level. Oh, it's measured in percentage of HR max. So zone 2 is like 120 to 140. About. I'm gonna ask you for the 1,000th time, why don't you increase your number of reps each week until your deload week? Why would I increase my number of reps when I'm trying to increase the weight? Would I just want to add more weight to the bar? Your HR max is 190? No, it's not. Because when I was deadlifting before, I'm pretty sure my fucking shit would read like 220 plus. So my HR, I got a strong heart. It can move a lot of blood, okay? I'll probably just, my guess is I'll probably jog at like, I'll just set the thing to like, I think 4 miles an hour is probably like the slowest jog I can reasonably do. I'll just like do that for a couple weeks on days 2 and 4. Historically, for my body, I think for most people, if you ever want to see like big gains in like physical fitness, I think cardio is the thing that you can increase an ungodly amount, a very fast amount of time. Unless you're obese, then you might run into like leg issues or whatever. But I think your cardio generally grows like pretty quickly compared to like anything else, but. How can you jog at 4 miles per hour? I don't know, I probably go, or maybe 5 miles per hour? I don't know, something low like that. You need to be oh, I don't know. Joe, almost ready. Okay. 8 to 10 reps is where your muscles have their Goldilocks zone of reps and loading. It's time efficient and that it can maximize the number of top reps per set. It's energy efficient. That doesn't require too many reps to stimulate hypertrophy. Okay. If you're lifting to get women instead of health, how would you alter this? I would imagine you would just toss all the leg shit because nobody gives a fuck about legs, and you would just do a ton of probably a ton of arm stuff, a ton of every push pull thing that like helps your upper body would be my guess, right? So you'd want to hit like bis, tris, everything in your shoulders, and then like probably your lats, your traps, like your chest, right? That'd be my guess because it's generally women just give a fuck about what your upper body looks like. Gym bros will bullshit themselves into thinking that like, oh no, girls really do like it when they can like see definition in all 4 of your quads, every section clearly, but I don't think women give a fuck. Women don't care about guy butt? Okay, if you want a hip thrust, I guess you can do that, knock yourselves out. Girls starting to catch up here, calling out the chicken legs. I think half the time people will call it chicken legs when they can only see like from the knee on down. I don't know. I could be wrong, but I feel like the average person doesn't know what really fit legs look like. They just know what a guy who is relatively strong with a lot of body fat on their legs looks like. Because dude, there are guys that will go into the gym that are like, oh, that guy looks like whatever. Like, it doesn't look that impressive. And then they fucking warm up with 225 for their squats. Like, their legs don't even look big at all. And they're, like, moving an ungodly amount of weight. So, I don't know. It's not like your whole leg gets fucking huge when you're, like, squatting a ton of weight. I feel like a lot of it, I feel like people mistake it as just like guys that like have a decent amount of muscle and then a decent amount of fat. It's like the booty debate for ST Peach. Bad calf genetics will also fuck you over. Yeah, but again, that's like a gym thing. I don't think girls give a fuck about your calves. I don't think a girl's ever been like, oh my god, your calves are so defined. I don't think they give a fuck. Insane freak out. This is a day 4 plan. Where does your day off and no working out on the weekend? I just go every 4 days. I just repeat. So after day 4, I go back to day 1. Unless my legs are too tired, I might take 1 day off. But I just repeat it over and over again.
Just stay away. You don't like it? Yeah! Hey. Yeah! Mark. Mark, leave him alone, Mark. Yeah! Mark. Mark, leave him alone.
Back off! You bitch! Back off!
Fuck you! Leave him alone, Mark. Mark, just stand there. Mark, stay there. Let him go. Mark, I can handle it.
What the hell are you doing? Back off! Fuck you! Back off right now! Fuck you! Take a hike. You call yourself Christian!
Mark.
Wait, real quick. Does anybody have the one of the guy catching the one punch with his hand in the middle of the... God, it's such a good short clip.
I don't like you! You don't touch him!
Mark, don't worry about it.
Fuck you!
Mark, please, I said stop. This man assaulted me, tried to take my sign, and I defended myself.
I got the video.
Your sign is fucking offensive!
I have the right to free speech in this country, and I have the right to freedom of religion, and I am violating no law.
That's hate speech!
This man, I can have press charges for assault on this man right now if I chose to, but I'm not going to.
It's hate speech! It's provoked assault!
This man assaulted me, but I'm not going to press charges against him. But this man is completely out of control. And thank you, Mark, shut up. Thank you for having us on, for taking video of it. Just stay away. You don't like it?
Yeah!
Hey.
Yeah!
This guy. Jesus. I need this guy at my events. I need this dude. Who is he? DM me. Nothing will top this. I remember this. Holy yikes.
You sound stupid!
Fucking dirty, bitch!
You sound...
Damn!
You know me?
Oh!
You know me?
Oh, shit!
Did you watch the cuck version? This is the superior one. Okay. Roundhouse kick guy. Stop, we're not doing this. You guys are distracting me. I need to go food. I'm hungry. Oh, this fucking loser. Oh, God.
What?
Oh, no, dude.
They actually have people filming you the whole time. Cool. Classic kill with kindness. Guess what? Hey.
Destruction of private property. It's against the law.
Somebody gets raped by somebody and they're like, I'm a 16-year-old and I can't have this baby. Think you should keep it?
It's a baby.
Yeah.
If someone is raped and she gave birth and she decided to kill her 3-year-old child.
I meant to get your phone.
Someone call the cops.
Meant to get your phone.
Do not touch me. Someone call the cops.
Someone was raped and she gave birth.
God, and he sticks his tongue out before it. Oh God, it's just the cringiest. You need a proper road bike with gears. Single speeds will destroy legs. I mean, these bikes have 3 gears on them. It's enough.
And she decided to kill her 3-year-old child.
I meant to get your phone.
Oh my God. If you don't think this clip is funny, you can ban me for 5 days.
Tall, muscular, evil ass.
Stop, dude. I don't even know how this is still on YouTube. Okay. Yeah, I'll be back in like 20 minutes. I'm gonna go get food. I'll be back. Have a dono voices.
Damn 11 months, what a ride it's been. Bridges burnt, lunch smoked, and praying porn star Jimmy will take the Raiders to the Super Bowl. Also Destiny Pepe W. What did you think of President Sunday? In that panel, I feel like he is pretty endearing when he's not acting like a complete shizo. Destiny. There is no world you can do 30 pull-ups. Delete that cell. Thank you. Only streamer I watch. Appreciate you, Steven. Love DGG. DGGL4 Lith. The bench press doesn't isolate the muscle group though. Why do you have chin-ups on day after pull-ups? That's like having push-ups day after bench. If you can do it, you didn't go hard enough the day before. Long-time fan. I think your goals here might be a little misguided. I did bodybuilding when I was younger, but transitioning back to MMA, I changed my program for optimizing athleticism and longevity. Stairmaster is highly based. If you're working out 5 days a week, you'll only need like 2 days with cardio added. So pick your 2 shortest days and add 20 mins. Hey kittens, Dan here to say, the correct pronunciation is Tesla. Drive safe kiddos. DGGL.
Who let the dogs in?
Oh, and Bataku and bus. The BPF tiny bring back our Nubian queen on it and Eldion. Frogs are superior in every way. Big PPS2 hash crotch watch Destiny Pepe. Frogs and dinos out Destiny Pepe.
I realized something. This is how I rise. No cancer. Don't know me having a stroke. I think begins.
Obama.
Donation to my wife. My wife. My wife. Donation and my wife. Donation and my wife. My wife. Donation and my wife. Donation and my wife.
Nobody cared. Nobody cared till I put on the mask. And now you wish for me. Uh, I'm going to take this opportunity to say, boys, how are we doing? How are we doing? Look at you guys. Look at you guys. I want in the chat if I'm the greatest streamer you've ever seen. Put one in the chat real quick. Uh, oh my god, I was so bored. I saw he was live. Easy. Easy. Lord have mercy. Okay, YouTube chat. See, I like YouTube chat. Look at all the ones in YouTube chat. Honestly, it's YouTube chat, Kick chat, Rumble chat over DGG chat. Honestly. Honestly. Q, did you finally go to the gym? No. 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 Skater Steve, how are you, buddy? No. No, 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 no. I did not. Listen, you guys need to realize the gym is propaganda. Imagine telling people like you have to go to a building to get fit. Think about it. Do you think your caveman ancestors had the gym? No, they didn't. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's like the most brain dead thing. If you're paying $50 a month to
Hello,
go to a gym,
DGG.
first of all, if you're going to Planet Fitness,
I'm stopping by to
like a
say
gym
hi.
like that,
Thank you
honestly,
for the
keep
laughs.
yourself safe.
There's
you know
just
what I mean?
one thing I need to say before I
Talk
go.
to the summer ants.
Pepe
You know what I'm
wins.
saying? Like, you're an idiot, bro. Go to your local park. I mean, you guys are DDG. I'm sure you spend a lot of time at your local parks. Just sit on a bench and look at the kids.
Eurocock. 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 Obama.
Are we just gonna spam donos? Is that really what we're gonna do?
Eurocock.
Unbelievable.
Eurocock. Eurocock.
Alright, do you guys want econ talk or
Eurocock.
dating talk?
Eurocock. Eurocock. Eurocock.
One if you want econ
Eurocock.
talk, two if you want dating
Eurocock.
talk.
Eurocock. 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 Eurocock.
Three, leave.
Eurocock.
Oh,
Eurocock.
if you want me to leave, type
Eurocock.
bit.ly in
Obama.
chat. Unbelievable. You guys know what to do.
Eurocock. Eurocock.
Eurocock.
Eurocock.
Unban Quiznos, I'm not a
Eurocock.
mod. What do I look like? Jesus Christ.
Eurocock. Eurocock.
Post my body count.
Eurocock.
My body count is more than
Eurocock.
yours and less than Destiny's.
Eurocock. Eurocock. Eurocock.
Teach us to
Eurocock.
Riz. Okay, alright, we're doing
Eurocock.
dating talk. So I'm gonna real dilemma.
Eurocock.
So normally when girls match me
Eurocock.
first on Bumble, they say
Eurocock.
hey.
Eurocock.
And it's, you know, then you
Eurocock.
just have your opener that you use.
Eurocock.
But this time
Obama.
someone actually asked me a question, which is probably the first time in like 300 matches. Unbelievable. I can't host call-ins, I can't pull people in.
Eurocock.
Where's my bench curl?
Eurocock.
I'm at 5x5 at
Eurocock.
165.
Eurocock.
So, you know, now I actually
Eurocock.
have to think about talking to a
Eurocock.
woman. That's pretty fucked up. if you ask me.
Eurocock. 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 Eurocock.
Yeah, and I know it's not hard to
Eurocock.
get more than 0 and less than
Eurocock.
100. I'm not out here trying to
Eurocock.
brag.
Eurocock.
What do you mean?
Eurocock.
You
Eurocock.
can't hear me?
Eurocock.
Alright, well, this
Obama.
is basically as high as I can turn my mic, so good luck. 300 plus pounds? Unbelievable. I am 196 as weighed in this morning's ZLXP.
Eurocock. Eurocock. Eurocock.
What do you think this subject to the
Eurocock.
perfection of the difference between publisher and
Eurocock.
platform? I think they're
Eurocock.
fine.
Eurocock.
I think there is a
Eurocock.
discussion to be had when
Eurocock.
social media gets to a certain size and it's being
Eurocock.
used as both a public
Eurocock.
square and a weapon for the
Eurocock.
state to fight. But
Eurocock.
yeah, I'm 5'11"
Eurocock.
Spooby.
Eurocock.
So I still have like 20
Eurocock.
pounds to lose probably. but
Eurocock.
I'm in a
Eurocock.
pretty good spot.
Eurocock. Obama.
Post physique, I don't really look that good anymore. I used to be. But I'm alright.
Eurocock. 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 Eurocock.
Do I shave?
Eurocock.
Of course I shave. What do you mean?
Eurocock.
Why wouldn't you shave?
Eurocock.
If I use Kalshi, I don't know what the
Eurocock.
fuck Kalshi is.
Eurocock. Eurocock.
You know, for
Eurocock.
$5, you don't have to listen to me
Eurocock.
speak. Just go ahead, put
Eurocock.
it in, send me those
Eurocock.
donuts, minus
Eurocock.
$5.
Eurocock. Eurocock.
You should listen to the stream. I
Eurocock.
can hear your viewer
Obama.
cook good. We're bringing in the money for Daddy Destiny. I gotta pay for my clout somehow.
Eurocock. Eurocock. Eurocock.
How do I
Eurocock.
feel about Twitter promoting Russian
Eurocock.
politicians? Private businesses
Eurocock.
can do whatever they want as long as they're
Eurocock.
appropriately registered as
Eurocock.
emissaries of
Eurocock.
foreign governments, I guess.
Eurocock.
Why do I always talk like I'm
Eurocock.
whispering? Because I'm
Eurocock.
not really talking that loud.
Eurocock.
I'm just tired and
Eurocock.
burned out, and I don't want to like sit here and scream and shout and everything else at 9:30 at night.
Eurocock. Eurocock. Eurocock.
Please mute
Obama.
donations. You guys act like I have stream perms. I sound like NPR. True, that's actually my day job. Gonna get Obama. Everyone's very excited. Yeah, I know. That's why they're all tagging me, and that's why I'm here
Kill
on
yourself,
stream.
lay
And
joke
you're
unit,
just
on
sitting
an
there
ally
and
by a
chat like
rope
a
and
bitch.
fucking NIT all. Kill
Do I
yourself,
live
lay
with
joke unit,
roommates?
on
I
ally
live
by a
with my
rope and
brother,
fucking
but that's only
NIT all.
because we work at the same
Kill
place,
yourself,
so it
lay
just makes
joke
it
unit,
convenient.
on ally by a rope and fucking NIT all.
What are my opinions on gold doubloons? Well, if you believe in gold, they're probably a decent investment, and if you don't, they're probably terrible. Aren't I Destiny's editor? No, that's August. You've got the wrong guy. I know it was a really good one. I worked really hard on it. Maybe one day I can get the voice down perfectly, but you know, I've only got so much time to work on my memein voices. We got bad news for you guys not in DGG chat. The restaurant is closed and he's walking around looking around for food. Unbelievable. I sound like a janitor. Unfortunately, I am not. I did get a master's in janitorial sciences though, so I just couldn't find a job in my career. It's too competitive. You just want to sit in silence? Tend to get a lot of hate thoughts on the Sneeko hate on Reddit. I have no idea what's going on with Sneeko hate, but I mean, he probably deserves it. Have I piped Hannah? No, I have not. Top 3 orbiters in your opinion, not counting Dan or Abba. So if we exclude them, I would say generally Mutin and Lycan would be 2. And then of the more recent orbiters, you know, I think Annalicia's fucking content. I think she's got a lot of views that I don't agree with, but it's always interesting when she's on. Oh, Tree of Logic is fucking up there too. Another strong black woman. Oh, sorry, August. I don't have perms to unmute Carantos, unfortunately. I have no idea. I don't have mod logs. I don't know who muted Quiznos, unfortunately. Where are you on the manifold market drama? What manifold market drama? I know I dumped the shit out of my stock and pumped it at the beginning, and then I ignored it. Safest picks ever. Sorry, Iclav. I'm a boring guy. What can I say? Who do you want me to like pick as like my favorites? Thoughts on Fish Tank Live? All I see is like whatever is tweeted out on Twitter, and I don't follow it at all. So I don't know. The best dog meme, Dogwarts, obviously. That or the what is it? It's the Insanity Wolf. Some guy spent $25,000 on mana. That sounds incredibly based, and he's just cornering the market. Yeah, it sounds like poorly set up markets. Oh, you're right. I'm totally getting piped right now. Unbelievable. Why am I talking to us in a low res voice? I'm kind of tired. I don't want to raise my voice and scream and shout or be energetic, so I'm just here chilling. No waffles. It's not Rage Pope. It's somebody else. He lost it all? Damn, dude. You just gotta get better at whatever you're doing on Manifold. How's it going, Waffles? You have permissions to join too. Maybe you can join and sing to them, and maybe they'll calm down. Right now, they're just spamming LOL. Do I think a recession is coming? Eventually. There's always a recession coming. The question is when. Wait, why are they gonna refund a guy who bought 25K of stuff and lost? Like, did he get like scamozed? Wow, good one, GLSTaT2jyeY. Unbelievable. I'm reporting you to the FBI. You're gonna be like that Volusia County sheriff. I hope you have fun in prison with the 4chaners. Yeah, Speedy, what the fuck do you think I'm doing? That's why I'm losing some weight. Oh, he tried to scam everybody else? Wait, was he successful in scamming other people? Or, like... Oh, so wait, he tried to scam other people, he failed to scam? Well, that sucks for him, right? Wait, how the fuck are there 50,000? Jesus Christ. How much is that minus $49,201? How is that in, what is that in, like, real dollars? Like, is that, like, $1 to $1, or are those, like, pennies? Oh yeah, I need to just email into Twitch and Twitch Legal and cancel my partner contract and have them delete my account because they won't give me my account back because they're fucking losers. So, top 3 movies I've seen recently. I haven't seen a lot. I saw the new D&D movie. It was actually very good. I would highly recommend it to all of you, and it's a great date movie. Even if you're not going with somebody who's nerdy, it's very good. I would highly recommend that. Let's see. I haven't really seen anything else recently, though. The value of my house has doubled in the past 10 years. Come retirement is better to keep renting them out or leveraging their value for income some other way. If you have the ability to maintain them, it's probably a lot more consistent. But if you're in retirement, you're probably going to be lazy as shit. And it's probably better to go into a mixture of stocks, bonds, and annuities. I'm the perfect amount of cheesy. Well, you can call me 4 cheese pizza forethought just for you. What happened to my account on Twitch? Oh, so I got a new phone number. So I updated my Auth2FA, and then Twitch, never updated anything and wants to text my old phone, which I no longer have. And Twitch support won't recognize me as the owner of the account, but Twitch Legal will, and they cannot tell Twitch support to do anything. So that's the only answer. So they can get fucked. What's my new number? 8675309. I'm waiting for your call tonight, baby. No, I hope to be retired in 20 years, Vels. Have I ever done ASMR? No, I have not. Yeah, I do have a Kick. You can follow my Kick. I streamed once there, and maybe I'll stream more, but I'm just super busy right now. Thanks, Kane. I work really hard. I'm trying to do stand-up for a living. I've actually been going to the open mic night every week. I'm working on my materials. Ha ha ha. How about OnlyFans? It's just not going to work out. What are my thoughts on the Rawa UFO incident at Ariel School? I've never heard of that. Will I participate in DGG West marches? Sure, link me. I don't know how much I'll play, but I'll definitely play. Tell us a joke. Actually, he's on YouTube. I can't tell that one. That one's for... Oh, what did the bartender say to the horse? Why the long face? What are my thoughts on First Republic Bank? Well, the rumor mill is basically saying it is going to be taken over by the feds. The real question is whether or not there's the political will to refund all depositors, including the $30 billion given by JP Morgan. So that's not going to be politically popular at all. So we will see. And then also all those banks are going to lose all of that money, and it's going to damage their balance sheets. So you could see spill through. So it almost seems like a poison pill that they put there. So waffles or pancakes? If it's just plain waffles, but once you get pancakes with like some of the different like toppings or fillings, like definitely pancakes for sure. It's not even close. What if I said Obama? What should I do with all this money I'm making? Oh, well, first, what you should do is you should go to the bank, pull all of it out, and then light it on fire. And then you can probably get a pretty good YouTube video out of that. What's my salary? $36,000 a year. It's whatever the federal overtime exempt salary thing is. What about French toast? French toast is pretty good, but French toast is not pancakes or waffles, so it's just something entirely different. Do an L, don't know. L L L L L L L L L L L. Who is this cringe leash? I gotta get in my daily dose of clout. I'm currently down really bad. I need to kind of absorb it so I can kind of be like a bear and go to sleep for the winter. But I gotta suck up what I can. Why am I a leech? Because I'm down bad. I need 10K. Thoughts on Pokemon porn? Like porn of like the Rule 34 of like the Pokemon trainers, or of like the Pokemon themselves? Why am I down bad? Because Joe Brandon has destroyed America on the stonks market.
Hey.
What's going on, Dan?
Hold on. Quiznos, I unmuted you, but if you do any fucking sketch shit, I'm gonna mute you again. Don't get fucking banned, Steven, when he's banned, when he's not here. So you can argue with Rage Pup, though. I'm sure you'll like it if he comes back. Bye.
All right, thanks, Dan. Thoughts on Sonic inflation? Don't Google Sonic inflation in front of your mom. Thoughts of for against banning of payday loans? I'm against the banning of payday loans. I think it's fine. I think there's a lot of super predatory practices around it that need to be regulated or banned, for sure. Thoughts on Chinese equities, good investment year and nay? I don't like China. I think putting your money there is dumb, but you can probably get pretty good risk-adjusted returns there. So
Did I just hear China? Did I just hear China?
yeah,
I am a big fan of China, number one. Okay, big fan. Shout
Are
out to
you-
the CPCP. Shout out to the chairman. I don't like America, you know. I like China, honestly. Please, CCP, sponsor me. Sponsor me. Honestly, Rage, I got a question for you.
what's going on, Quiznos?
Why do you think I don't get any sponsorships? I mean, listen, you can't say because
So-
you're like no name Andy. Like at this point, I've been
No,
like getting
so-
100. You know what I mean? It's kind of
So
fucked up.
there's a few things. So one of where you live, no offense, but people want to sponsor people in rich Western countries like America and Europe because the people there generally have more money to spend, and KYC is more difficult.
60% of my viewers is like American or some shit. So if they're
So
trying to tap into the fucking like American Andes,
yeah,
like I got
so
those.
two, it's like the KYC issues around it. So it's like harder to verify who you are. 3, I think even at like 100 to 500 viewers, you're probably still extremely small and not on people's radar. So you're gonna have to go out on your own to sponsors and reach out to them. So like email. So you're gonna have to go and I think Darius is doing like a HelloFresh thing right now. So like if you want that, you might have to email the HelloFresh people, or you can go to other streamers and see where they get sponsorships from, and then start trying to build relationships there. Is probably a good place to go. So.
I mean, but if you're going to somebody and you're telling them to like sponsor you, don't you think like what they're gonna give you is less than when?
No, it'll probably be more because there's no intermediary. But generally, you should get like a brand pitch. So you need basically like 2 paragraphs about you, and then a 1-pager about your stream, what content you do, and then your KPIs that they're gonna see, right? So, for instance, when you reach out, you would say, "Hey, blah blah blah. I'm Karantos. I stream in these categories. I generally talk about this. I have an audience of 150 to 200 people for 6 hours at a time. I'm going to have this type of engagement. I'm going to have these numbers of purchases and conversions to your products. Would you be interested in running a sponsorship on my stream? You can do it either on like a per click or per conversion or price per campaign. And then kind of go from there and see what they have. I would see who other people are getting sponsored by and reach out to them that way. Generally, they'll have boilerplate contracts or something like that. But at your size, you're not really big enough for them to like go out for you, right? You're not XQC. So you're going to have to put in more legwork to kind of get those sponsorships.
True. Most people get their sponsorships through Stream Elements. Like there's a sponsorship tab. A lot of people get it through there. Fuck, even Fossil had a raid sponsorship. Like, what the fuck?
Well, I mean, Raid will sponsor anybody. All those games are like
Yeah, exactly.
gambling.
Like they sponsor anybody but not me. What the fuck? Am I that bad?
I mean, you're also new. Like I think
So
it's going to take
some time.
Yeah, give it some time, and then I think another big thing again though is Evil Fossils in America, and you're not. So that just may be a thing that's getting cut out of your campaigns. So.
Interesting. I got another question for you. Why do you think that Forethought is a fucking whore? Your mother's a prostitute. You are an anal birth. Your
Dude,
mother
Forethought
shat
is
you
based-
out, you bitch ass nigga.
Dude, you're gonna get the Mr. Girl treatment. I would tread very carefully.
I'm already getting it. Jeebus.
No,
Did that
you're-
Mr. Girl dude get muted when he was the only person in a VC? Forethought, you're a bitch.
He got excommunicated. We'll put it like that. You're gonna be. Yeah, it's not gonna be good. You know, what's it called when someone leaves Islam?
Apostate.
Yeah. So that's basically what's going to happen to you. No, but there's a word for it.
Apostasy.
Yeah.
What? Listen.
Also, I don't even.
I love mods. They're like the highest form of human, right? And, like everybody, like you know those kids, like when they're asked, "What do you want to be when you grow up?" They all write moderator. You know, like everybody has posters of Reddit mods, Discord mods, Twitch mods. Like everybody wants to be a. Like, imagine you get to walk out into the world and say, "I mod for a living." Like I sit there and watch another man stream, which clean
Man,
up
that
after
sounds
his
kind of
shit for
based. Isn't that like?
9 hours a day. That's my dream goal. That's what I aspire to, you know. So like I
I mean,
understand it. I understand it.
that sounds like a pretty decent life for most people. Imagine getting like 60K to just watch Twitch all day, or more, or like.
Okay. Hold on now. If you're Trainwreck's mod, you're getting paid like 6 figures. If you're Destiny's mod, you're getting paid in thoughts and prayers. Empty prayers since he doesn't believe in God. So hey, there's no shot he's paying them anything. Actually, is he paying them?
I have no idea. I think some are getting paid and some aren't getting paid. That's my understanding.
There's no some are getting paid and some are not getting paid. I'd love to see how he convinced those that are not getting paid to stick on. But you know, this Forethought, he seems to be like one of those niggas that are getting paid, right? Has to.
I have no idea. Probably.
He has to. He has to be. He can't work this hard. He can't work this hard for free, right? You know, shout out to the RTBA one though. He fucking came in. He's like, "I'll fucking ban you if you do this shit again." At least he gave me a heads up, right? He doesn't seem like he takes himself too seriously, but hey, Forethought. When I grow up, you know, I'm still a young 23-year-old. When I grow up, I wanna just be like you.
Hey, well, at least
what are we shouting about in here? What's going on here?
Yo, Steve. No, your bitch ass fucking mod muted me when I was the only one in the call. That is war crime level shit. Like that's fucked up.
Wow.
Bro, why do you have a lot of power tripping niggas in your shit? Jeebus fuck, dude. It's kind of crazy.
Wait, why do I have Raid Shadow Legend shit going on my Nightbot? Hello?
Hey, there we go. I spoke about them and they're already infiltrating the shit.
Wait. Why the fuck is that? Why the fuck is that being posted on my shit? Whose link is that?
Hey. QA non-soldiers, retreat. He's caught on to you, boys. Retreat, please.
Total Warhammer 3. Oh, wait, have these things just been running since I did those sponsors forever ago?
Good one. You've just given them free advertisement now. Nice.
Oh, good. Well, what's up, buddy? How you doing?
I'm doing great. Honestly, I just came in. I checked the stream, and you're like, "Oh, I'm gonna go eat for 20 minutes." I was like, "Oh, easy 20-minute monologue." But then my monologue. Oh my god, dude.
What?
Too loud.
Oh,
Too
sorry.
fucking loud.
My bad.
Okay. Yeah. So I just wanted to monologue, but then you know, Forethought muted me, so yeah, my heart's broken. Anyways, I assume you've seen the shit that I was talking about with Myron, right? The woman shit.
Myron Gaines?
Yes.
What were you talking about,
Myron? No, I told you about the woman that he was like, "Hey, you think you could get on this podcast without soaking my cock?" That one. And then you're like, "I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe I didn't see it." Blah blah blah.
Oh yeah, I saw the video shit. Yeah, Jesus.
Yeah, but then you said something because I went back through the stream. You said something like you compared it to Harvey Weinstein. You said something like, "Listen, with Harvey Weinstein it was different because if you really wanted to make a career for yourself, you'd have to go through this one guy that basically controls everything. But with Myron, it's like he only has this one podcast. The guy doesn't really have that much power, so it's kind of tough to compare the two." That sounded kind of crazy to me. So do you want to like clarify your position when you said that?
Yeah, I feel like the number of access points will change a little bit, like how shitty something feels. Like, if there's like 2 ways to make it big in streaming, and one of those 2 ways involves like sucking some dude's dick, it's pretty shitty. But if there's like 100 ways to get in and 1 or 2 are creepy, like it's still shitty, but it's not as bad, I think.
Yeah, but I don't think
I don't think it's good. I'm not saying I approve of it. I'm just saying that it's a little bit different. Like
Yeah,
nobody's thinking like, God, like I wanted to make it big into podcasting, but like I turned down Myron Gaines, so now I'm like a nobody.
It's not necessary for them to fucking go on the Fresh and Fit podcast to make it. So it's a choice that they're taking upon themselves to do.
It's not like they're forced to like like it's not their make it or break it like with Harvey Weinstein, right?
Yeah.
If you wanted to be a fucking actor, you gotta go through that nigga type shit. So it's not the same with Myron, but yeah, but that's not a. I don't think that's a smart way, or not. I shouldn't say smart. It's not the right way to look at these things. Obviously, we agree that it was shit, right? So like, why even fucking compare it to the Harvey nigga? That shit is still fucking weird.
Well, because I think somebody in chat brought it up. That's fine.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't your point. I thought it was your point.
No,
even talk about
I thought somebody brought it up. I mean, it's still bad, and if everybody in the industry did it, it would be just as bad as Harvey Weinstein. So it's like it shouldn't be behavior that we accept, right?
Okay, so if you were advising him, or if you were friends with him, or if you associated with him, I'm sure you do one of those three. But what would you say to him then?
Well, it's not cool, but I don't think you would give a fuck what my moral standards would be for that, right?
Yeah, would you interact with him knowing what he did? Or what he does?
Like going on his shows and stuff? I'm not sure.
You're not sure. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, because I was just thinking about it. I was like, you know, with people in his position, because I'm assuming he holds a position like Nick did, right? Where it's like, I'm not cool with this guy, but I butt head with him because, you know, he has his people, I have my people, and I'm trying to appeal to their people, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah,
so
a little bit. Like, I'm not like,
yeah, you're not cool with him. So if you cut off Nick for like the deplatforming shit and how he didn't take a strong stance for it, I'd assume you'd cut off somebody like Myron for being fucking creepy.
Well, I'm not 100% sure if I would have cut off Nick for the deplatforming stuff, because he had already engaged in it with him and Ralph had like fought over it. It was the fact that he was deplatforming people in my community, like my friends.
Like, I mean, to be clear though, it wasn't that he was deplatforming; it was people on his platform.
Well, yeah, people on his platform, but like his platform was very limited. He okays everybody that goes on that site, and he didn't seem to have anything strong to say about it. And his community had already been involved in that kind of stuff in the past. Him directly with the Ralph stuff.
Interesting.
So I don't want to be associated with the community, but it's also going to be like trying to actively destroy my friends. And at that point, I liked Max more than I liked Nick. So.
Yeah, but now since the Mr. Girl dude is out of the picture, Nick could come back into it, right?
I don't know. It would be different now because now Nick is way more fucking extreme.
Which is good for you, right? The more extreme they are, the bigger the fucking bounty on them, right? If you fucking actually meet them and meet them at their points and fucking go head to head, it does better for you, right? Doesn't that make any sense? Because ever since he left you, he went with the yay shit. He's become much bigger.
Well, I don't know now. I'm not sure. I don't think the really extreme look is good for him. And I think they know that. That's why they were trying to get away from it. But then they went really extreme on the yay shit. And now I think he might have a hard time getting back from that. I don't know. Like, he got publicly disavowed by Trump. Like,
interesting.
Have you seen the anime Death Note?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Do you remember at the end when Mikami is standing in the doorway and Light looks at him and Light's like, I don't know that guy.
So basically because he's fucking, you know, nobody wants to fucking touch him with a 10-foot pole, you're like, I don't know if I should even get near him. He's radioactive.
Yeah, and he's like dying off and everything, like, I don't know. And he basically said fuck you to me when he had the Kanye train. That was stupid, so I don't know. Maybe in the future, we'll see.
We'll see. Wait, my order came. I don't like eating at the same time as you boys. I'm not fat. So I'm gonna go get my order. Hey, listen, enjoy your stream and stop eating with your mouth open. That's kind of nasty. Also, waffles. Mute him. I saw all the things that you were saying. Orange name. I'm a white name and I'm proud of it, ladies and gentlemen. But yes, I'm a big fan of your stream, right? Especially when the chat doesn't move for 2 hours. Big fan. Yeah, Destiny, you take care, buddy. Bye-bye.
Be careful, buddy. Who?
Hey, it's Tom.
Tom.
I wanted to ask.
Huge problem.
I'm a huge problem?
No, there's a huge problem right now.
What's that?
There's an owl in this room.
An owl? Because you're saying who?
Never mind. Okay, well, what do you want to talk about? Go ahead. You ruined it.
Oh, sorry. I wanted to ask, so I had like a whole stream where I was talking to a bunch of groypers about whether or not you burnt the bridge with Nick. And that was one of the things that I was arguing with them about, because shortly after you were saying that he wouldn't talk to you and that he was upset with you and that you were still open to talking to him. But then recently, you started saying that you burnt the bridge with him. And so I wanted to, because I've had this argument with them a couple of times, so I wanted to see if I was wrong on this the whole time.
I think I burnt like the friendly bridge, in terms of having him on my stream and everything, because I don't think he disavowed the deplatforming shit hard enough, which triggered the fuck out of me. But then we had a later debate set up on Adam 22 on No Jumper, and he decided to duck out on that debate because he wanted to go suck off Kanye for a little bit before Kanye would dump him. So.
Oh, okay. Because, yeah, the way that you guys ended the conversation with Big Tech was with him and you kind of sounding like you guys were cool. Everything was fine. You had a
but
debate
Nick kept playing a little weasel. Like, oh, well, Destiny was deplatforming, or pro-deplatforming, like in 2016. I was like, okay, fuck you. He didn't really, yeah.
Right. Well, and he seemed really upset that you canceled the debate that you guys were supposed to have a couple days later. And so, yeah, when he turned around from that and then started talking a bunch of crap about you afterwards, and seemed to flip on everything he said in that conversation with you and Big Tech, it seemed like, yeah, that he was the one who was kind of screwing you over.
Oh, well.
What does it mean that I'm remind you of Nebraska?
Probably that you sound a little Midwestern.
Midwestern? Okay. I grew up in New York and Atlanta, so that's interesting. Well, I did want to come tell you. So I've gotten a lot of crap for being anti-Destiny lately. Wanted to tell you, I am not anti-Destiny. I think I said that Lav wasn't lying about one thing, and people think that means I'm on her side now.
Why do you feel the need to come and tell me this? Why are you guys all acting so fucking weird now?
Because, like you said, it does seem a little dickish to have somebody on and allow them to say a bunch of stuff without pushing back all that much. And I did think, like, throughout the Britney drama that there was, like, I was surprised at how upset you were with that. And so I guess the boundaries arc is a good thing. You did not tell me not to talk to her. You never said not to have her on or anything like that. But you have been, like, insanely charitable to me and helpful to me. And so, yeah, I would feel bad if I dicked you over or had somebody on and you felt like I was just, like, overly allowing them to shit on you.
Did you talk to Torsha?
Yeah.
How did that go?
It was interesting. I did think you were being, like, really short with her when you talked to her. Were you, like, in a bad mood, or did you think that she was, like, trolling you?
I don't think I was short at all. I think she was acting insane, but that must be, maybe that's just a matter of perspective.
I didn't make it the whole way through your conversation with her. It was just very awkward the whole time.
Agreed.
So you thought she was being awkward?
She would, like, ask me, like, what does it mean for pay tracker? And then I'd explain it. And then she would start debating me. And I'd be like, well, this is just what it means. She's like, okay, but I don't think it makes sense. And I'd be like, okay, well, let's argue about it then. And then she's like, I don't want to debate. And it's like, I have no idea what the fuck our conversation was supposed to be about.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Because, yeah, she doesn't like to debate, apparently. So.
Yeah, but she would argue with me every time I would try to explain what something is.
Was she arguing with you, or was she, like, trying to understand it better? And
it felt like she was arguing with me. She'd say, like, well, I don't agree about the male gaze, or I don't agree about, like, and I'm like, okay, well, I mean, this is just what it means, like. So I don't know. It's kind of weird.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of a restaurant called Pollo Tropical or Tropical? Polo Tropical.
No.
Okay, don't ever go there if you ever go there. It's not a good question. Or it's not a, I'm sorry, it's not a good restaurant.
What kind of food do they sell?
Like chicken and rice and shit, but it's just not good, okay?
Like Asian food, like chicken and rice, or?
I think it's like Cuban-ish food or something. I'm not even sure, but it's not that good. But
Okay.
Don't worry about it. Okay. Anything else? What else? What else is going on in the world of Tom?
No, that's it. I like not your audience. There are audiences who think that I'm like out here purposefully trying to smear you, or I did the same thing with you, Mr. Girl, Lav, where I just kind of came in and asked you guys questions because I was having a lot of debates in my community about whether or not we needed to kind of rethink the ethics of how streamers and their chats interact. And so we were having a lot of conversations. I thought it was an interesting question. And so I wanted to get like all of your perspectives on it and really pick your brains, since you guys seem to have, you and Mr. Girl seem to have like staunch positions on where you felt like those lines should be. And so I wanted to like understand you guys better, but I might not have done a good job of like explaining that I was just asking questions and trying to understand people's positions. And so I think a lot of people, it came off as though I was like convinced by Mr. Girl's article or something. So,
okay.
Yeah. All right. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Be careful, buddy. I love you.
I love you too. Bye.
Okay. Why? Hello? Good one, Chief. Oh, hi.
Hi, 大家好，我是廖辉。今天教大家
Today I will teach you how to train your deltoids. Wow.
也就是这块肌肉。我是助演，我巫婆。
Oh. I don't know why I said that. I'm sorry.
不好意思，错了啊。在举重里面的话，如果这个肌肉的话，它会起到一个支撑，就是说举重它有一个支撑的作用，可以把那个杠铃死死的顶住。这块肌肉，它就属于锁肩的那个肌肉，所以说漂亮的话，身材好的话，这块肌肉也需要。
对，是吧？因为咱们就普通人来说不用举重，但是这个要衣服要想撑起来啊，穿西装好看。这要能起来，穿衣服。现在学院里，咱们就为了穿衣服好看嘛。行，好，来吧。
你用这个吧。然后首先，双脚与肩同宽，然后两手放直，然后吸气，然后慢慢的放下来，慢慢的。再起，哇！
Oh, sorry. Wow.
可以控制住下来的速度。
这没多沉，但是觉得特累。
对，你还没有用这个。
你平时用多少？
没有，我们平时用大的，用15公斤的，
黄的那个。
对，这样做。这个做。
I don't like I like lateral raises as a lift. I watch enough videos to be convinced that like anything that involves your shoulders up here sucks. Like if you're like this kind of movement, I don't know. I don't think I like it. It feels weird. Sometimes people do like this lift. What's the one where you have like there's like a weird one that you do like this. Anything that involves like your shoulders like up here, like doing this type of shit. Oof, that's sweating. I don't mind doing like pressing. Like I think pressing is fine, But having your arms like out here and doing like shit like this is I don't know. I don't like any of those lifts. But hey, who the fuck am I? This guy's way bigger than me. But oof, that shit is scary as fuck. I think one of the most important things that I've heard over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, okay? If you're benching and it's really heavy, okay, you can push through it. If you're deadlifting, if you're squatting really heavy, you can push through it. When it comes to like doing accessory lifts on your shoulders, your form has to be like fucking ultra perfect every single time. That if you like walk into the gym and you're trying to like lateral raise like 35 pounds and your form is like fucked, you're gonna destroy your shoulders. You will absolutely fuck your shit up. Like I think even like some of the strongest dudes in the world are doing like lateral raises like 25 pounds. That like nobody like trying to like overload these lifts will absolutely ruin your fucking day. Dr. Mike does full range of motion all the way above his head, but is a super slow eccentric, so it limits the amount of weight you use. I bet even Dr. Mike is probably using pretty low weight though, Hillshire, I would imagine. Like you're not trying to like max out like your 3 rep max on your fucking itty bitty shoulder lifts. Would be my guess.
每天坚持到4到6组的话，然后这个肌肉基本上我觉得2周的话会有明显的效果，是吧？很显著，肯定会。然后我教大家第2项。第2项就是这个皮筋，这是应该是运动器械商店能买到的。对对对，运动那个器械专卖店，然后就可以买到这样的皮筋。然后这种皮筋呢，它有一个弹性，知道吗？有个这样的弹性。这是做弹弓的。对，做弹弓那个也可以。然后这样，然后我们把它弄成一样的。
Oh no, he's gonna do face pulls.
然后首先怎么？
No way, what's he doing? No, he's not. Oh wait, what is he doing?
然后双脚也是与肩部同宽，然后手臂，然后我们也是第一个是挺胸抬头，然后第一步是从后肩部旋转这样，这个动作也要慢，你看，是吧？然后是硬，明显能感觉这个。
Maybe his shoulder gets like really strong doing all this shit. I feel like both these exercises look really scary, but I don't know. Listen, if you can do it, go for it. I destroyed my back with lateral raises. Incident was over a year ago. Still feeling back pain to this day. Oh, damn. Can you interlock your fingers behind your back? No. There's like a weird genetic thing where some people are able to and some people aren't. We pulled this in my chat a while ago. I think like 60 to 70% of people are able to, and then like 20 or 30% of people cannot do it. My arms are absolutely get nowhere near each other here. It's just impossible. Like I don't even think like skeletally, I don't think I can ever do it. Are able to? Some people can reach behind their back and like grab their fingers or whatever.
Found your videos about 4 months ago and I've been hooked. First time in one of your live streams too. Does this make me a part of DGG now?
Can I pick your brain?
Sunglasses.
Let's go.
What do you want?
Let's go.
Oh yeah, sorry. Oh yeah, here, real quick. I'm sorry. I see people will grab like 40-pound dumbbells and they'll be in the gym with 40 pounders like like doing this like trying like this barely. But yeah, I think Hillshire just pointed out this dude is obviously fucking huge. These are 30-pound dumbbells.
Guaranteed 50 days, full refund.
He's going pretty high on these two though. But okay, what's up?
I wanted to ask you, how do you feel about how like every single week there seems to be a new person that platforms Lav and like does an interview and lets her like go off and say shit? Like,
I think it's super lame and super fucking stupid. But I mean, if people want to do it, it's their shit. One of the things that I guess is like a little bit annoying to me is I feel like, especially among men, we always have this thing. It's like fake accusations are the worst. Fuck that. Like these are the worst types of women. They should get twice the sentence that other people. Blah 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 blah. But then like when somebody does it, well, if they've got the opportunity to make content out of them, they'll just like invite them on and be buddy buddy. I don't know. That feels kind of weird to me. But
do you think that Okay, so where my head is at is like if I was you, I feel like it would be reasonable to say that it's okay if anybody wants to like talk in this. Like talk to Lav in the space, but like just don't talk to her about you, right? Like don't talk to her about the drama. Like don't give her a chance to like make new lies about that.
Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like in a reasonable world, I think she would actually be completely excised from this space. I don't think anybody should want to talk about her again. But at the very least, yeah, I would say, like, can you just, like, not talk about me? Or if you are going to talk about me, like, let me come there so I can defend myself. That'd be my guess. Because, like, if we were looking at any other community, like, let's say there was a bunch of footballers that had, like, a podcast. And let's say there's like a woman who was known. She did like a fake allegation against Ronaldo and a fake allegation against somebody else or whatever. Let's say she was just like making the rounds on those podcasts, like laughing and, you know, buddying up with everybody. I feel like every fan would look at that, and even other people would be like, why the fuck do you have this woman on? This is like the false allegation one. What the fuck are you doing? But like in the streaming world, it just seems like it's all like fun and games and content, I guess. So, but whatever.
Is there no like isn't there like a building of animosity towards streamers that will just like view it as just a means of content without any sort of like idea of or consideration of the consequences for you?
I mean, like the way that I view most of the world is, I think most people are just like kind of a little selfish. Like even when I make mistakes, it's usually just because I'm being selfish. So people are generally just thinking about like, what can I do to like maximize my content, and like, yeah. And then Lab is obviously really good content. So people just have her on, and that's it. So I mean, like it kind of sucks, but like I understand why people do it. But
I guess I just feel like this is like an area or like a subject that you could maybe more just set a boundary on, right? Like
yeah, but the problem is these types of boundaries don't work. If you want a big secret, if Mr. Girl wants to clip me because it'll make his fucking cock rock hard. The reason why I don't blacklist people actually doesn't have anything to do with like morals or ethics on my side. It's just because blacklisting people is really ineffective. Like if I tell somebody like, listen, like I don't like, if you talk to Lav, that's fine, but I'm not gonna like talk to you anymore. People just say like, oh, okay, and then they'll just go talk to Lav because she's like content for them at that point in time. Like,
well, I think that request would be unreasonable, but I think it would be reasonable to say, and this maybe might look bad, or be able to like taking out of context or whatever, but like it would be reasonable to say you can talk to Lab, just don't talk to her about my shit.
I mean, I've already said that to people, but I mean, we'll see if it follow through on it or not, I guess, right?
Yeah, I guess it just felt really shitty to see somebody like well, I guess Relly to like have that conversation like
I mean, they don't have like bad intentions. I mean, like he's thinking that he's gonna get like he's gonna pull a concession out of her. Also, I don't know if people there's a very high level of sophistication that I understand when it comes to like false claims and false allegations, and I think a lot of people don't understand it sometimes. So like for instance, like one thing that Lav does, and again, to be clear, I don't think any of it is intentional, but like the big lie is that I sexually assaulted Lav, or that I coerced her. So I don't know what the fuck cringe autistic shit this stupid fuck is on right now, but that's the big lie. So I think people like Irrelevant or other streamers will be like, okay, well, I've got her here. I'm not going to let her tell the big lie about Destiny. So they're keeping their eyes open for that. But then what she'll do is, as she's talking about me, she'll just say small lie after small lie after small lie after small lie. And like they kind of like just let those slide because they're like, okay, she's not accusing him of like coercion, but she'll be saying things like, oh, Destiny never takes criticism from anybody, and he's able to exist in this space, being the most evil person in the world. It's like, okay, she's not making the sexual coercion claim, so it's okay. So I think that's kind of what's going through people's heads.
Yeah, that's understandable. It's just so when I watched you hop onto the Relly thing, I had a little bit of mixed feelings about that. Like it felt shitty to Relly for you to come in there and sort of hijack the conversation, right? Mm-hmm. But it also, I can understand on from your point of view, it's justified to do that. But sure. On the same hand, or like from a different perspective, I also think that like that all could have been avoided if there was that expectation or boundary set of like,
she's just not going to talk about me.
Just don't talk about me, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know if people are aware of this. I don't know if Lav was Darvoing intentionally, if she actually thought about this, or if she's aware of this or not. But like when Lav was accusing me of being a stalker for her, what she's doing would be considered stalking. If you get a restraining order against somebody for stalking you, that person is also prohibited from contacting people around you, because that's considered stalking by the courts. Like if you say like, oh, don't talk to me, I'm like, okay, and then I start talking to all your friends and family, that is considered stalking in a legal sense. So she is engaged in that. Or she just spontaneously decided that all of her friends or her new friends are going to be all of my friends, I guess. But
and it did feel really weird for you to be like, Alex is my friend. Don't you think?
I mean, you can say that, but I mean, like, she's only, no, fuck, now it sounds mean. I'm always in such a lose-lose situation. She is now in my circle, right? How many times has she said, I don't want to stream anymore. I don't want to do this. I don't like these people, blah, 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 blah. But now she's like talking to not even just like people like Chud Logic, which I guess I can understand because they're kind of like larger streamers on their own, right? But like now people like Irrelevant and Darius, like, isn't that really fucking weird? Like these are like, when I say like my friends, I don't mean like I own them, but these guys aren't even like, it sounds shitty because no matter what I say, it sounds shitty. But these guys are like part of like the literal like the DGG like star system, not even the universe. Like the well, maybe not Irrelevant as much, but like definitely Darius. Like, so it just feels weird that now she's taking like a special interest in these two people. You know?
I would expect it from Lav, but I think it feels more weird on the side of Alex, right? Like to be your friend and then to want to be friends with somebody like that or be friendly to somebody.
Sure,
like
I mean,
that.
but I can understand his perspective too. Again, she's content and everything, but
yeah, I guess. Do you said that you have sort of established that boundary of like
I think I tell people just like, if you want around, that's fine, but please just don't fucking talk about me. That's all I ask. Just don't talk about me. Or if you are going to talk about me, then bring me on so I can defend myself if she's going to start doing a whole bunch of lies about me again.
How receptive have people been towards that?
Who knows? I don't know. She hasn't done anything. I think she's been quiet, saving energy for her next weird bout of false accusations, so.
Is that more so like after the fact of the Relly convo or before then? Or
seems like after the Relly and Connor thing, but yeah, who knows?
Do you think it would ever reach a point where you would just blacklist somebody? You would be like, all right, well, I'm not interested in having a friendship or even
no, because if I do that,
with
then
this
what
person?
happens is I start cutting a lot of people out of my life, and then I give more influence to the people I'm trying to blacklist. It's like counterproductive.
Yeah, and I think unfortunately, even though I think that this is a boundary worth setting, I think that unfortunately setting it kind of feeds into the narrative that Lav is trying to build, right?
Yeah, the narrative that Mr. Girl and Lava built have essentially completely and totally like defanged my ability to like have any sort of healthy boundary with anybody, because anything I do is going to be perceived as me being resistant to criticism and unwilling, and like retaliatory in nature. Like, oh look, now he's trying to deplatform Lav just because she wants to speak about the abusive situation she had with him. You know? Did that really not bounce at all?
Yeah, I guess that's all I really wanted to bounce off you.
Wow. Well, cool.
All right, my dude. Have a good one.
Be careful, babe. Loser. Got him. Max been hella quiet. Do you think he's not? Yeah, I think Max has kind of moved on, yeah. Thank God. Nice! Crit, baby! Oh, who's next?
Oh, hey, buddy.
Oh, shit. It's you. What's up?
I did a fun test that I think you should try on. Have you ever heard of Julia Gateliff, The Scout Mindset?
The Scout Mindset. I have not.
Yeah. It's like a book. It's just about like thinking well. She talks about like really common fallacies people fall into and like tips and tricks to like correct your own thinking. So there's this little test called the calibration test, where basically you have to make true or false statements, like whether or not you think trivia is right or wrong. You have to gauge your level of certainty in your own belief on that, and then you basically score it to figure out like how often when you say like I'm 50% confident, ideally you should have a similar number of like when you're 50% confident, that means you're 50%.
right half the time. Yeah.
Yeah. It's super fun. I'd be super curious to watch you do it and get your thoughts on it. You don't need to do it like right now, but
I can do it right now. Link it to me.
Okay. Based. It's long, so I don't think I want to sit in here the whole time while you do it, but you should do it, and then I'll watch on your stream later for the results.
How long is this going to take me?
That's 40 questions.
I'll be done with this in 5 minutes.
Okay. Big guy. Very smart.
Okay.
Okay, have fun. Let me know how you do.
Oh, wait, do I have to write this shit down? Oh man.
Wait, you're so confident, and the moment you realize you have to use, don't you just use Notepad?
Yeah, but like I thought it'd be like an online fucking thing where I push buttons. Oh, you're really taxing me now.
If only there was a engagement of how lazy you are on this too, you'd fucking fail.
Okay.
10 out of 10 lazy. Okay.
Have fun.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Was in the same boat with mind waves, but the point about your inability to be able to set boundaries def changes my mind. Appreciate the explanation.
I was in the same. Okay. Are these animal facts true or false? The elephant is the world's largest mammal. I'm pretty sure that's false. 95%. Aren't blue whales the world's largest mammal? Sea otters sometimes hold hands while they sleep. Oh god, I feel like I've heard that before, but what if it wasn't sea otters? What if it was like dolphins or something? Do dolphins have hands? Do sea otters have hands? I think that's true. I'm gonna say like 65% because it could have been another animal maybe. Number 3. Centipedes have more legs than any other animal. I bet there's gotta be something with more legs. Centipede. Pede is foot. Ped, like ped, ped. Cent is 100. Are there really things with more legs than centipedes? I feel like they actually probably do. I feel like they probably do have more legs than anything else. Yeah, I'll say. I'll 65% on that. Mammals and dinosaurs coexisted. What's considered a dinosaur? Oh, shit. Maybe in the ocean? I feel like this is one of those facts you learn in grade school. I'm thinking like woolly mammoths don't count as like... Woolly, they don't count as like dinosaurs, right? I feel like I heard that like that's the last dinosaur for a long time. I'm gonna say true, and I'm like 55% on that. Bears can't climb trees. I know that's false. Camels store water in their humps. I've heard that must be true. I've heard that so much. Flamingos are pink because they eat shrimp. That can't possibly be true. No shot. Like 85% on that one. The giant panda eats mostly bamboo. That sounds kind of true, but I don't actually know. I'm gonna say 55%. The platypus is the only mammal that lays eggs. Baby, I don't fucking know. 55%. A mule is a cross between a male donkey and a female horse. Male donkey and a female horse. It's got to be like a male horse. I feel like that's not true, but I'm like 55% sure. I'm like not sure on any of these. Round 2. Which historical figure was born first? Julius Caesar or Confucius? Oh god. Oh god, it's all historical oh no. Julius Caesar or Confucius? Bro, I don't fucking know. Oh man. I'm gonna say... Caesar. I'm gonna be like 55% on all of these. Fidel Castro or Mahatma Gandhi? Castro? Wait, hold on. Oh, all right, okay. Nelson Mandela or Anne Frank? It's gotta be Anne Frank, right? I feel a little bit more confident on that, right? It has to be. Cleopatra or Muhammad? Bro, I don't fucking know. When the fuck was Cleopatra born? Muhammad is a long fucking time ago. Cleopatra sound... maybe, we'll go with this one. I don't like it. 55% on that. William Shakespeare or Joan of Arc? Bro, can we get out of the history section? Take me to the STEM section. Take me to the STEM section, please. Please. George Washington or Sun Tzu? I don't know. Bro, at least make it all American history. Sun Tzu seems like he must have been born first, right? Maybe. Genghis Khan or Leonardo da Vinci? Genghis Khan me up, baby. Queen Victoria or Karl Marx? I don't know, bro. Get me out of here. Please get me out of here. Please. Saddam Hussein or Marilyn Monroe? Saddam Hussein? I feel like it's got to be him. That was an older dude, right? Marilyn Monroe is pretty old. No, I don't know. Well, I'm 55%ing it. Okay. Albert Einstein or Mao Zedong? This one. No, I don't know. I'll say Mao. I don't know, dude. Okay. All right. 21. Which country had more people in 2019? Oh, come on. Why are these like the fucking lamest questions in the world? Germany or France? Bro, these are both big countries. I'm gonna say Germany, probably. Japan or South Korea? Oh, fuck, dude. I don't know. Japan is a bigger country. South Korea is really population dense, though. Japan? Brazil or Argentina? That's gotta be Brazil. Brazil's huge. I'm gonna 75% that bad boy. Egypt or Botswana? Bro, really? Mexico or Guatemala? I'm gonna say Mexico, probably? Mexico's a pretty big place. Panama or Belize? Good one. Jamaica or Haiti? Bro. Haiti? Greece or Norway? Norway has like fucking... Doesn't Norway have like 5 million people or less? How many people does Greece have? Greece has gotta have more. China or India? China, I think China still has more people, right? I feel like I would have heard if China got passed by India, I think. Iraq or Iran? Fuck, I don't know. They're both big places. I'm gonna say Iraq, probably. 30. Oh, science facts. Thank God. Now we can flex our big brain here. Okay. Mars has one moon just like Earth. Doesn't Mars have two? I feel like in Doom, didn't you visit multiple moons of Mars? Does Mars only have one? The moon of Mars. Mars moons. I feel like Mars has 2 moons. I'm going to say false 65%. I feel like Mars has 2 moons. Scurvy is caused by deficiency of vitamin C. Pretty sure about that. True. I think. Scurvy. Vitamin C. Yes, I'm almost positive. Vitamin C, scurvy, yes. Brass is made from iron and copper. Oh God, I should know this from RuneScape. You make iron and copper makes brass. Isn't this like in every fucking game I've ever done in my entire life? I think that's true. Yeah? I'm gonna do 65%. Iron and copper. No, iron makes iron. Hold on, I'm trying to remember in RuneScape. What do you mine? No, iron makes iron in RuneScape. Iron and copper together. Iron is better than everything else. Once you can mine iron, it's better than the other ores. Oh, you mine tin. Did tin make copper? Is it tin and copper make brass? I don't think you have brass armor in RuneScape. There is no brass armor, right? Oh no, it's bronze! Wait, what do you make for bronze bar? Isn't it tin and copper is bronze, right? I don't know what I don't know anything about brass then. I have no idea. I'm gonna say true 65%. I have no idea. It's strong iron, it's fucking metal colored, so copper. Fuck it, I don't know. Fuck it, I don't know. Okay, fuck me. That's going to 55%, okay? Okay, 34. 1 tablespoon of oil has more calories than 1 tablespoon of butter. Bro, what kind of butter and what kind of oil? How is this science? 1 tablespoon oil. If I could just drink oil or eat butter. These are all like really close questions. Oil. Would I rather slather a meal in oil or in butter? I feel like vegetable oil is usually lower calorie than butter, right? I'm gonna say false. I'm gonna 65% that bad boy. Butter has so many calories. Helium is the lightest element. Bro, why don't I know anything? Hydrogen is the lightest one, right? It's number one, right? Isn't it? He, helium is a noble, helium is one of the, H2 is hydrogen that's bonded. I'm gonna say false. That's false. 95%. Okay, I know this one. It's gotta be hydrogen. Right? It must go hydrogen then helium, right? Because helium is a noble gas, isn't it? Which means all of its shells are full and its 2 is the full one. I don't even know if half of anything I just said was true. 36. The common cold is caused by bacteria. The common cold, I believe, is a rhinovirus, isn't it? I think. The deepest place on Earth is in the Pacific Ocean. Isn't it the Mariana Trench? I don't know where the fuck that is. I don't even know where Mariana, I don't even know, that sounds like marinara to me. 55%. Seasons are caused by the Earth orbiting the sun and an elliptical path. Does the Earth orbit the sun in an elliptical path? No. I think seasons are caused by the tilt of the Earth. Because, yeah, it has to be tilt of the Earth. True, 95%. Because different hemispheres experience different seasons because of the tilt. Jupiter is the largest planet in our solar system. Yes, I know that's true. The atoms in a solid are more densely packed than the atoms in a gas.
It's okay, Steven. Maybe there's a music section.
No, false. Okay. Next, go through only the questions about which you were 55% sure and calculate the percentage of those questions you actually got right. Wait, did I read this wrong? I'm sorry. The atoms in a solid are more densely packed. Oh, no, that's true. I'm sorry. I read it wrong. My bad. Stop. Fuck. I want to control S. Okay. Next, go through the questions which you're 50% sure. Can I get the percentage of those questions you actually got right? For example, there are 10 questions, which is like you're 6 of those are right, and your total. Okay. How do I figure out what the answers are? Oh. You read 38 wrong too? Wait, did I? Hold on. Seasons are caused by the Earth orbiting the sun in an elliptical path. That's false. They're caused by the tilt of the Earth. Oh, you're right. I did. You're right. Okay, false.
Hydrogen atom is lightened but tends to bond to itself. Helium is inert because it's a noble gas.
Thanks. That's what I just said, you fucking retard. Okay. No, the tilt plus orbiting the sun causes the seasons. I don't believe the orbit has anything to do with seasons. I'm pretty sure it's just the tilt of the Earth. That's why the hemispheres have opposite seasons. I'm pretty sure. Oh, God. This looks like it's going to be a nightmare. Okay. Put your answers in this bitch. Jesus, I should have just done this in the beginning. Are these all the same thing? Okay. Okay, so for number 1, we said false. Does the tilt change throughout the year though? Yes and no. The Earth it moves on an axis, but it's tilted, and then I think it wobbles back and forth, doesn't it?
With all due respect, you may not call other FKM flowered around.
Nice. Okay, true. 65. True. 65. True. 55. True. Wait. Bears can't climb trees? Hold on, that should be false 95. Of course bears can climb trees. Okay, camels store water on their humps is true, 95. Flamingos are pink because they eat shrimp. That's gotta be false. 7. It's 85. Giant pandas eat mostly bamboo. I think that's true, right? What did I put? This is 8. True, 55. Platypus is the only mammal that can lay eggs. True, 55. And then true, 55. Oh no, I put false 55. A mule is a cross between a male donkey and a female horse. It's gotta be a male horse and a female donkey, right? How the fuck can a donkey fuck a horse? There's no way, right? Okay. We did Caesar, Castro, Anne Frank, Cleopatra, Joan of Arc, Sun Tzu, Genghis Khan, Queen Victoria, Saddam Hussein, Mao Zedong. 55, 55, 75, 55. And then all of these were 55. Based. Who designed the UI for this? I like how they put a reset button next to every single answer. Which country had more people in 2020? Oh no, this was from 2019. Hopefully it doesn't matter that much. Germany, Japan, Brazil, Egypt, Mexico, Belize. I bet it's Panama, actually. Panama sounds like a bigger place than Belize. I'm putting Panama. Haiti, Greece, China, Iraq. Okay, Germany, 55, Japan, 55, Brazil, 75. Brazil's gotta have more than that. Brazil's a big ass country. I'm 85 on that one. Okay, Egypt, 55, Mexico, 65. Mexico's a big country too. It's gotta be bigger than Guatemala. I'm 75 in that one, okay? Panama. Oh, I guess Belize. Probably Panama. I don't know. 55, 55, 65. Iraq is 55. Mars has just one moon like Earth. I thought there were multiple Doom levels on different moons. The moon of Mars. The moons of Mars. I feel like Mars has 2 moons. I don't know. Scurvy. Okay. True, true, and then I did false, 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 true, false, true, true. 95, 95, 95, 95, 65, 55, 95. Okay. Show scores. Okay, not too bad, I guess.
Hey.
Hi, what's up?
How'd it go?
I think it did okay, actually.
Yeah? What are your results? Should I just pull them up on your screen?
Yeah, sure.
So you lie to me?
My 55% confidence level was correct 59% of the time.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, my 65% confidence level was correct 60% of the time. My 75 and my 85 were 50% of the time, but I only answered two for. I only answered two. What?
Sorry. That's not good. If you're 75% confident, you shouldn't be right only 50% of the time.
Yeah, but I only answered 2 questions for each. So it was either going to be 0, 50, or 100. So
That's
I
fair.
Probably need more to calibrate. And then my 95% one was correct 89% of the time.
Okay, interesting. Interesting. Oh, man, I destroyed you. I eviscerated your soul.
Show me. Let me see.
Okay, I got... For 55%, I got it right 65% of the time.
Okay.
For 65%, I got it right 71% of the time. And for everything on, I got it right 100% of the time.
Well, that means you did significantly worse than me.
No, that means that I'm probably underguessed myself. So when I feel 75% confident, in this case, I got 100% of them right. Out of 5. I had 5 of them. It wasn't like 2 for me.
Yeah, but you understand that's bad, right?
Well, that means that I'm like underguessing myself.
Well, it means that you're inaccurately assessing your level of confidence.
Who cares about any of that touchy-feely bullshit? What did you guys get right out of 100?
I don't know. Wait, hold on. Really, though, erudite, right? Like, the point is supposed to be to accurately assess your confidence level. Like, if I say, like, I'm 65% confident on this, but I end up being right 100% of the time, that's a bad thing, right? It means you're not accurately gauging how true your confidence level is matching the actual amount of correctness of a given thing, right?
That's true.
You need to have more confidence. Is Nick abusing you in the background? Is he tearing down your confidence levels, or?
Yeah, he is.
am.
I actually came here to ask to be rescued. I know you're usually in the process of like abusing women, but I need you to save a woman this time.
Well,
we live in Canada. We don't have any police. There's nothing you can do.
Based.
I got 78% right on the exam. What did you guys get right total?
Where do you see the total?
I don't know. I had to calculate it myself.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh. I don't know. I don't know.
Let me check. Not well. Listen, history is not my strong suit, okay? Is it 40 questions?
I think it's 40 questions. I deleted my notepad halfway through and had to like redo half of it, so I don't have my answers for...
I got a 65% on this.
Ooh. What did you get, Kyla? What did you
I don't
get?
know. I already said I don't know. I haven't calculated it. And I deleted my answers for most of them. I just saved like my final like calibration.
Camels don't really store water in their humps?
Yeah, I got that one wrong, bro. That's what they told me in school.
That's what I learned.
When I was answering it, I was like, wait, this feels like a myth that we've been told that's super stupid. There's no way that that's actually true.
I remember seeing an infographic with the camel humps and it was literally just like blue in the middle.
No, it's fat. I'm pretty sure it's just fat and like
I know, I
maybe
get
some
that.
cartilage to give it like structure.
I mean, it makes sense. Yeah, because they're going through deserts all day, so maybe they just do a good job at storing water. But it stores fat, so I guess it's...
I think their kidney processing is like super... I remember learning somewhere that Arabians process water in their kidneys like camels do, which is why Arabian horses are good in the desert.
Oh, I thought you meant Arabian people.
No,
I was
no,
like, bro,
no,
what
no,
are you fucking talking about?
Well, that wouldn't be the most ridiculous thing, actually, right? Like, aren't there certain people that exist at higher altitudes whose bodies are better at processing lower levels of oxygen and shit?
Talking about the Sherpa peoples or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah,
so
fair enough.
that's possible, maybe.
Damn, your history was rough.
Centipedes
Nepali
have
Sherpas.
hundreds of legs. Who could have more than a centipede?
Millipedes.
Oh my god, really? How many prefixes are there?
I think millipedes is the biggest
I think
one.
millipedes is the biggest, yeah.
Do they really have thousands of legs? Is some fucking loser actually counted?
Yeah, somebody. I don't know who.
Of course. You know who does research? Fucking obsessive
Nerds.
losers, yeah.
This is not 1,000 legs.
I'm sure they don't literally have 1,000 legs. I'm sure they just have more
Yeah,
than
no, they don't have
centipedes.
1,000. They got 1,000,000. It's in the name.
Count them, Dusty.
I don't even know if this is like, I don't even think that's not even 200 legs.
Well, if you think about it, are they even legs? They're kind of just like
zoom
hairs,
in,
you know
zoom
what
in.
I mean?
I'll count them for us, okay? Zoom in. 1.
Hold on.
Wait, stop moving around.
Okay, millipedes, got it. Whatever.
Yeah. Damn. Now
You guys
I
have a
feel
lot
like
of
I need to
legs.
go back through and just take my guesses. I really enjoyed watching you refer to Was it RuneScape?
Yeah. Wait, flamingos are pink because they eat shrimp? Really?
Yeah.
I got that one wrong too.
Bro,
what?
You guys need to
saw
watch
that
more
question.
Discovery Channel.
I saw that question. I was like, no way, that's a stupid question, bro.
God, this is just proof. Nick used to always make fun of me because all I ever watched when I met Nick was documentaries. Like I never watched fiction. I didn't read fiction. And Nick's like, you're a big nerd. Well, who's the nerd now, motherfucker?
I've never
Got it
had
all
a
wrong.
British
What, so
accent.
wait, if
Take
you
that
feed
back.
them like what? Like chocolate donuts? Are they gonna turn brown? Like this seems so fucking retarded.
Yeah, just like the cows.
Yeah, just like cows. Yeah.
Yeah.
What other mammals
Stop
lay
shitting my
eggs?
jokes,
Or do
freak.
platypus not lay eggs?
Echinida.
Echidna.
I got that one wrong. I got that one wrong. Just to be
Okay.
clear.
Okay,
I found
a
that out.
mule is a cross between a male donkey and a female horse. How does a male donkey fuck a female horse? That seems like quite the
Give it-
feat.
They got long dicks.
Yeah, but I mean, like, aren't donkeys quite a bit shorter than horses?
Well, there's like different types of donkeys. Some are really big and some are really small.
There's
There's draft donkeys.
I don't believe that. Okay.
Did you get it wrong, motherfucker?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
probably artificial insemination a lot of the time, right? Maybe? I don't know.
How did I get so many wrong?
I don't know if they're just jumping or what.
This is rough.
What is
Oof.
brass made from?
Zinc and copper.
Oh, cringe.
Metallurgy.
1 tablespoon
Why
of
is it
oil
not
has
in
more
RuneScape?
calories than 1 tablespoon of butter. Why? I feel like I learned this a long time ago. Maybe it's not true. I thought like
Some
cooking with
breeds of
vegetable
snails have
oil
more
is
than
supposed to be
20,000
better
teeth.
than cooking with butter. Is that not true?
I just did the heuristic that liquids have like more atoms than like solids, and so like there's more atoms condensed in oil that's like liquid at room temperature, and therefore it's probably has more calories. That was literally that was how I guessed it. I got it
No,
right.
well,
but
people.
I have no
people-
idea.
Wait, hold on.
oil
Wait, what? You're
versus-
saying? Wait, didn't you just? Wasn't that logic backwards? Oil
Yeah,
is
you're
a
right.
liquid.
It was literally backwards.
Fuck you. Nice guess. Okay.
Okay, so what percent did you get right total, Kyla?
I don't know. I didn't figure it out, and I didn't
Oh,
do
did
the
you
radio dial
delete
one.
all your stuff?
I just saved the final results because I did it all by hand, and I can
Yeah,
go through and do the radio
so-
dial, but it's gonna be like I'll try to remember what I put.
So I did it all by hand too, but midway, basically immediately I forgot to start tallying it by like the 95%, and I just put them all my right answers in one column and all my wrong answers in a different column. So that all I got is my total.
Nice job, guys.
I didn't even do what it was supposed to be for. Okay, I'm gonna go figure that out. Bye, guys. Love you. Mwah.
Oh, you aren't gonna come in? Oh, I thought he was gonna give you really great fitness advice. I should
Oh
say it
yeah,
like
did
that.
he see
Hope he's
my
bad.
spreadsheet? Is he triggered? I hope he is.
I don't know. I heard you're planning to do compounds 7 days a week or something like that.
Yep. Why would I do anything that doesn't involve a barbell?
Why wouldn't I do anything that isn't maximally efficient at all times?
True. And based.
Well, thanks for doing the test. I appreciate it.
Oh, he's back.
God. Listen, I think if you like the workout, it's good. You know, if you enjoy it, it's a good workout.
True. I agree.
Do you want to hear my base criticism?
Did you hear the fitness?
go.
The fitness and community and Nick made up. They're all buddies now.
I heard
Yeah,
that.
we are all buddies. Me
They
and
love
Jacob
each other.
Okaj, especially, we're really good buddies now. We're
Wow.
good friends.
Good job. I'm proud of you guys.
He's not even memeing.
Yeah, I'm not memeing.
Damn, your general lobby's fucking full right now.
Oh. The broad criticisms were, so again, all of these are subject to variation depending on like if you had if you have a reason for it, right? Like so if you have a reason for something, the criticism is invalid. But
That's how most criticism works, but yeah, okay.
well, I don't know. A lot of people have like a lot of objective ideas about fitness that it's like there could be no good reason for this variable. You know?
Oh, sure. Okay.
Yeah. So what my first thought is like if the deadlift is your biggest goal, like getting the highest number on your deadlift, why put it after your squats on every training day? You know, why not put the deadlift before so it's the most fresh?
I could be wrong, but I feel like my deadlifts would be more likely to hurt my squats than my squats hurt my deadlifts. Like
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's just a feeling I have.
I would
Squatting for me is the hardest lift. I hate that dog shit fucking lift. Like I feel better deadlifting than I do squatting. Squatting is very mentally hard for me. But that might be that you might bring up a good point. Maybe on some days, or maybe on my day 3 or day 1 or whatever, maybe I should swap the position to those lifts. Maybe.
Yeah, that was my one thought going straight into it. I think it was day 1 and day 3 have your squat and deadlift. So like personally, I would put, if you want to swap it back and forth, put your deadlift first on day 1 and put your squat first on day 3, and then you'll even see like if it feels like one is harming the other more or less. But just one thought.
Yeah, this is
you
actually
have
100% true.
Number 2 thing is you have way more volume for anterior chain exercise as opposed to posterior chain exercise. Like I counted it up, and you have like 17 sets of anterior chain work and 9 to 10.5 sets of posterior chain work. So you're doing like way more work on the front side of your body.
Let's see. Posterior. Let's see. Deadlift. Are you counting pull-ups for posterior? You must, right?
Yep. Yeah.
Anterior. Is squat an anterior heavy lift?
That's why it's either I would call it anterior chain. Some people might debate me because you're mostly training quads, but
you are.
Also
but your
getting some
hamstrings
glutes,
are there,
obviously.
and your glutes, and a little bit.
That's why I said so. If we're including squats as kind of posterior chain, then it's 10.5 for posterior, and if we're including it as only anterior chain, then it's 9.
Day
so,
2
but either
is
way, it's
all
great.
anterior. Day 4 is all anterior. What do you count lateral raises as?
I neither. I didn't
Okay,
count
that's
them either
good.
way.
And then day 3.
Some people count laterals as anterior, but I wasn't gonna do that to you.
You probably would want to add a row in, huh?
Yep, that was criticism number 4.
Rows are such fucking lame lifts. They're
Damn.
just-
How confident were you that he would want to add a row?
well, I mean, that's like the obvious go-to would be a row. What other type of pulling movement or what other type of posterior movement would you do?
Just different rowing variations, or you could do, more hamstring work, so RDLs, or
I would do RDLs, but I don't think there's a
deadlift
place I can stick RDLs where they're not going to impact my deadlift, so why bother?
That's fair.
Yeah.
Hip thrusts.
I'm already deadlifting. I don't need to fuck a barbell into the air in the gym.
Bro, isn't you're pulling conventional, right?
Yeah, I am.
Most people, in my opinion,
I
are
have
gonna
enough
load.
sex to work out. It's fine.
Most people are gonna end up loading more hamstring than glutes in deadlift anyway. I think you could even benefit from hip thrusts as an accessory to your deadlift. But listen, if you don't want to fuck the barbell into the air, if you don't want to do the most alpha exercise in all of the in the entire gym, you don't have to.
Okay, I might add a row. We'll see how I feel.
Alright, I think a row would be a really good idea. I think that would really help to round out, your physique, man.
On day
That could be
2, I could
beneficial.
just ditch the pec deck bullshit and just do rows there.
I think that'd be a good idea. Like so you're thinking like machine pec deck, right? Like not reverse. I think swapping the pec deck for a row would work pretty well.
Rows, is there like a best row? Bent over, are you talking like bent over upright row or something, or what is like the best?
I really like chest supported dumbbell rows. Like you lean over on the bench rather than having to hold yourself up. You get more support that way and just load up with heavy ass dumbbells. That's my favorite. People like cables. Some people don't like cables.
I'm a barbell kind of guy. I'm staying away from cuck bells. Okay, so I'm probably.
Does your gym have a seal row thing?
A C row? Seal row?
Seal row. It's like a special bench with like extra clearance where you can put the bar under you.
Oh no, cringe.
Oh, okay.
I'll probably
what
I'll
else?
just probably do normal bent over, like barbell rows or whatever.
Fucking hate bent over barbell rows, but it's a good exercise. What else did I have? Okay, yeah, the row, and then so you're doing kind of like a full body split, and in a full body split, you generally want to avoid targeting like structures back to back. So like you're going, your first day is like lower, lower, upper, and then it's upper, 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 and then it's lower, lower, upper, upper, right? You want to, if you can, you want to bounce back and forth and make everything like upper, lower, upper, or lower, upper, lower, right? So you're giving like structures more time to rest in between work. That's just a general training principle. But if you don't want to, you don't have to. If you don't want to train that way, it's not forced. And it's a lot of compound, so it's kind of hard.
Tell him what to do. Tell him he's a dumb fuck.
It can be kind of hard to fit things in that way, especially if you have like on day 1 it would be hard, right? Because it's like you don't want to put pull-ups before deadlifts or squats.
Oh, you're just talking about programming for the day, right?
Yeah, program for the day. Yeah,
oh, sure. Yeah.
Like so, in theory, you would want to go like deadlifts, pull-up, squat, because you're letting your lower body rest while you're doing upper body work, and then going back to lower body. But you don't really want to put squats after or after pull-ups, because pull-ups are going to be way more fatiguing than squats, right? So
I think for a lot of these things, like my 10 rep sets are like fairly light, so it's not like a like I'm not doing like
almost like an accessory.
Yeah, basically, or like almost like a drop set almost if we're gonna play those games. So like for instance, like my 3x5 bench is 150, and like my 2x10 bench is like I think 130 last time, right? So it's a much lighter lift.
Yeah. Okay. And this isn't something that you need to do either. It's like an optimizing thing. Like in general, if you're doing full body training, if you can go back and forth between upper and lower, that's good. In the same way that if you're doing
I understand. So like if we're doing like normal starting strength, you're doing squats, then you do bench press, then you do deadlift.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, I understand.
Exactly. It's good to swap between anterior and posterior too. Like you don't want to do pull, pull, pull. You want to do push, pull, push, pull, push, pull. Same thing. What else do we got on here? Those are the big ones. Everything else is kind of nitpicky, honestly. You have a lot of fucking chest in there, but just taking out the
Do I have a lot of chest? Oh, I just did the pec deck because I'm like, why not just burn my fucking boobs out at the end of the workout? Like,
yeah, fair.
I don't even know if that fucking shit does anything, but
yeah, if we're breaking it all up into sets, you have 8 sets of chest, and then you have 3 anterior delt, 6 quad, 3 lats, 3 upper back, 3 glutes and hams, 3 medial delts. So it's like massively blowing chest volume.
I feel like the highest volume for muscle group would be shoulders, no? Bench, overhead press are all anterior deltoids, lateral raises.
I'm kind of
unless you don't count that, right?
Well, yeah, no, I wouldn't include anterior delt in. Well, so okay, the delt breaks up into 3 divisions, right? And they all get trained independently of one another. Like so, chest and front delt kind of always gets trained together, right? So did I even bother listing an anterior delt?
Well, because like overhead press is going to be training anterior delt without involving the pectoralis, right?
True.
I don't know. I don't care that much. Listen, as long as these foils are growing, I'm good.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, yeah, fair. Point being, there's a lot of chest in there. A lot of chest, but honestly, you kind of fix it just by swapping the pec deck for rows.
Although now I'm trying to think, if I'm doing rows, am I going to be able to afford because let's say I'm doing like a normal wide, so I'm deadlifting my heavy weight 1x5, and then I'm going to be doing pull-ups, wide grip pull-ups. Okay, on day 2 I'm going to be rowing. That feels like, because it's the next day. This isn't like a break and then day 2. Are my lats not going to be exhausted? And then on day 3 I'm doing deadlifting 2x10. I know it's just like holding up. That feels like a lot of.
If you're bent over rowing with a relatively wide grip, it's a lot less lat, a lot more upper back anyway. And I think people tend to overblow how much back involvement there is in a deadlift. So as long as you're
am I fucking retarded? What is upper back? I thought that
like your rhomboids, your rotator cuff, your not serratus anterior, sorry, your muscle names. The lats helper. What's that muscle called?
I feel like on a normal row, I feel like your primary mover is going to be your lat. Yeah, see you later.
I mean, in a sense, but like different things you do are going to bias it, right? So like when the lats are most active during not horizontal, the opposite of horizontal, vertical rows, right? Your lats are more biased to engage in a vertical row as opposed to a horizontal row, whereas in a bent over row, right, you're going to be using way more of like your mid trapezius, your rear delt, your infraspinatus, teres major, teres minor. Your lats also are going to be engaged, but your rhomboids, all those bumpy muscles in your upper back, right?
All right, we'll see. We'll see how I feel. I'm still not fully sold on the rows. I'm thinking about it. Okay.
All right, I think it'd be a really good idea to throw rows in there. Is there anything else? Everything else is pretty minimal. More chest than anything else. Yeah, that's about it. Other than that, it's fine. And if you like doing compounds every fucking day, amen, brother.
Okay. I love you, buddy.
All right, peace. Don't hurt yourself.
Bye. I just really don't like rows. Why aren't you working your biceps? Listen, that's what chin-ups are for, okay? And kind of sort of pull-ups. You gym every day? Yeah. Sometimes that's why I'm late to stream. So targeting the muscle vid for rows. Do you think I should do Hillshire and Gojo? Tell me, should I add rows on day 2? You're aware you banned the Rumble dude, right? Who's the Rumble dude? Neeg's Garden? Oh, sorry, I'll unban him. I think he said something retarded. Yes, you fucking sped. Listen to us. Okay, Gojo sucks. Hillshire, what do you think? Yeah, ah, fuck. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I can. Fuck, that's such a fucking lame fucking... It's such a dog shit. Is this like the type of row I'm gonna be doing?
The barbell row is one of the most effective exercises at building a wider, thicker back. In fact, researchers from this 20...
Fuck, God, what a cringe fucking lift. I hate it.
The barbell row...
I haven't seen a 920 in ages? Bro, why are you acting like I'm not still the god? Okay, Gojo, tell me what you're... Link me a video, Gojo, right now. Boom. Good enough. Do I even need to do this dumbass pec deck exercise then? I don't want to start just adding exercise, okay? I don't sit at the gym for 12 fucking hours. I got things to do, bitches to fuck, streams to go. Look up Penlay rows. Dude, I don't have time for that cringe shit. Like off the ground. Oh. This cringe. It's like the cringiest. I already did these once for my fucking shoulders. It's just the lamest exercise. Oh wait, Gojo's got a link for me. Okay. I'm gonna just dump the pec deck completely, okay? Fuck that shit ass lift. You want me to do dumbbell chest rows? And I gotta be in the gayest position at the bar. Some dude's gonna walk up and fuck me.
With his chin over the top, and here's the starting position. We got these arms hanging down low, let the lat stretch out fully, and then when he rows, he's gonna pull the dumbbell up and back to his hip here, kind of lift the chest off the pad sound, squeeze, and then he's gonna let it go down until he gets a big stretch at the bottom. And if you look, he's not pulling me straight up. He's kind of doing an arcing motion up and back at the same time.
What is this fucking lit? What?
Yeah.
What is even happening on his body here? Is this what we're doing?
Pulling it up, chest lifting a little bit, squeeze it through here hard.
Look, he's even got lips on his thing. Like, come by and give me a kiss on the cheek, buddy. While you... Ugh.
Bro, you gotta do it. It's goated. The dumbbell chest supported row. Gojo linked you this? Perfect. Mwah, chef's kiss. A1 exercise. Well done, Gojo.
It's actually so cringe. Okay. I'm just, I don't, the pec deck is a
You're
shit
gonna love it when
exercise,
you do
right?
it.
I can just dump that dumb fucking shit, right?
I mean, it's good for
No, it's
rear
not.
delt isolation, but you're
Wait,
gonna
no,
get a lot of rear
no,
delt
hold on.
rows.
I said the pec one, the front one.
Oh, sorry. I always think about reverse pec deck. Yeah,
No.
I kind of just don't like pec deck. I think it's just shit.
I
honestly.
like pec deck for reverse flies. I like that lift.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I was saying reverse pec deck is pretty good. Regular pec deck kind of cringe. Don't even like it.
True. Okay, yeah, I'm good with that. Okay, fuck that. Okay. I'm probably just gonna set some 10 for this. What?
Hello?
Oh, not me.
Nick, I've got a couple questions for you.
Oh yeah.
All right, so how do I get the forearms of the average middle-aged dad?
Fucking.
Like the average middle-aged dad. How do I get those forearms? All
You ever
right?
seen the rice workout? The rice bucket workout?
The rice bucket workout. I've never seen it. I assume it involves carrying rice buckets.
No, actually. You just put a pail of rice in front of you, and then you just grab that fucking rice.
Okay.
You just grab and squeeze the rice. You move your hands to the rice.
You do that. That's how you get.
Yeah.
That's how dads get their forearms.
That's right. Well, I mean, if you want, like, in my opinion, the rice bucket workout is one of the best ways to build forearms. It just kind of does everything for you if you want to do it all in one place.
That wasn't a joke?
No,
That's
it's
a real
actually
work.
sick.
You just move your hands around in rice?
Yeah, basically. If you look it up, it's like you just jab your hands into rice and you squeeze that fucking rice.
I can't tell if I'm being trolled. I don't know. It's too.
Well,
it's
I mean,
too...
do you actually just want to train forearms? Because like, if you want to just train forearms, or if you want to go crazy on your forearms, just train your forearms as many ways as possible, right? Training them in shortened positions, lengthened positions, train the anterior and posterior compartment of the forearms. So it's like, if you want
But
to
how
train
do
your
dads get those forearms? Because they don't do any of that shit you're talking about.
they're just squeeze shit, man. They just hold stuff all the time. They
squeeze
walk
and
around
hold
with,
things.
Yeah. Have you ever seen like trades dudes? Trades dudes always have crazy ass forearms and like meaty fucking fingers, because over time you get like incremental increases in like tendinous size, right? Through doing like always having tension on.
That brings me to my second question, though, Nick.
Yeah.
Okay. My second question is, all right, so
this
I
better
saw
not
this
be
guy.
RPE5 memes.
I don't know what that is.
Oh,
okay. I don't
okay,
know.
my bad. I'm seeing ghosts. I thought you were coming to
You're
shit
good.
on me on the Darius routine.
No.
Okay.
No, these are genuine questions because you seem like you know a lot about building muscles. All right.
Hey.
So
I'm glad you think so.
All right. So I saw a video. There's this guy on YouTube named Magnus Migto, something like that. He's
Migbo?
Yes.
The climber?
Exactly. Yeah. So he was a former professional rock climber and does all these athletic videos now.
Yeah.
And he did a grip strength challenge with one of the, I think it was like the strongest guy in Norway or something, or wherever he lives. It's like, this is like the strongest guy in the country.
Yeah.
And obviously the strongest guy in the country, he's like 400 plus pounds. And then Magnus is like 150 pounds, right?
Mm-hmm.
Really small guy. And Magnus wrecked. He fucking destroyed this strong man in grip strength because obviously he's a rock climber. But what's weird about that to me is that he doesn't have like huge fat like bearish fucking hands from rock climbing. Like and you see different examples of like mechanics who or you know people who work on engines where they have this like this crazy muscle density. Like they don't look very big, but they're very strong. So how do I get that? Is it just functional strength? Do you just have to do weird shit like carry rocks around or something? Like do you have to, or is like there a way to just get densely packed muscle like that in a gym setting?
So there isn't this idea of like different density in muscle doesn't really exist. It makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense like colloquially or whatever. But all it comes down to is strength is hyper specific. All strength is specific, is like specificity or highly subject to specificity, right? So the strongman guy has just never, I think I know the video you're talking about. They use like a really wide rotating grip, right? And they put plates on it. Am I thinking of the right thing?
They had like 8 or 10 different grip challenges. So one of those was maybe what you're describing, and several other ones.
Okay. So there's different types of grip strength, right? So there's crush, which is like your hand's ability to like grasp onto something and squish it like smaller and smaller. And then there's pinch, right? So if you grab like a block and you're pressing down on it with the pads of your fingers and the pad of your thumb, that's going to be different from having your hand like clawed and gripping around like a barbell or something like that. And even like the sizes, the different sizes of the thing that you're cradling is going to make a huge difference. So I think in one of the things that they did, like where they grabbed a bunch of plates by like a circular grip, it's like 3 times bigger in diameter than an Olympic barbell. So the super strong dude, he's just like never like really grabbed something that big. But I'll bet you if he compared to Magnus in crush strength, which is taking like just squishing something down smaller, they got like crush calipers or whatever, I bet you the strongman would win. I don't know if they did that, but basically it's all about specificity. So like tradesmen get strong in a whole bunch of weird movement patterns that like a gym bro is not going to do. So like a farmer's carry, right, is something you might do on a job site. So you just pick shit up like buckets of glue and walk around with it. There's a good chance the tradesman, even though he's way smaller, will be way better at the farmer's carry than a gym bro, because tradesmen are basically doing farmer's carries all the fucking time.
So maybe it sounds, again, you probably know more than me, but it just seems like, okay, when we look at like say World Strongman, right, the World Strongest Man competition, or like Arnold Strongman or something like that, the weight differences between the competitors can be insane, right? Like, so there's one guy named Alexei Novikov who he walks around about 280 pounds, right? But he is like just as good at strongman as like Brian Shaw, who's literally over 400 pounds and like 6'8", right? And so it just seems like there has to be some differences in how you might pack on muscle, because we would think that in this competition size would be perfectly correlated with basically the outcome, but some strongmen are so much smaller than others, but they seem to be equal in their strength. But that, it seems weird if there's not a difference in how we might pack on muscle in a tighter or looser way.
Yeah, I mean, there could be an underlying principle that I'm not familiar with, but like as far as I'm aware, the number one theory about like hypertrophy is essentially like the size principle of mechanical tension. So there's like different sizes of muscle fibers, and your body builds more muscle fibers of larger size to take up more space. And those bigger fibers are capable of producing more strength in general. But if you don't train in such a way that your nervous system is capable of undergoing that load, so like strength is mostly a nervous adaptation, and size, your muscles highly correlates with that, but not necessarily, right? So like bodybuilders are generally speaking way weaker pound for pound than powerlifters, right?
Right.
But
even though they might look bigger. Yeah.
But so what it has to do is mostly with your nervous system. So the more cross-sectional space you add on, that's the width or the breadth of your muscles, the more capacity your body has for generating more motor neuron connections. And those motor neuron connections are what are chiefly responsible for moving load. So size and strength correlate, but there's a good amount of deviation, especially at the extremes being bodybuilder with the most size and generally speaking the least strength relative to that size, and the power lifter being the extreme on the other end, where it's like you've got less size but more strength, more motor neuronal density packed into that area.
Yeah, I've never heard of anybody saying there's like different types of muscles. Like muscle is just muscle, right? And then you can probably your CNS adapts to like certain types of movements and everything.
Yeah. But there's three broad characterizations that we give muscle fibers. Like we say there's type A, or type 1, which is slow twitch or whatever, and then there's type 2X, type 2A and type 2X. But what that's really referring to is just muscle fibers of different sizes. And like the biggest muscle fibers are what we consider like the fast twitch fibers, and the small fibers are what we consider slow twitch fibers. But it's not actually a different type of muscle, and they're not, one's not like capable of lifting more weight per se. A fast twitch fiber is capable of generating more force, but that's because it's bigger. Basically, it's called the size principle of mechanical tension.
I also think training the movement in a specific like training session, like the actual movement itself, is important. Like I think theoretically somebody could have more muscle in their triceps, more muscles in their anterior delts, more muscle in their chest, but they could be a worse bench presser because maybe they never bench than somebody that would maybe have smaller like muscles in all of those capacities, but they like just train bench press, versus somebody that does like a ton of isolation work just because they don't have like the motor neuron pathways or whatever to actually do just the bench pressing.
That's exactly right. That's what I was trying to say when I.
Yeah, that's probably what's going on with like the strong men that can do particular movements really well. It's probably because they do those movements a fuck ton. Right?
Yeah, strength is highly subject to specificity. Yeah.
So I guess so it sounds like one of the explanations might be that, not that you build different kinds of muscle, but that certain movements are just so specialized, right?
Yeah.
And it might only take small differences in muscle mass to make big differences in, like, for instance, your ability to rock climb.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Exactly. All these the proficiencies of movements, right? Because like a rock climber is going to be an expert in a whole bunch of weird ranges of motion that a normal person just never ever does every day. Like each degree in range of like adduction or abduction that a climber is pulling from is going to be something that a normal person just doesn't ever do. And same thing with all the grips, right? Like a climber is going to get used to holding things hard as fuck in every different range of the hand, whereas like a bodybuilder or a powerlifter grabs bars or barrels.
Yeah. I just get frustrated in jiu-jitsu class when I go against this dude who's a mechanic, and it's like, look, I'm a grown man. I'm a big grown man, and this fucking mechanic can hold my wrists like I'm a small child, and I just can't do anything. I'm just like, my whole body weight, like all the strength, and it's just like he's just dad arming me. I can do nothing about it.
Yeah.
How do I get
if you want to be like
strength?
super tryhard, you could just buy those like the gorilla grippers, right?
Yeah.
I did. I bought a grip thingy and started training fucking grip because it helps in jiu-jitsu, I guess.
The issue there, right? So like this is where I think one of the biggest things comes into play is, so what some studies have shown is that forearms have a greater strength carryover to basically everything than anything else. Like you maybe have heard before that, like have you heard of the term motor recruitment?
Yeah, I don't know what you mean by that. You said forearms carry over the greatest strength. What do you mean?
I think in general, like your grip, I think can be it's like a decent proxy even for overall health. I think doctors sometimes will measure like how strongly you can grip things. That has a ton of carryover to a ton of different types of movements and motor activities you engage on a day-to-day basis. That can be a good indicator proxy for health.
Exactly. And so essentially what the case is that we find any increased ability to produce motor unit recruitment, which is just your body using muscles to do stuff, confers strength benefits globally to your whole body. So like the stronger your quads are, in a very minor way, the stronger the rest of you is, because your nervous system is more capable of activating more motor units, which sounds really weird. But the
it's
forearms,
like you're saying it's almost like the forearms are like a major focal point of the rest of your strength,
essentially. Like the forearm has more carryover of motor unit recruitment to other dissimilar exercises from motor unit recruitment anywhere else in the body. So like pound for pound, forearm strength leads to more strength everywhere else than anything else.
My God. See, this is why the scariest guys that I roll with are always the guys with the biggest forearms. That's why I want big forearms. It's like you gotta have the fucking 50-year-old man forearms to do jiu-jitsu.
So that's where like changing your training modality, especially with grip strength, can help a lot, because there's a lot of different ranges and motions that your fingers can be in, right? So like what you're training with, like with your grip trainer, probably I'm assuming, is crush strength. You're taking something from a determinate size to a different determinate size, right? You're squishing it down. Whereas there's also, like I was saying, pinch strength, which is holding your fingers out and your thumb out and just like kind of like clamping onto it and holding it. And then there's also, what else is there? There's crush, pinch, and hold, right? And so that would be like your farmer's carry. You're just holding something in a closed fist and preventing your fingers from rolling out. So like there's three and more. Those are the main three, but there's a ton of ways you can train your grip. And if you're only training it in one way, you're massively reducing the amount of forearm strength that you can be developing.
I see. God.
Yeah,
Why is this so complicated? Why can't you just like pick up a boulder and move it?
Well, I mean,
and
actually,
that just makes you strong.
I mean, it's not complicated. It's actually super simple. You just get better doing things that you spend more time doing. The thing that makes it hard is we try to make it complicated, right? Because I was like, okay, well, if I want to get better at holding people in jiu-jitsu, I'm going to do 6 different types of lifts, and I'm going to alternate the days of the week, blah, blah, blah. But the people that are the strongest doing it, people just do the thing. Like, the things that you do, your body will adapt to and get better at, right?
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, if you've seen there's a bell curve chart that gets thrown around in your Discord fitness chat a lot, which is like, it says like on the low end of the bell curve, it's like just lift heavy. And then in the middle, it has like the over esoteric retard that's like super weak. And then on the high end of the bell curve, it's like just lift heavy. It is kind of that way.
Yeah, all right. That makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense to me.
So you're gonna do rows, right, Destiny?
I mean, I probably will.
Nice.
Yeah,
Trust me. Try the chest supported dumbbell rows. They're pretty game changing.
Okay. Why dumbbell over barbell? Just curious, because traditionally you can put more weight on a barbell. Why?
If you can chest support a barbell row, it's just as good or maybe better. But generally speaking, there's no way to do a chest supported barbell row. And so giving yourself the chest support just is like a lot more stability than having to literally bend over and balance while you're pulling the weight into you, you know? Like a T-bar row could be really good, a chest supported T-bar row, if you have one of those.
I don't think so, but okay.
Yeah. It's just like a compromising shitty lift, like the standard bent over barbell row. Like it just doesn't feel great on the back. you got to concentrate on a lot.
Okay.
That's about it. All right, that's all, Econo Boy. You got your forearm tech figured out.
I mean, you told me I needed to crush rice in my hands. That was like one of your suggestions.
If you're doing the crush grip, if you're using the crush grippers, I would maybe wouldn't even bother with that now. So what I would say is, okay, so you've got your grip trainer. That's good for your crush. On top of that, you're gonna want to do some kind of a carry or a hold. That's gonna help a lot. So whether that's dead hangs, like hanging from a bar, or holding on to pails of something heavy, or dumbbells that are heavy, right? So training your hold strength, and then a pinch, which maybe I'll just cam up and show you what I mean by a pinch. Do you think you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's like where, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, you pinch your fingers around a weight and just try to hold it.
Exactly. So if you're training those 3 variations, and then if you maybe do like a wrist extension just to keep it from getting too imbalanced. So there's 4 things.
Okay. Okay.
There you go. You'll get crazy
like
forearms.
Yeah.
All right. Have a good one, Econo Boy. See you later, Destiny. Love you guys.
Bye, buddy.
Destiny.
What up?
Wanted to talk to you about one of your tweets.
Which one?
So I couldn't tell if it was a troll.
It was a troll, yes. The means testing one.
Okay, it was the means testing one.
Obviously, because people make fun of means testers. I am a means tester, by the way, but people will make fun of us.
I was like, there's no way you can be serious. Yeah, holy shit. I had people messaging me like, dude, you've got to talk to fucking Destiny. This was the stupidest tweet ever. And I was like, I feel like it's a troll, guys. I don't know if... Like, this is because it was so stupid. Like, Jesus Christ. But... All right, but you are a means tester. I mean, you kind of spiritually you agree with the tweet.
I don't even remember what I responded to. I just saw a good opportunity to make people mad.
Yeah, just the idea of means testing, though. Like spiritually, you're
I'm a means
down
tester. I am. Yeah, I am a means tester.
Wow. Why?
I don't know. Saves a lot of money.
But does it though?
Good question. I don't know. Does it? Seems like universal programs are hella expensive, aren't they?
Well, but when you think about it, there's no difference in terms of, you know, the dedication of cash in the economy between reducing benefits paid out to people based on income or just universalizing it and taxing them more, right? The payout in the economy, it doesn't change.
I mean, it sounds like then we're just playing the game of where do you want to where do you want to means test it at, right? Like, because we could have an incredibly simple UBI and then an incredibly complicated tax code, which is what we have right now.
Yeah.
And it sounds like you want to just have like an even more complicated tax code and then a UBI.
Well, not really a more complicated tax code. It would arguably could be more simple, right? It's just, you know, the UBI would make the administrative burden in the economy lower, right? So you're not spending as much money on, you know, the administration of benefits with all these means tests and stuff.
Okay,
so,
here's one thing I don't believe, and you can tell me maybe I'm wrong. Are means tests actually expensive? What's the expensive part?
The expensive part is the administrative staff it involved in ensuring the qualification for the means test, right? And so you see this in a lot of, I mean, the best example from my case is the food stamp program, because we have 50 different states that have different standards on how you can get it, and they all have a lot of times very weird different tests. It's like, you know, yeah, you can meet the income requirements, but if you have like an expensive enough set of assets, you don't qualify. And it's like, how do you determine this, right? And so I mean, it leads to a lot of bureaucratic bloat to determine that, whereas you could just give everyone, I don't know, $300 a month for food, like whatever you think a food budget would be, and just, you know, tax, you know, however you want, progressively or flatly, from there, and it saves you the money on the administration of the benefits.
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe when the real politics season rolls around and we're off of trans issues forever, maybe we'll start arguing actual political issues again, like means testing.
Yeah, I mean, Biden, to be fair though, I mean, he there wasn't, as far as I'm aware, there wasn't a ton of means testing in the COVID stimulus deals that either party did. I think there was like a really.
I mean, it depends on if you
yeah.
consider PPP.
Well, I mean that. What was that means? That was just essentially a reimbursement program for employee costs, right?
Yeah, I don't know if it would count as means testing or not, but like the amount of money you got back was based upon how much money you paid employees, right? I don't know if you consider that means testing or not.
No. I mean I wouldn't call that means. I mean, in the sense that you have to. There's just a qualification for how much you get paid out. I mean, sure, but that's like saying, you know, a child allowance is means tested, you know, because you have to have a child. It's like, oh, well, I mean, not really. That's not too hard to figure out.
Yeah, for
but
some of my people in chat, it is. Got him. Sorry, I know what you mean. Okay, yeah, probably
yeah. I mean, you know, politically speaking, it's you know, it's difficult to. I think it's getting easier, but it can and historically has been difficult to argue for, you know, very expensive, like from a tax perspective, universal benefits versus, you know, cheaper from a tax perspective, means tested benefits. You know, like if you tell someone, you know, oh, we can have a negative income tax and it's going to cost $400 billion a year, and we'll, you know, pay it out like this, you know, that can sound better than, you know, we're going to give everyone $1,000 a month, but we're going to have to like double the size of the federal government's revenue. Right. So, you know, that's it's a little bit harder to advocate for. But I mean, I think that the lack of means testing in these last stimulus packages seems to be an indication that we might be moving towards maybe a different mindset in terms of how we pay out benefits. But
maybe, yeah.
Yeah. Well, okay. Well, I mean, it sounds like means testing isn't so good then, Destiny.
I don't know. I have to think. I'm not like, it's not an issue that I feel super strongly about, basically. I think that the biggest issue we ran into when it came to means testing had to do with, like the thing that it got talked about the most was around education. And my understanding was for the biggest example that I had to go on was in the UK, like universal free college education ended up being a bad thing, and that when they started gating some things by different income levels or means testing certain things, it ended up increasing the quality and availability of education to everybody, which was kind of counterintuitive, and that's what they started to do in the UK, or they've been doing in the UK. So but it's possible that doesn't apply in every circumstance, or something in the UK was fucked up, or they're bongers and who cares anyway. But yeah,
I think the big difference between those would be that in the case of this sort of universal cash benefit, it's really just replacing a system to do functionally the same thing, right? So like we have, you know, number one, we have income supplement programs, right? Like the EITC or whatever, where you just get extra money from the government for having a certain income.
Oh, wait, can I ask you a quick, interesting meme question about that?
Yes.
How do you feel about, I think that Medlock guy does this. How do you feel about the very quirky calculations people do to show that there is a massive marginal increase rate of taxation with things like the EITC? Do you understand what I mean when I say that?
Yeah. I mean, it's been done for a long time. I mean, in part, it's been done by right-wing actors. You know, like when you hear a right-winger say, like when you hear a right-winger say, oh, in California, you have, you got marginal tax rates of 90, 100%. You know, what they mean by that is that there are these welfare cliffs because of all the means testing in all of our programs that, yeah, like that next dollar might functionally have a tax of 100% because of a combination of going up in your tax rate and not getting benefits anymore, right? You know, you lose out on that income. So it's not a bad argument. I mean, I think that especially the way the EITC was designed, I think it's certainly not a very egalitarian argument. It's not a very egalitarian way it's set up. And so, you know, and I'm not really sure. I think the way that it was set up was meant to motivate people to work, but I don't know if there's been great evidence that the EITC led to more people working. I mean, because the benefit's not that generous anyway. So, you know.
Okay.
I don't know. Yeah. I mean, because the EITC, it's not even a negative income tax because you don't even qualify for the EITC until you've made money.
Sure.
So, yeah, it's pretty rough. But, yeah. Well, all right. Well, there you go. Means testing is cringe, you know?
Well,
it sounds like...
I don't know if I'd say that, but okay.
Come on, Destiny. We just walked through it. It's easy.
Wait, what was your answer to the British school shit?
Yeah, I was talking about it, and we went on the talk about the EITC, like, or the marginal tax rates or whatever. But yeah, essentially, I think that the difference between those two things is that I'm kind of talking about just changing a lot of our welfare into just a cash payment to people. But a lot of our welfare, like, I wouldn't really call college spending welfare, right?
Oh,
so,
okay. You're just talking about pre-existing benefits, like things like food stamps and stuff, essentially.
Yeah, like in-kind and cash benefits to people, right?
Yeah,
I mean, that's a separate question of like how we should finance college, because the argument there isn't really one about poverty or even necessarily income redistribution. It's just basically what's the most effective way to finance this, and is this worth financing? You know, so people argue like, you know, whatever, college isn't worth it, and we shouldn't encourage people to go to college, and oh, it's more expensive, you know, all that kind of stuff. So, you know.
Okay.
But yeah, but all right. Well, there you go. I mean, hopefully, one day we can. I think you said at one point you almost got a conversation with Andrew Yang. Maybe you can have him on to talk about this.
No, he dodged me before. Too late for him.
What if Andrew Yang reached out? You wouldn't want to make that happen?
I'd consider it, maybe.
You know, if he begged, you know, if he really.
If he let me plug something, you know, if he runs for president again, you know, maybe.
What if he agreed to let you be his vice presidential candidate?
Sounds like too much work, too little reward.
The vice president, but that's like the meme of the vice presidents. It's not a lot of work. Like, what do you even do?
I felt like I have to clamp down a lot on the things I say on stream, so that's too much work.
Like, all right, you could just be like Biden and hide in your bunker and not even campaign at all, you know?
Based. Do you see them? They're not doing debates, no challengers? Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, what the RNC was like, they voted not to participate in the debates anymore.
They're like, fuck you, alternative candidates get fucking dumpstered.
I mean, honestly, like, that's just seems like such a bad idea. It happened in the first Georgia. No, it wasn't the in 2020 when John Ossoff won his Senate seat. His opponent refused to do, I want to say it was like the second and third debate. And it just became kind of a fiasco, right? Because it just looks so bad if you're not willing to have your ideas challenged. And this happens a lot in other countries where like certain candidates will say, we're not going to debate them or whatever. And they always get fucked for it. You know, they always get just harassed about like, why don't you debate him? Why don't you debate him? It, you know, it never looks good.
Well, traditionally, does that happen? Did people run against Obama?
Yeah. Yeah.
Who?
Romney? Hillary? You know, McCain?
Wait.
What do you mean?
For Obama's second term. Did Hillary run against Obama in his second term?
Oh, you're saying in the primary?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Because that's wait. Because that's what the DNC. They're not talking about not doing debates with Republicans. They're talking about primarying Biden, right?
No, I thought you said you're talking about the RNC. I thought the RNC. I could have sworn I read something about how like they had voted or they were considering not participating.
We're on totally different pages. Hold on. No, I thought it was the DNC that said they weren't gonna. I thought you just misspoke when you said RNC.
Shit.
Sorry, no, I thought it was the DNC because I thought I saw Mariam Wilson or whatever tweeting earlier that that they were upset about that or something. But yeah, the RNC has to take debates. The RNC is also not doing debates. Oh, did I say RNC? Wait,
that's what I thought.
What candidate is the RNC running?
No, I think the RNC was like for the presidency. It was like we won't participate in the debates.
That's really weird. Hold on, I didn't hear
that's
this at all.
I could have sworn I read that, a while back. Not that long ago, but I swear I thought I had read that at some point.
They aren't doing. Oh, somebody should link that. I didn't hear this at all.
Well, that's why it was so crazy. It was because it's the presidential debates. I mean, as much as people are a little bit disenchanted about politics, I mean, it gets crazy viewership. Like tens of millions of people, and obviously these are like engaged political people, like watch the presidential debates, you know. So it's really a heck of a platform.
This was like a year ago. I don't believe this. I don't think this is gonna happen. No shot. They'll do.
You don't think
debates.
they'll follow through?
No, they'll do debates. 100%. I bet you $20 right now. Okay.
$20 arenas.
$20. Yeah.
Fuck. Okay. So what would be the bet? The bet would be like they will not do any of the three like regular presidential
At some
debates.
point, the Republican candidate will be on stage debating the Democratic candidate. 100%. That'll happen.
Ooh.
You're just
okay.
You don't want to. You need these $20.
I won't take that bet.
I
won't take that bet.
That's right.
I won't take it. $20 is $20, boys. All right, I gotta save my. got to save my money for my my children in the their college fund or whatever.
Based.
There you go.
True.
Yeah, but no, that's what I read. That's what I read was that they weren't going to do the debates. So we'll see if they. I don't know how that even works. Like if they I guess I don't know. I guess the presidential candidate doesn't have to listen to what the RNC says. Like you can still hop on the debate, I assume. So
Well, I mean, they probably want the support of the entire RNC, like the whole fundraising network and everything, right? I imagine it's probably pretty important, right?
Yeah, I guess so. I guess
Or
it's
maybe,
it's really a
Trump,
matter
maybe
of
they
like.
just don't give a fuck. I don't know.
Well, I think it's a matter of like, do you like who really has the leverage, right? Like, do you expect the RNC to fold? Like, are they really just going to give up on the presidential election? Because you don't do what they say. I mean, probably not. But I'm not sure. I don't know if anything like that's ever happened before.
Mm-hmm.
So, but did you ever think that your governor had a chance to become the president, to like win the primary against Trump?
DeSantis?
Yeah.
Wait, do you think he doesn't anymore?
I never thought he had a chance. I didn't care what any poll said. I said from a while back that I do not think Ron DeSantis could beat Trump in a Republican primary.
Why is that?
I think that my speculation really is just that it seems like Trump regularly outperforms his polls. Now, Trump-endorsed candidates don't necessarily do that, but it seems like Trump does, right? And I think that happened as well in the primary and the 2016 primary, that is, like the competitive primary. And in the 2024 potential, Republican presidential primary, I just don't think Trump has lost his cult of personality with the Republican primary voters, and so I didn't think they'd break for DeSantis, basically.
Oh, I guess we'll see what happens. I think they will. I don't think it'll be
You think
Trump.
they will?
I don't think it'll be Trump. I don't. But who knows? It could be. But I'm like 51%.
You wanna make that bet?
Sure, $10.
Okay, so $10 says Trump will be the Republican nominee.
Yeah, I don't think he will be.
Wow, but you don't put any predictions on any one person. You just don't think it'll be Trump.
I don't think it'll be Trump, but we'll see.
We'll see. I mean, do you think Trump is the best? If you had to pick amongst the Republican presidential candidates, do you think he would be the best one for the country?
The problem is wait, hold on. I'm sorry. The best one for the country?
Yeah, amongst the Republican presidential candidates, which one would be the best president?
Best president that comports to my values, or effective as a leader, or
that comports to your values. Yeah, like the one that you would think
for
would
the
be
Republicans. Better. I mean, I would go with almost anybody over Trump. Probably DeSantis, but obviously he's not a fan
really
either. Yeah.
You think DeSantis would be worse? No, would be better than Trump.
Yeah. Not to sound too cringy, but like I think Trump is I would consider him like a full-on fascist. That's what I see.
I mean, he is.
Yeah.
He is a fascist.
It's probably worse than almost anything. DeSantis is just very annoying, like pretty far-right conservative, especially socially. But I don't think he would ever like try to take over the government. But Trump.
You don't think so?
Trump would give him the opportunity for sure.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I think DeSantis is doing some pretty crazy authoritarian shit over in Florida. Maybe he would do something like that as president.
I don't know. Anything comparable to the level of like calling people, asking for votes and stuff? Trump did some wild shit.
To be fair, DeSantis was never in a position that he had to do that, right? Because he's won his last several elections. And so, who knows how he would act in that circumstance, but I mean, he did do incredibly anti-democratic gerrymandering, right? When he was in charge of it.
Isn't all gerrymandering kind of anti-democratic? Like, I mean,
it is. You're right.
I mean, I don't know.
I mean, I think, to be fair, many blue states have voted to sort of shoot themselves in the foot and not gerrymander, right? But none of the Republican states have done that. And so, I think there's, that's bad, right? And so, and then all the stuff with the, it seems like there's a lot of targeting of LGBTQ people over in Florida, with the legislation, the Don't Say Gay legislation, and the I think I read that they were passing some sort of bill to, similar to Texas, investigate parents who have trans kids.
Yeah,
and
but that
stuff,
seems to
and
be
it's
like the whole
man, that's
Republican
crazy.
agenda all over the country right now, right? Because Republicans have literally no other issues right now to talk about except for obsessing over trans people. So
That's what I'm saying. That's pretty authoritarian, though. I mean,
I don't know if I consider LGBT issues. I feel like that's like nibbling around the edges of like social stuff. If they started to, not to shit on trans people, but if they started to make the same attacks as like gay people or whatever, I'd be like, okay, now we're getting into pretty wild territory.
I mean, the don't say gay stuff. That was
that's a weird one.
That was a way. That was a way to, to take gay people out of sort of society in a certain way. That, you're not allowed to teach kids or mention, being gay or anything like that. And it's like, well, I mean, that's you're trying to push gay people into a, proverbial closet, I guess, right?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I guess we'll see what happens.
That sucks. I don't know if they would ever put the, any trans or gay people in camps or anything like that, but it's, on the spectrum of authoritarian behavior, that's definitely, I think it's a lot more worrying on the Republican side. But I think DeSantis, he could very well be just as bad about Trump with that, especially if he thinks that's what the base would want him to do. Right?
Maybe, I don't know. I don't think the Republican base would generally want to go that far, but who knows? We'll see. I feel like I feel like Trump definitely pushed the Republicans in a more extreme direction. If I could cite evidence for that, like, I'm pretty sure every establishment Republican fucking hated Trump, and they still do to this day. Like, even the people at Fox News, like the text leaks and shit, like, they weren't happy. They knew that the January 6th stuff was fucking insane, right?
Yeah, I mean, well, I don't know. To be fair, you probably know better than I do, but what was the polling like for Republicans on, like, do you support how Trump handled January 6th? Like, was that like 2/3 of the party said, no, fucking Trump totally fucked that up? Or was it like the opposite? Like, how many people?
No, I definitely think he probably had the support of the base, but I think that it was more him pushing the base in that direction rather than like I don't think the base was clamoring for a revolution. But I think that Trump definitely put it in front of them and teased them with it, and then got them to move in that direction. That's like the feeling I have on it. I could be wrong, but
I guess you could be right. Yeah, maybe Ron DeSantis wouldn't, hold that carrot in front of him. I guess you could be right. I don't know. I think that this country, if Republicans in elected and appointed positions felt the way that Trump did, I think we could have lost the entire country. I think that that's easily possible. But it seems like there were enough people rebuking Trump at every step of the way, even Republicans, even lawmakers, even judiciary, even his vice president, that like it seemed like that's not, as much as I hate Republicans, the idea of a full-throated fucking coup was a tough swallow even for them. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I'm not sure. I don't think that would have worked. I mean, even if Trump had literally tried to coup the government, I just don't. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, but if the appetite was there among all Republicans, especially like the appointed and elected ones, then I think it could have happened, right? Like, imagine if Pence would have tried to overturn the election, and imagine if there would have been broad support in Congress for that, right? Like, I think in the Senate they signaled support for it to the public by, doing the certifying all the fucking bullshit or whatever when they all stood up and they jerked off in a giant fucking cum circle or whatever, they did that. But in terms of actually like impeding the democratic process and trying to uncertify the vote and rigging the election, seems like most Republicans weren't on board with that, as extreme as Trump was. Now the voter base is retarded, so they'll clamor for it, but only because Trump was dangling it in front of them. I think that's just the feeling I have. I could be wrong. That's the feeling I have.
Well, I mean, I think it was about 100. I want to say it was about 100 members, which was about half of the Republican caucus in the House. I think did vote to like stop the count. They had this weird exercise they wanted to do with stopping the count and counting these like state electors and stuff. And I mean, that's half of the Republican Congress. I mean,
but ultimately they went through with it, right?
They didn't go through with it, I think, because there was enough Democrats and Republicans to vote it down. But like, do you know how I feel like sometimes there's kind of an electoral strategy where
if a lawmaker can vote down something because it's not going to change the end result, they will. But if we were genuinely looking at overturning the election, I think some of those yes votes maybe would have turned to no votes, right? If it was actually, but there's probably a lot of people signaling shit to their base that are trying to dick ride the movement or everything. But like if it was actually
you
up
could be
for,
right.
Yeah, that'd be my guess. But I could be wrong.
You could be right. I mean, yeah, it could be just a bunch of bullshitting, you know. But I don't know. I think that could be the case. I think some of the bullshitting came out right after January 6th because they went and counted the votes later that night, and I think that was when it was whoever Raphael Warnock was running against. That lady, she was the senator from Georgia at the time, and she
was it Loeffner?
like withdrew. Yeah, Loeffner, Shelley Loeffner, I think, and she withdrew her objection to the count of the votes after January 6th. And I want to say one other Republican did, but then you had like the total leech, like scum Republicans like Ted Cruz that still tried to like stop the count of the vote even after January 6th happened. And so who knows? I mean, but that's sort of, I don't know. That is, you're right. That could make Trump scarier, right? Because that just basically means that like there are some people who would follow Trump
to the end,
like as long as Trump, yeah, exactly, right. And it's like, oh, maybe Trump's
if Trump ran as like an
because-
independent, like my parents would vote for Trump. They would do whatever. Yeah.
That'd be great if Trump ran as an independent. That'd be awesome.
I would just definitely destroy the Republican Party. Yeah.
I mean, it would, right? That'd be pretty great. You know, that'd be a good day. And Democrats would get like, you know, because he would probably run a bunch of crazy independents for Congress too. Democrats would get like 400, you know, House seats and 2/3 of the Senate, and obviously the presidency. You know, it'd be like FDR days. Really get some good stuff done.
Maybe, yeah.
You know, I was excited because that was speculated right after the 2020 election, and I think Trump was flirting with starting the Patriot Party, and there was polling between those two, and it was basically like 50-50 for Republicans. Like it was like, you know, the Democrat would get 48% and the Republican would get 25%, and the, you know, Patriot Party would get 24% or something like that. Yeah. God, that'd be great. Well, all right, Destiny, that's all I had to talk to you about. Means testing, how to get big forearms, and politics.
Gotcha. Well, I love you, buddy. Be careful. Stay safe.
All right. See you later, bud.
Bye. Fuck that guy. Okay. Well, are we good? Can I go to sleep? Wait for XQC to go live? Bros, I'm fucking tired. And I gotta do rows tomorrow. Oh no. Cringe.
I saw this big booty gem girl struggling with Rose, so I had to help her. Those last reps are important. I saw this big.
Nice. Alright. Other guys. Ribino, cappuccino, poppuccino, hoppuccino, moppuccino, cappuccino, cappuccino, appuccino, albuccino, my dude, I will catch you guys. Wait, AI generated pizza commercial. Fuck, we had videos that I was supposed to watch tomorrow.
Are you ready for best pizza of life? Bring friends down to Pepperoni Hug Spot. Our chefs make pizza with heart and special touch. Cheese, pepperoni, vegetable, and more secret things. Need delivery? Pizzas come fast. Knock knock, who's there? Pizza magic. Eat Pepperoni Hug Spot pizza. Your tummy say thank you. Your mouth say, Pepperoni Hug Spot. It's like family, but with more cheese.
Jesus. Alright, I'll take us later, Rip on.